Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku met a quirkless sword prodigy at UA. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Clutching the sword handle at her waist, YN stared up at the UA high school building, the place almost every aspiring hero dreamed of attending. She walked along the pathway toward the entrance without much thought. She had come to take the entrance exam for next year's freshman by her own decision. Being a hero seemed both interesting and practical. She halted when a sharp voice cut through the crowd. A spiky-haired blonde shoved past a shorter green-haired boy, ordering him to get out of the way. The green-haired boy called out to the blonde, who snapped that the other should not stand in front of him and that he would make him regret it. YN glanced away and continued toward the exam hall. After taking a seat next to a redhead, YN turned her exam ticket over and studied the printed details. Her examinee number was 2254, and her test location was Battle Center B. Her own two eye colors were shown in the photograph on the card, her expression so neutral that there was not even the hint of a smile. A red-haired student greeted her warmly and then introduced himself as Kirishima Ijiro, pumping his fists in a friendly manner. YN found herself distracted by his very pointy teeth and lively features. Something about him caught her interest. The lights dimmed and a circular spotlight gathered everyone's attention. A loud, energetic man with yellow hair and an unusual style grabbed the stage and announced himself as Present Mic, asking the audience to respond. The hall remained awkwardly silent, though a low murmur drifted from the seats. YN turned toward the source of the murmuring and recognized the green-haired boy seated next to the blonde from earlier. She took a moment to observe them. The green-haired student, known as Deku, had curly green hair, matching green eyes, freckles, and an aura that seemed to draw attention. The blonde, Kaken, wore a scowl and spiky hair, projecting a fierce intensity. YN wondered whether they were friends or rivals. Present Mic quickly outlined the practical exam. He explained that after the presentation, examinees would conduct 10-minute mock urban battles in their assigned battle centers and could bring whatever equipment they wished. He emphasized that faux villain robots of varying difficulty would be stationed in each battle center and that points would be awarded for immobilizing them, while attacks on other examinees and non-heroic actions were prohibited. A blue-haired student stood to challenge the presentation, criticizing the projection for showing 4 types of villains and chastising UA as the nation's foremost hero school if that was an error. He insisted that examinees were there to be molded into exemplary heroes. He then turned his attention to the green-haired boy, pointing out that he had been muttering during the presentation and finding it distracting. The green-haired student flushed at being singled out, sinking back into his seat as the room focused on the exam instructions. Present Mic told anyone who had come for a pleasure trip that they should leave immediately. The green-haired boy muttered an apology, and a few others quietly chuckled at the scene. Present Mic then addressed examinee number 7111, thanking them for the message and explaining that the 4th type of villain was worth 0 points. He described it as an obstacle found in every battle center that tended to go berserk in tight spaces, advising listeners to avoid it rather than try to defeat it. The blue-haired boy nodded, thanked the crowd, excused himself with a quick bow, and dimmed his own light. Present Mic ended his segment by pumping his fist, declaring the school motto and urging everyone to brace themselves. The building lights came up slowly as people began to leave. YN followed the flow, card in one hand and the other resting on her sword's hilt. The path to Battle Center B felt longer than it was to most, but she kept a steady pace and pushed toward the large doors that opened onto a mock city. She slipped inside, card pocketed, and sprinted through the entry, drawing several surprised looks and murmurs about whether it was allowed. Present Mic's voice boomed over the speakers, reminding everyone that there were no countdowns in real fights and urging them to move. Some took the hint and ran in while others lingered in shock. YN drew her katana, its surface flashing in the sunlight. She moved through the field with swift, efficient strikes, taking down a 3-pointer robot in a flurry of precise slashes. The robot collapsed, releasing a loud bang and a spray of sparks and debris. Spectators watched in awe, and the green-haired boy stared, impressed by her speed. As examinees poured into the mock city to collect points, 괰ᴏ continued the same methodical routine, dispatching robot after robot. She began to tire and sweat slightly, but her focus stayed sharp. Out of the corner of her eye she noticed a brown-haired girl pinned under rubble, struggling to get free. 괰ᴏ sheathed her sword and hurried to lift the debris. The brown-haired girl looked up and mumbled a plea for help, her voice small and strained. A large 0-point villain cast a shadow over them both. 괰ᴏ worked harder to clear the weight, but the situation escalated when a green-haired boy across the way powered up, driven by a surge of determination when he saw them. He launched himself into the air, channeling his quirk into a single, powerful punch that struck the robot's head and sent it skidding backward in a burst of sparks and smoke. Dust billowed, and people shielded their faces or scattered. With the obstacle neutralized in that energetic, anime-style exchange, 괰ᴏ managed to move the last of the rubble and place the brown-haired girl somewhere safe. When 괰ᴏ turned toward the green-haired boy, she saw him falling, his limbs flailing as he came down. She leapt high and caught him, lowering him gently to the ground so he would not land harder than necessary. He began to crawl toward a mock villain, determined to grab at least 1 point before time ran out. The announcement declared that time was up. 괰ᴏ stood and looked down at the fallen boy, then walked past without lingering, thinking over the day's events as she left the center. From easily scoring points, to nearly being crushed, to rescuing someone and being rescued in turn, the day had been a whirlwind. Lost in her thoughts, she almost collided with another examinee and steadied herself. The other girl apologized with a playful, frog-like gesture, placing a finger to her cheek and sticking her tongue out a little. She had dark green hair tied in a bow and an appearance that reminded 괰ᴏ of a frog, though otherwise she was human. The brief exchange made the frog-like girl uneasy, and 괰ᴏ walked on without much interaction. Conversations were not her thing. At home, 괰ᴏ pushed open the door and announced her return to the empty house. She lived alone. Her parents had distanced themselves after she declared her dream to be a hero and remained apart from her life, though they still covered the rent and groceries. She sighed, untied her sword holder and tossed it onto the couch before climbing the stairs to her room and collapsing on the bed. She sat up to get ready for bed, pulled out a change of clothes, and turned on the shower. Warm water washed over her as she performed her routine, and her thoughts drifted to the entrance exam and the one nagging question she could not shake. Why hadn't she kept track of her points? After she dried off and dressed, she looked into the bathroom mirror and noticed the darkening under her eyes. She brushed her teeth, still wondering when she would find out whether she had passed. 괰ᴏ wondered whether they would send a letter or show up at her house and whether she had even passed. Finally, 괰ᴏ finished getting ready for bed. She walked out of the bathroom into her room, turned off the lights, and collapsed onto the bed. She lay on her back, staring at the ceiling where the glow-in-the-dark stars she had added as a child still clung to the surface. The stars reminded her of space vast, calm, and endlessly interesting. Only the most intriguing things ever drew north in close enough for her to want to learn more. Later that evening, 괰ᴏ panted quietly as she kept attacking the training dummy in her backyard. Swings of her wooden sword made a hollow noise as she struck the dummy near the neck. Noticing those hits did almost no damage, she began jumping back to create distance from the object. Training with a motionless dummy was far from ideal, but she pushed herself harder anyway, unconcerned with whether her neighbors were annoyed by the sounds. She was determined to become the best. A knock sounded at the back door. Wiping sweat from her brow, 괰ᴏ went to the door and opened it. She set the wooden sword on the couch to put it away later and moved toward the door to inspect the yard. Finding no one there, she felt a small flicker of annoyance, until she noticed a white envelope neatly placed on the doorstep carpet. She picked it up and closed the door behind her. 괰ᴏ carried the envelope to the kitchen counter and opened it. A circular device slid out and began to glow. A hologram of the pro-hero present mic appeared, smiling widely and giving a thumbs up. Present Mix hologram congratulated 괰ᴏ, announcing that she had aced the written exam and earned a total of 79 points with 64 villain points and 15 rescue points. He revealed that she had placed first in the entrance exam and had been placed in Class 1A, and he added that the UA uniform would be delivered, so she should be prepared to attend. Then the hologram shut off. 괰ᴏ stared at the device for a long moment, excitement and disbelief mingling. Remembering she still wanted to train a little more before sleep, she suddenly had an idea. She took the holographic device to her room, set it on her desk, and rummaged through a cabinet until she found a screwdriver. She told herself that she would learn the parts of the device, partly so she could fidget with it later. Throughout the night she took the device apart and inspected every component she could reach. She learned a little about the holographic technology, but not enough to fully understand it. Time slipped by unnoticed until sunlight filtered through the curtains and birds began to chirp, pulling her out of the trance. 괰ᴏ groaned at the clock. She had only managed about 5 hours of sleep. It was better than nothing. She set the screwdriver and a small part on her desk, slid under the covers, and finally allowed herself to fall asleep. A few hours later she woke and checked the clock. It was 11 in the morning. She pushed herself up and went to the bathroom, brushing out the tangles in her hair and making sure she looked presentable. Another knock at the door sent her stomping down the hall. She opened the door to find a brown cardboard box on the doorstep. Expecting the UA uniform, she brought the box inside and used a box cutter to remove the tape. As she had predicted, the box contained her UA uniform. She examined the white short-sleeve shirt and the gray button top and decided to try it on to check the fit. As she prepared to change in the living room, a flicker of unease in her chest made her move to the bathroom to change instead. The uniform fit well overall, but the skirt proved a bit too short. She tried tugging it down and then admitted to herself that she would need to make some alterations. Removing the uniform, she returned to her room and collected a sewing kit and extra fabric. She sat on the bed and lengthened the skirt until it reached just above her knees. 괰ᴏ hoped they would allow small adjustments to be added to the uniform. She tried the skirt on and confirmed it fit at the new length. She had 2 more days of training before officially starting at UA. Those days were filled with combat drills and lessons on technology, and by the time the first true day arrived she was sore from all the work. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, 괰ᴏ checked her appearance. She wanted to look good for herself. She wore black shorts beneath her skirt for modesty and had knife holders strapped around her left thigh, taking precautions. Glancing at the clock, she noticed it was already 8. UA began at 8:40, but 괰ᴏ preferred to arrive early and find her classroom. With the 15-minute walk to the school, she would have at least 20 minutes to get oriented. She grabbed her bag, locked the house, and headed to the UA building, arriving at 8. Even on her second visit she still marveled at how large the building was. She climbed the steps, pushed the doors open, and stepped inside. Determined not to get lost or late, she hurried to locate Class 1A and found the door within 5 minutes. The door was enormous, almost triple her height, with 1A carved into it. It was hard to miss. A wave of uneasiness hit her as she reached for the doorknob, a feeling she recognized from an earlier, unsettling moment. She looked back at the large windows but saw nothing and told herself it must be her imagination. With a small sigh she pushed the door open. Inside the classroom there were only 2 other students at that time. One was the spiky-haired blonde she had seen at the entrance exam a few days earlier, staring out the window with his head propped on his hand, lost in thought. The other was a boy with split-colored hair, one side red and the other white, and a noticeable scar on his left eye. He kept his gaze down at the desk in front of him, paying no attention to the room. There were 4 rows of 6 desks, 24 in total, and the entire back row was empty. 괰ᴏ chose the back left corner and moved quickly to avoid drawing attention. She set her bag on the floor next to her desk. The half-and-half-haired boy sat diagonally from her but did not notice. More students trickled in, and she stopped analyzing them one by one. She reached into her bag for her phone and wired headphones. Once she found them, she plugged the headphones in and played her favorite song, visibly relaxing as she closed her eyes and mouthed along to the tune. The calm lasted only a moment before someone interrupted. A boy asked what she was listening to, and before she could respond he grabbed one of her headphones and pulled it out. When she looked up she met yellow eyes belonging to a boy with yellow hair and a black lightning-shaped streak on the left side. He was wearing the UA uniform like everyone else and appeared eager to start a conversation. YN snatched the headphone back. The boy complained about being treated rudely and stepped closer, asking playfully what she had done to deserve such coldness. She stared back expressionless. He teased her about being like a robot for not speaking or reacting, then reached toward her cheek. She caught his wrist to stop him and told him to leave her alone, saying she did not even know him. He introduced himself as Kaminari Denki and offered a playful nickname, flashing a smirk and a peace sign. YN pushed him back slightly and said she would rather not be called that. Since he kept talking, she turned off her music and put her headphones away. Kaminari rested his chin on his palm and asked for her name. By then most of the class had arrived and taken their seats. The back row stayed empty. YN made it clear that she did not want to speak to him or be friends and told him to go away in a blunt tone. He reacted with surprise, asked why she was so mean, then hung his head and sighed. He promised he would leave her alone if she would at least tell him her name. After a moment of consideration, she sighed and agreed reluctantly. She introduced herself as YN, preferring to be called YN, and looked away. Kaminari smiled and, as promised, left her alone to bother someone else. Almost everyone had taken their seats, except the extroverted students, still making more friends. A small confrontation unfolded 4 desks ahead. The blonde boy had his feet propped on the desk, and a blue-haired boy with glasses scolded him, waving his arm and scolding him for disrespecting you. The blonde snapped back rudely, keeping his feet up and smirking. The blue-haired boy took a breath, placed a hand on his chest, and introduced himself as ꜰᴏᴜᴜ from 괰ᴏᴜ Private Academy. The blonde bristled and threatened to make a show of destroying him, rising as if prepared for a fight and flexing his hands. From that motion, YN suspected the blonde's quirk manifested through his hands, though she did not yet know its exact nature. Ida reacted with offended disbelief at being threatened by a classmate and began to rebuke him. Then he noticed the green-haired boy with freckles standing by the door and called out. The green-haired boy hurried forward and introduced himself as ✰ with an awkward smile. YN paid little attention to the exchange and turned to the view outside the window to distract herself from the classroom chaos. That quiet lasted only until she heard someone mention her. A student recognized ✰'s companion as the girl with the HC hair who had saved both of them during the exam. ✰ confirmed that it was her, keeping his eyes fixed on YN. She silently hoped to avoid further interaction. The eyed girl inwardly begged not to be forced into more socializing. If the two approached her, she would regret having helped them. A gruff voice cut through the room, telling anyone there only to stay if they were there for class and nothing else. The students turned as a man unzipped a yellow sleeping bag on the floor and climbed out holding a juice box. He waved for those who had stood up to sit and dragged the sleeping bag behind him as he walked to the teacher's desk. He sipped his juice and noted, with a shake of his head, that the silence had come quickly but that a precise use of time mattered. He introduced himself as Aizawa Shota, their homeroom teacher. Gasps spread through the room. Aizawa dug into the sleeping bag and produced a white and blue tracksuit, telling them to put the suits on and meet him outside on the track field. After receiving the UA tracksuits, the students of Class 1A split into the locker rooms by gender. The girls changed inside, while YN, uncomfortable with changing in front of others, waited outside. One by one the girls emerged from the lockers, and the girl who had sat in front of YN asked if she was going to change. That girl, whose long black hair was tied in a high ponytail with a loose strand on the right, offered a gentle introduction as Yaoyorozu Momo before the door closed and interrupted her. She sighed and walked to the field. There were 2 main reasons. YN avoided changing in front of others, discomfort and worry about how classmates would react to the scars across her body earned from training. She changed quickly into the blue and white tracksuit, the thigh straps visible, and hoped Aizawa would not make an issue of them. Outside, everyone stood bundled in their suits. Aizawa announced that the quirk assessment test would begin. Several students protested about missing orientation, but Aizawa dismissed the concerns, explaining that UA did not adhere to traditions when they interfered with efficient training and that he ran his class as he saw fit. He reminded them that they had taken standardized tests most of their lives but had not yet had the chance to use their quirks in physical assessments. His gaze settled on Yn, and she braced herself, knowing she would soon be the center of attention. Aizawa called out ∰ and acknowledged her, then informed her that she had placed first in the quirk assessment test. Aizawa asked what her farthest distance throw had been in junior high. Thinking back, she remembered that it had been 78 meters, and she told them so, which surprised everyone around her. The pro hero tossed a softball to her and instructed her to try the throw using her quirk. She replied that there was a problem as she walked to the white circle where she was supposed to stand. Aizawa looked at her with confusion and asked what the problem was. She confessed to the pro hero that she did not have a quirk. The pro hero's eyes widened and gasps spread through the crowd of students. A blonde-haired boy glared at her and accused her of cheating, calling her a freak for making it into UA without a quirk. She scolded the blonde-haired boy and told him not to speak to her that way, insisting that she had made it into UA without cheating and that she was simply better than them. The blonde-haired boy snapped that she should not call him that and rushed forward. Small explosions flared from his hands. She identified his quirk calmly, noting that it looked like explosions powered by a nitroglycerin-like substance in his sweat and that, from that observation, she could find his weakness. The blonde-haired boy angrily denied it was true, and as he moved to strike her, a piece of clothing wrapped around him and held him fast. He clawed at the scarf in confusion while Aizawa explained that his capture cloth could not be broken or controlled by the boy, revealing that the scarf was made from carbon fibers and a special metal alloy. Aizawa pulled the restrained student away from her and returned him to the crowd. Aizawa then asked if it was true that she had no quirk, and she gave a silent nod to confirm. He asked if there was any way she could throw farther and told her she could use anything she liked for the attempt. She put her hand into a thigh holder, drew a dagger, and held it up to show him. Aizawa told her to hurry and to stay inside the circle, reminding the class that she could use anything while she was there. She placed the softball in her right hand, stretched her arm, and threw it. The ball sailed high. She quickly gripped the dagger in her left hand and transferred it to her right, then launched the dagger at the softball with all the force she could muster. The students and the pro hero expected her to miss. The throw required incredible precision. Years of training paid off, however, and the dagger struck the softball cleanly, driving it higher and farther into the sky. Aizawa raised the measuring device and examined it closely. When he showed the result to the class, he revealed that the throw had reached 750 meters. She rolled her shoulder and remarked that she had not done that in a long time. Kaminari reacted with disbelief and a touch of envy, and a pink-haired student waved excitedly, saying she wanted to join in. A boy with black hair and a wide grin praised the idea of using their quirks freely. Aizawa cast a cold, hard look over the students and warned them that they had 3 years at UA to become heroes, and that it would not all be games and playtime. He reminded them that natural disasters, power-hungry villains, and catastrophic events were real, that the world was full of unfairness, and that heroes strove to confront it. He told them that UA would push them to their limits and that the training would be harsh. After the reminder of the stakes, Aizawa announced the beginning of the evaluations and told them not to waste time. He explained that they would compete in a series of physical tests and that anyone who placed last in each test would face immediate expulsion. His tone was serious, and the announcement sent a ripple of tension through the group. The first assessment was the 50-meter dash. Ida and a frog-like girl lined up while a camera recorded and timed the run. The automated announcer at the camera called the runners to their marks. At the start signal, Ida sprinted with the assistance of his engine-like support, crossing the finish line first with a small cloud of displaced dirt trailing him. The device recorded his time as 3.04 seconds. The frog-like student crossed next, her hops propelling her across the line in 5.58 seconds. Both returned quietly to the crowd. The next pair was Ʞᴏᴜ and a boy with a tail. Ʞᴏ moved through her clothing and shoes, focusing on lightening them before her attempt. As each student demonstrated their quirk, Yn took note mentally, committing their abilities and styles to memory. Including names and quirks, everything was now in Yn's head and would not disappear. She had a good memory. Just like before, 2 students crossed the finish line while the tailman Ojiro came in first. That routine continued until it was finally Yn's turn. Beside her stood Midoriya and Bakugo. Bakugo wore his usual scowl as he assumed a running pose and glared at her, declaring that he would beat her and calling her a quirkless freak. 괰ᴏ gave a small nod, accepting the challenge, which only angered Bakugo further. Midoriya looked frightened and muttered to himself, overwhelmed. 괰ᴏ did not pay him much mind. To her he was just another kid chasing the same dream as the other heroes in training. The camera counted down and the starter's gun fired. The three propelled themselves forward. The camera later reported a time of 2.04 seconds, and 괰ᴏ stood at the finish line, stoic and casually watching the others. Bakugo crossed the line in 4.13 seconds and reacted in disbelief. He stomped over to 괰ᴏ and got in her face, insisting he thought she was quirkless. 괰ᴏ stepped back to create space, affirmed that she was quirkless, and turned away, adding that she was simply better than the others. The students stared at her and Bakugo. Midoriya crossed the line a few moments later with a time of 7.02 seconds. Next was the grip strength test. 괰ᴏ picked up the handheld device that recorded force in kilograms. She considered taking it apart, but recognized it as school property she could not risk breaking. While other students were distracted by a shout from Siro about Shoji hitting 540 kilograms, 괰ᴏ took her chance and gripped the device. Thanks to her training, she managed 100 kilograms, then quietly showed Aizawa her score and set the device down without drawing attention. The standing long jump followed, with most students doing decently and Bakugo trying to outdo 괰ᴏ at every event. He failed to overtake her. She consistently posted high scores. The repeated side steps were next, where a smaller boy with a purple ball quirk performed well. The final test was the ball throw, which 괰ᴏ had already completed. Bakugo shoved 괰ᴏ's shoulder as he moved to the white throwing circle, furious that she was excelling at every test. 괰ᴏ remained composed, inwardly intrigued by his fierce hostility. Ashido Mina approached and asked if 괰ᴏ was okay. 괰ᴏ looked up and the girl introduced herself as Ashido Mina, cheerfully insisting they could be friends. 괰ᴏ bluntly replied that she had only just met her. Mina's smile flickered briefly, then returned as she declared they were friends anyway. 괰ᴏ said nothing, which Mina took as agreement and brightened. In the circle, Bakugo gripped the ball, glancing back to give 괰ᴏ a smug look, but Mina held 괰ᴏ's attention instead. Bakugo scowled with annoyance and channeled sparks around the ball as he wound up and launched it with explosive force. He smirked and awaited Aizawa's score. Aizawa announced 705. Bakugo swore under his breath and clenched his nails into his palm, barely restraining his temper. Aizawa warned him to control himself. Bakugo stomped back toward the students, glaring at 괰ᴏ as he passed. 괰ᴏ remained expressionless. Aizawa tossed the ball to Midoriya and told him it was his turn. Midoriya felt the world narrow around him with anxiety. He gripped the ball tightly, clouded by his thoughts. Ida warned that if Midoriya did not shape up soon, he might be the one sent home. Bakugo mocked him as a quirkless loser, but Ida quickly pointed out that Midoriya did have a quirk and reminded Bakugo about something from the entrance exam. Gathering his resolve, Midoriya gritted his teeth and threw the ball as hard as he could. The camera announced 46 meters, surprising him. He looked at his hand in confusion, wondering if he had used his quirk. Aizawa then explained that he had erased Midoriya's quirk, and everyone turned to him. Aizawa's black hair hovered slightly and his tired red eyes reflected the strain of the job as he made the reveal. Aizawa told the judges that they were not rational enough and that someone like Midoriya should never have been allowed to enroll in the school. Midoriya recognized Aizawa's goggles and pointed at him, identifying him as the eraser hero Eraserhead and saying that he could erase quirks by looking at someone. Siro scratched his head and asked who Eraser was. Mina mentioned that she had heard of him and thought he worked quietly, like an underground hero. Aizawa scolded Midoriya harshly, glaring at him and saying that he was not ready and lacked control over his power, asking if he had planned to break his bones again and rely on someone else to fix him. Midoriya protested that this was not his intention. Aizawa released his capture scarf and drew Midoriya closer, speaking in a low voice that no one could hear. The tone was not encouraging. 괰ᴏ felt the presence of someone watching Class 1A and focused on the sensation. She could have pinpointed the watcher's exact location, but doing so would have alerted them and caused them to hide or leave. Before she could act, Midoriya was let go from the scarf and returned to the circle with determination. He held the soft ball and prepared to throw. A faint glow appeared at the tip of his finger, visible only to the most observant eyes, and caught it. The ball flew a great distance into the air, surprising many students. In that moment, 괰ᴜ glanced toward the stalker and caught a brief glimpse of yellow hair standing up before the figure slipped away behind a wall. The watcher showed no hostile intent, so no further action was taken. After the throw, Midoriya held his hand and smiled through tears, looking up at Aizawa and telling him that he was still standing. Aizawa's smile was small and unreadable. The students gathered in front of a holographic leaderboard. 괰ᴜ scanned for her own name and, expecting to see herself at the top, instead saw the top placements listed as follows: Yaoyorozu Momo in first, 괰ᴜ in second, Todoroki Shoto in third, Bakugo Katsuki in fourth, and Tokoyami Fumikage in fifth. Although she had not taken first place, 괰ᴜ was content with being second. 2 sets of eyes burned into the back of her head. She turned and met Bakugo's glare. His expression said plainly that he hated her, though he did not speak. She also met Todoroki's mismatched gaze. He looked away as soon as their eyes met. Midoriya, meanwhile, looked stricken as if someone had kicked a puppy and stared wide-eyed at the leaderboard. 괰ᴜ realized why Midoriya was so distressed. Aizawa had said he would expel the person in last place. She looked at the bottom and saw that Midoriya was 21st. Aizawa then revealed that his threat of expulsion had been a lie, a calculated deception intended to draw out the upper limits of their quirks. Many students reacted in shock. Yaoyorozu pointed out that it should have been obvious if they had thought it through. Aizawa dismissed the class and told them there were handouts in the classroom about the curriculum. Midoriya visibly relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. Aizawa stopped in front of him, handed him a piece of paper, and instructed him to see the nurse in the office for treatment. He warned that the next day would be packed with even more difficult tests and told everyone to prepare before walking off. As the students began talking, 괰ᴜ, quirkless but high-scoring, found herself bombarded with questions about how she had been so fast and how she managed so well without a quirk. Although annoyed by the chatter, she showed no outward emotion and walked through the crowd, even when she bumped into others. Kirishima sighed and commented that 괰ᴜ did not seem to like talking and acted as if they were ghosts. Kaminari agreed, noting that she did not show emotion and that it made him uneasy. Kirishima, determined, said he would help her warm up to them, and Kaminari enthusiastically agreed. The next day began normally with English class. Present mix constant loudness aside, the lesson was peaceful. At lunch, 괰ᴜ stood aside for a while because it was hard to find a seat. She noticed a boy eating alone and decided to approach him in hopes of an easy conversation. She asked if she could sit with him. He agreed after a moment. The boy had dark eye bags and purple hair that stood up in a messy style, with eyes the same color as his hair. After an awkward silence while they ate, she introduced herself as Ellen, 괰ᴜ, and asked to be called 괰ᴜ. The boy introduced himself as Shinso Hitoshi. They both decided silence was better than talking, and the awkward quiet gradually became comfortable. After finishing her food, 괰ᴜ set the tray aside, rested her chin on her palm, and stared at Shinso. The gaze held for a minute until Shinso looked up, a sweat drop on his face, and asked why she was staring. Without thinking, 괰ᴜ blurted that he looked really nice. Shinso blinked for a few seconds, processing what she had said. Immediately, 괰ᴜ stood, grabbed her tray, and hurried out. The bell rang, and she rushed to her classroom, hiding her embarrassment at having complimented someone she had just met. Shinso lingered in a brief daze until the bell snapped him back, and a faint pink tint colored his cheeks. He thought she was kind of strange. In the afternoon, hero class finally began. The students sat in their assigned seats after being scolded by Ida several times. Loud footsteps in the distance made everyone fall silent. The front door opened to reveal the number 1 hero, All Might, dressed in his Silver Age costume and wearing his usual broad smile. All Might announced his entrance and explained that he taught hero basic training, a subject where the students would train in different ways to learn how to be heroes. Everyone watched in awe as he walked to the teacher's post. All Might explained the basics of being a hero and said they would cover the most units on the subject. He struck a pose and held up a white card marked battle, smiling broadly as he announced that they would begin combat training. YNLN, seated near the back, noticed many students perk up at the words. Bakugo smirked and Midoriya looked terrified. All Might pointed to the wall, and the panels slid aside to reveal suitcases numbered to match each seat. He told them the costumes had been made based on their quirk registrations and the requests they had sent in before school started. He directed everyone to change and gather in ground beta. The class answered in unison. All Might then called for YNLN to follow him. YN stood up, many eyes following her as she walked to the door. She and All Might left the classroom, closing the door behind them. All Might told her that Aizawa had informed him she did not have a quirk, and that this had surprised him. YN looked up, maintaining her usual stoic expression, and said nothing. All Might shifted uneasily at her silence. He explained that weapons were not usually allowed for students, but because using weapons suited her best, they would make an exception. He produced a sword and offered it to her to use for the time being. She held the bakken as if showcasing an absolute masterpiece. She said that she would rather use a bakken, adding that it would be a shame if she accidentally beheaded one of his precious students. A bakken is a wooden sword shaped like a katana used for combat. All Might stared at her, surprised. He suggested she go to the general department to get one and warned that they tended to make things messy. With a short nod, the ECI trainee walked to the general department. All Might watched her walk away, thinking that LNYN was incredibly strong and would make a great hero, though her lack of visible emotion and bluntness could slow her down. YN reached the general department, grabbed the door handle, and opened it. Almost as soon as she entered, a small explosion sounded. A voice from the smoke called out that their device had exploded. YN waved the smoke aside with her hand and stepped into the room. In the middle of the workshop stood a girl with pink hair and greenish-yellow eyes. The girl bounced toward YN with energetic excitement. The pink-haired girl introduced herself as Hatsum and asked for YN's name, bouncing in place with boundless energy. YN gave her full name but told Hatsum to just call her YN. Hatsum grabbed YN's hand in greeting and asked what device she needed made. YN explained that she only needed a bakken. Hatsum briefly appeared disappointed at not getting to build something large, then brightened and promised to make the bakken right away. Hatsum hurried to a workbench, selected a plank of wood, traced an outline, and cut and sanded it with astonishing speed. In just a few minutes she completed a polished wooden katana. Hatsum presented it proudly as her creation. YN took the bakken, turned it over to inspect it, nodded in thanks, and accepted the gift. Hatsum invited her to return, eager to make more things. YN left the general department with the bakken in hand, confident that basic hero training would be straightforward. After changing into her hero outfit, which was a demon slayer uniform, YN wrapped her haori around her, the patterned cloth complementing her appearance. She tucked the wooden sword into her belt and, although she was running late, she still intended to show up to the fight. Obviously, the student would not be where they were supposed to be. YN walked to a door in a different building, hoping it was where everyone had gathered. As she opened it, many heads turned to see who had arrived. Kaminari ran up with a big smile and complimented her, thinking it would make her fall for him. When she gave a blank stare, he sighed. Kirishima, who had been in the crowd, approached and gave a thumbs up, praising the uniqueness of her coat. The haired girl nodded and explained that she had made it herself. Mina suddenly leaped onto her back, proposing that they all match. Kirishima gently pried Mina off and told her not to trouble their new classmate. YN noticed many screens showing the inside of another building. Bakugo and Ito were visible on one screen guarding what looked like a prop bomb, while Uraraka and Midoriya were preparing to enter from another. All Might stood before the monitors holding a clipboard and announced the next exercise over his earpiece. All Might explained that they were doing an indoor villain versus hero drill in which the villains would guard a fake bomb and the heroes would attempt to capture it. He clarified that if a hero touched the bomb or captured the villains with special capture tape, the heroes would win. If time ran out or the heroes were unable to succeed, the villains would. 괰ᴜ nodded silently and stored the rules in her head. Because Class 1A was uneven, All Might assigned her to Team I. ō introduced himself and, beside him, floating gloves indicated 괰ᴏᴜ, who had an invisibility quirk. 괰ᴏᴜ praised 괰ᴜ enthusiastically. Preferred to be called by her chosen name and said she wanted to watch the match instead of planning right then. She moved toward the monitors, ignoring the pair of curious eyes following her. Midoriya's hero costume drew a few private grimaces. It was an obvious homage to All Might but looked awkward to 괰ᴜ. Eager to focus on the exercise, Midoriya and Uraraka slipped through an unguarded window while All Might reminded the students to think carefully during the drill. As Midoriya and Uraraka walked the halls together, Bakugo suddenly leapt out and unleashed an explosion aimed at Midoriya. Midoriya dodged and pulled Uraraka out of harm's way. When the smoke cleared, part of Midoriya's mask was singed, and he flashed a glare at Bakugo. Midoriya pushed up despite the strain and explained that he had studied Bakugo's moves and was prepared for his usual opening attack. He then used a quick judo-style throw to flip Bakugo over his shoulder, knocking the wind out of him. Midoriya panted from the effort and told Bakugo that he had been watching him and analyzing heroes he admired. Bakugo stayed on the ground, fists clenched and eyes fixed on the floor, but the tension between them remained. Midoriya insisted that his nickname for Bakugo, Deku, did not mean useless. For him, it meant encouragement. Bakugo protested that he hated how Midoriya fought despite fear, small explosions sparking from his hands as he vented. Midoriya trembled but kept his guard up. The match between the childhood friends ended with Midoriya sustaining a serious arm injury that required a trip to the nurse. The intensity of the fight had damaged part of the building, and Midoriya's effort opened a large hole in the structure. Uraraka used that opening to reach the prop and secure victory for the heroes. Bakugo sat in the monitor room staring blankly at the floor, lost in his own thoughts. All Might then called for the next teams, Team B as the heroes and Team I as the villains, to compete in Battle Building B. The teams, including 괰ᴜ, with Team I, moved to the assigned building. Todoroki and Shoji remained outside while the others went in. Behind Ojiro, 괰ᴏᴜ, and 괰ᴜ stood the prop bomb. 괰ᴏᴜ announced she was going to get serious and removed her gloves and boots. As she did so, she vanished from sight. Ojiro pointed out that he could not see her even if he tried, prompting an embarrassed chuckle from 괰ᴏᴜ. 괰ᴜ placed a hand on her wooden sword and prepared to assist. Shoji, who could reproduce additional limbs, provided enhanced reach and sensory coverage, while Todoroki planned to use his ice quirk for a large-scale tactic. As predicted, a sudden sweep of ice coated the floors and walls. 괰ᴜ leapt to avoid being trapped, but her teammates were slower and became encased in the ice. Landing on the slick surface, 괰ᴜ struggled to keep her footing while 괰ᴏᴜ complained about her aching feet. Heavy footsteps approached as ice shards skittered and clattered across the corridor. 괰ᴜ took her bakken from her belt and held it with both hands. The student who had created the ice stepped into the room, casual and composed. Todoroki raised his right hand and noted that she had freed herself from the freezing trap. 괰ᴜ stared at him, keeping her wooden sword raised for defense. Todoroki moved to send a sheet of ice toward her, intending to immobilize her, but she instantly dodged and closed the distance between them. She swung the bakken down toward his back, forcing him to react and send more ice in her direction. 괰ᴏᴜ called out with concern, and 괰ᴜ assured her that she was fine while continuing to evade the attacks. Todoroki kept his focus locked on her movements. The girl then disappeared from view, surprising everyone in the room and those watching the monitor feed. Uraraka in the monitor room questioned how 괰ᴜ could move so quickly without a quirk. Others watching shared the same disbelief but held their questions. All Might observed the whole exchange, curious how the quirkless student would handle a recommended classmate. He was surprised to see her defend herself with no obvious trouble. Bakugo, already irritated from his own earlier match, grew angrier as he watched the monitors. 괰ᴜ brought the bakken down across Todoroki's back, forcing him off balance. Before he could fall, she caught him and gently laid him on the icy floor. Hagakure and Ojiro looked on in stunned silence. The Quirkless student had just bested one of the class's strongest. YN threw her bakken at Ojiro's feet and ordered someone to capture Shoji with capture tape. The force of the throw cracked the ice. Ojiro took the cue and broke free, moving past her as she retrieved her wooden sword and used it to free Hagakure from the ice as well. The girl with distinctive eyes listened to the invisible student's questions and thanks, then settled beside the limp Todoroki and rested his head on her lap, keeping him from lying directly on the cold surface. In the monitor room, viewers shivered at the cold and watched the aftermath. Mineta complained loudly about the situation. Azui promptly quelled him with a sharp rebuke. The students continued to discuss how YN could have moved so quickly without a quirk. Kaminari suggested she might be hiding it, while Kirishima defended her honesty. All Might pondered the turn of events, but his attention snapped back when he saw Shoji secured. He announced through the earpieces that the villain team had won. Chapter break. Kaminari mimicked the sounds of YN's decisive moves and praised her performance. Many students gathered around YN's desk to talk about the match, but she ignored them, staring blankly at her work. At that moment Midoriya opened the classroom door, drawing everyone's attention away from her. Students rushed over to greet him enthusiastically, complimenting his intensity from the match and how evenly he had fought with Bakugo. While the others surrounded Midoriya, YN packed her things and prepared to leave at the end of the day. She reached the door but found it already held open by Kaminari and Uraraka, who were balancing books. Not wanting to cause a scene, she pushed past them and hurried out of the UA building, hoping to avoid further encounters. Outside, she heard hurried footsteps and heavy breathing approaching. To remain unseen, she hid behind a pillar. Midoriya called out for Bakugo, and YN watched them as they stopped nearby. Midoriya began to speak and confessed that his quirk was something he had received from someone else, though he would not say who. He described it as feeling like a power from a comic book, something real but difficult to control, and admitted he still could not manage it fully. He explained that it felt like a borrowed power he had not yet made his own. Midoriya realized he had revealed more than intended and froze. Bakugo reacted with disbelief, dismissing the idea of a borrowed power as nonsense and asking what Midoriya was trying to accomplish. YN thought to herself that she should not be eavesdropping but continued to listen. Bakugo, visibly tensing with anger, insisted that losing today was nothing more than that and lashed out by comparing YN to Midoriya in a harsh remark about her victory. YN thought that even without a quirk she still wanted to fight. Watching the ice user, she felt she couldn't beat him and regretted having agreed with what someone with a ponytail had said. Bakugo pressed a hand to his face and turned his head up to the sky, his whole body trembling as if he might cry. He cursed repeatedly, his voice breaking with frustration. He told Midoriya that he was just getting started, shouting with tears on his cheeks. The hothead from Class 1A looked distraught over a student who had trouble using his power properly. Bakugo declared that he would become number 1, that he would pass Midoriya, the ice user, and the quirkless student, and that he would beat them all. Wiping his tears with his sleeve, he warned that they would not see him like that again and stalked off, still angry. After Bakugo had put some distance between them, Midoriya breathed a sigh of relief. All Might suddenly appeared and put his hands on Bakugo's shoulders, telling him that pride was important and that he had the abilities needed to become a pro. All Might encouraged him, but Bakugo demanded that All Might let go and insisted he would become a pro who surpassed even All Might without instruction. All Might looked surprised and withdrew his hands as Bakugo walked away, leaving the elder hero a little taken aback. While All Might and Midoriya talked, YN took the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Bakugo called out an insult about being quirkless, and she turned to find him leaning against a wall. He accused her of spying and demanded to know what she wanted, tiny explosions flickering at his palm. YN remained expressionless, which only annoyed him further. He scolded her for not showing emotion, but she said she had only been trying to leave. Bakugo shoved his hands into his pockets and warned her not to tell anyone he had been crying or there would be consequences. He also vowed to beat her when they fought. YN replied tersely and showed the same indifference she always did. Bakugo scoffed and stomped away. YN headed in the opposite direction, planning a quick stop at the candy store before going home. The next morning YN found herself swarmed by reporters at UA's entrance, microphones pressed into her face as they asked about All Might. She had been told weapons were permitted for her use if kept hidden from the public, so she kept a sword in the girls' locker room for emergencies. Pushing through the reporters with her shoulder, she ignored their persistence until another student drew their attention away. The UA barrier soon forced the media to stay outside, and YN made her way to class to keep to herself. When the bell rang, Aizawa entered and commended everyone for their efforts in the previous day's combat training, having reviewed the footage and outcomes. He admonished Bakugo to stop acting like a child, acknowledging the boy's talent. He addressed Midoriya about the recurring issue of breaking his arm and emphasized that control of his quirk must improve. Aizawa advised Midoriya to feel a sense of urgency and then turned to YN, reminding her to avoid knocking out her opponent next time even while acknowledging her good performance. Aizawa moved on to homeroom business and announced that they needed to decide on a class representative. The room erupted with students volunteering enthusiastically. Kirishima raised both hands, others chimed in that they wanted the role, and Mina tried to interject before being drowned out. Ida called for silence and spoke from his desk about the serious responsibility of leading others. He described the role as a calling that required trust and suggested holding an election to choose a leader democratically. Azui, who preferred to be called Tsu, questioned how they could trust each other after knowing one another for so short a time. Kirishima silently agreed. Ida argued that an election would reveal who was truly suitable by popular vote and sought Aizawa's opinion. Aizawa, wrapped in his yellow sleeping bag, made clear he did not care as long as they decided before homeroom ended, then tipped over and fell into a deep sleep. The class cheered at the decision, and Ida asked everyone to take a piece of paper and write down the name of who they believed should be the class representative. Students followed his lead and began writing. Kirishima tapped Kaminari on the back, and Kaminari turned, raising an eyebrow at the redhead. They exchanged whispers and then wrote their answers on their papers at the same time. YN kept her eyes on her paper for a long moment and, aiming for a sensible choice, wrote Tenya Ida's name because he was always trying to keep the class together. Aizawa collected the papers and tallied the votes. Midoriya Izuku received 3 votes, Yaoyorozu Momo received 2 votes, Ellen YN received 2 votes, and Tenya Ida received 1 vote. Midoriya jumped to his feet in surprise at having 3 votes. Bakugo slammed his hands on his desk and demanded to know who had voted for him. YN scanned the room and met 2 pairs of eyes, one yellow, one red, giggling like high school girls until they noticed her looking. Kirishima and Kaminari straightened and pretended not to have been caught. YN did not mind. She was fine letting Yaoyorozu take the deputy spot, since they were tied. Yaoyorozu had been secretly glancing over her shoulder at YN, silently hoping she would relinquish the deputy position. Ida looked down at his desk, dejected that he had only 1 vote, and muttered that he had only 1 vote. Yaoyorozu asked if he had voted for someone else. YN quietly called Yaoyorozu's name and offered her the spot. Yaoyorozu accepted gratefully and thanked her with obvious relief. Kaminari and Kirishima then revealed themselves as the ones who had voted for YN, looking away at once as if nothing had happened. YN let out a small, almost imperceptible sigh. They returned to their seats. Aizawa stood and called Midoriya and Yaoyorozu to the front, announcing that Midoriya would be class representative and Yaoyorozu would be deputy class representative. Midoriya trembled with nervousness at the new responsibility while Yaoyorozu remained composed and serious about her role. Tsu commented that the outcome might not be so bad. Uraraka approached with a tray of food and cheerfully offered YN a place at her table. YN glanced across the cafeteria, looking for someone in particular. She spotted Shinso meeting her gaze briefly before turning away. YN shook her head at Uraraka's offer and Uraraka pouted, asking her to sit with them tomorrow. Before Pling could answer, Uraraka had already moved to a table where Ida and Midoriya were sitting. YN walked to Shinso's table and sat down. Shinso smiled faintly when he noticed her, and they ate in comfortable silence for several minutes. A loud alarm cut through the cafeteria, announcing a level 3 security breach and instructing all students to evacuate outdoors immediately. Ḥinso rose quickly and grabbed ⴰ wrist, pulling her up and leading her into the corridor. She hurried to follow him, swallowing the rice in her mouth as students pushed and shouted around them. In the hallway the crowd surged and shoved them apart. ⴰ was shoved against a wall, and a hand landed near her head. She looked up into a pair of vermilion eyes filled with anger. Bakugo barreled into her and blamed the alarm, swearing under his breath. He tried to control himself, but his irritation was obvious. A familiar blue-haired student floated nearby thanks to Uraraka's support, and Ida activated the engines in his calves to move himself forward, flipping through the air until he slammed against a wall and grabbed a pipe to steady himself. He shouted reassurance that it was just the media, urging everyone to remain calm and act properly as UA students. His voice quieted the crowd and people stopped pushing. ⴰ called Bakugo's name without emotion. He noticed their proximity, panicked, and pulled away, his cheeks betraying a faint blush. He grabbed her collar briefly and threatened severe consequences if she told anyone, then released her, shoved his hands into his pockets, and stomped off in a huff. Ḥinso jogged back up to ⴰ and suggested they return to their table. They went back to find their food untouched. ⴰ sat across from Ḥinso and quietly resumed eating. Later, as the class turned its attention to selecting other officers, Midoriya trembled under the scrutiny of his classmates. Gathering himself, he stood and, with newfound confidence, declared that Ida Tenya would make the best class representative after all because he had a cool way of getting everyone's attention. Ida brightened at the endorsement, staring at Midoriya with wide eyes, while Midoriya looked down at the floor, unable to meet the class's gaze. Midoriya suggested that it would be best for Ida to do it. Kirishima agreed, gaining Ida's attention and noting that Midoriya had mentioned how helpful Ida had been in the cafeteria that day. Kaminari added that Ida had even looked like the person on the emergency exit signs. Aizawa deadpanned that they were wasting time, startling Midoriya, and made it clear he did not care who they chose as long as they hurried. The pro-hero lay back down to resume his sleep. Ida stood up straight and accepted the nomination, raising his right hand and placing the other over his chest to pledge that he would do his best to carry out the duties of class representative. Kirishima grinned, gave a thumbs up, and encouraged him, nicknaming him Emergency Exit. The classmates cheered and offered encouraging words, prompting Ida to smile. Aizawa then explained that today's basic hero training would be led by 3 instructors, All Might, himself, and 1 other person. Shiro asked what they would be doing, and Aizawa revealed a card labeled Rescue to indicate that the session would focus on rescue training, covering disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. The students buzzed with excitement despite not knowing where they were going. Aizawa added that students could decide whether to wear their hero costumes for this training and pressed a button to reveal the suitcases with the costumes, warning that some costumes might limit their abilities. He informed them that the training would take place off campus and that they would be traveling by bus. With that, he dismissed them to get ready and left the classroom. In the girls' locker room, Mina stayed by ⴰ's side and wondered aloud where they were going. ⴰ shrugged. Mina opened the locker room door and, rather than waiting politely, dragged ⴰ inside. The other girls were changing and urged ⴰ to get ready, insisting there was nothing to be embarrassed about since they were all girls. Feeling pressured but keeping a straight face, the dark-haired girl set down her suitcase and took out her costume, changing quickly into the Demon Slayer-style uniform. As she prepared to put on her haori, Yaoyorozu looked at the back of her shirt and asked about the word written there. ⴰ explained in a neutral tone that it read extermination, which made some of the other girls uneasy. Yaoyorozu hesitated and then apologized when Tsu intervened, reminding them that they should hurry before the rest of the class left. ⴰ quietly thanked Tsu for shifting the topic. In a locker, ⴰ had stored a sheathed sword. She retrieved it and secured it by wrapping it in her belt. They exited the locker room and met the boys at the front of UA already in their hero suits. Uraraka took ⴰ's hand and guided her over to Midoriya with a bright smile. Uraraka pointed out Midoriya's torn costume and explained that it had been damaged during combat training and was waiting for repairs from the support company. Midoriya glanced down at the joined hands and found himself awkward, while Uraraka blushed and quickly released her hand, apologizing profusely. Midoriya expressed that he had wanted to see 괰ᴏ in action during the previous fight and had been curious to take notes, recalling that everyone had been talking about it in class. Uraraka reminded him that he had missed seeing 괰ᴏ in her costume the last time, and both of them reacted when a loud whistle announced the time to board. Ida stood near the bus and called for Class 1A to gather, directing them to form 2 lines by student number 2. Make boarding smoother. Midoriya and Uraraka murmured that Ida was being very enthusiastic. When the bus doors opened, the students boarded and did not strictly form 2 lines. 괰ᴏ walked to the back and noticed the only seat left was next to Todoroki. She asked to sit there, and Todoroki agreed, then turned to look out the window. The bus began to move, and occasional turns caused them to bump into each other. 괰ᴏ paid little mind to the accidental contact, but Todoroki tried to hide a faint flush as he kept his gaze out the window. As they rode, Tsu introduced herself as Tsu and remarked to Midoriya that his quirk reminded her a little of All Might's, which surprised him and made his eyes widen. Midoriya stammered nervously in response. Kirishima interjected, pointing out that All Might did not seem to get hurt when he used his quirk, and the conversation moved on as the bus continued toward their off-campus rescue training. Midoriya observed that they looked similar, and when he sighed with relief, 괰ᴏ's thoughts tightened around a sudden realization. 괰ᴏ realized that Midoriya Izuku had been given All Might's quirk and wondered why she had not seen it sooner. Kirishima smiled and remarked that having a simple augmenting-type quirk made for flashy moves, then demonstrated by hardening his left arm to show his classmates. Midoriya's eyes lit up as he watched Kirishima's quirk and thought it looked very cool and pro-level. Aoyama sat with a confident smile and boasted that his naval laser was pro-level in both flashiness and strength. Mina, resting her hand on Aoyama's shoulder, commented that it could give him a stomachache, which made Aoyama's smile fade. Kirishima suggested that Todoroki and Bakugo were the flashiest and strongest, but then Tsu pointed out that 괰ᴏ should be on that list too, noting 괰ᴏ's speed and weapon skills as useful in hero work. Kaminari interjected that 괰ᴏ didn't actually have a quirk. Tsu countered that 괰ᴏ's moves were flashy enough to rank highly despite a monotone voice and straight face, and she asked Midoriya for his opinion. Midoriya stammered and then explained that considering 괰ᴏ's speed and strong attacks, she could become a hero. He added that if she encountered a villain who could defeat her while she was young it would be dangerous, but they would all grow and become stronger. He muttered to himself about Bakugo's temper making him unpopular, and Tsu echoed that sentiment, which provoked Bakugo to scowl and shout, gripping the bus seat in anger. Kaminari smirked and commented that Bakugo's personality was already widely known among them, which only made Bakugo more furious and prompted him to threaten Kaminari fiercely. Aizawa called for everyone to stop messing around as the bus pulled up in front of a large building. The students exited calmly, all except Bakugo, who continued to shout at Kaminari. Someone called out from nearby and drew attention. The pro-hero 13, known as the space hero and praised for rescuing people from disasters. Midoriya expressed admiration, and Uraraka expressed her fondness openly. 13 gestured toward the building and explained that it housed a training ground she had created with simulations of shipwrecks, landslides, fires, windstorms, and other disasters. She named it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. Kaminari smiled at the confirmation. Aizawa asked 13 where All Might was supposed to be, and 13 leaned in to whisper. 괰ᴏ strained to catch the words and realized that All Might had overworked on the way and had run out of time, so he was resting in the lounge. 13 also held up 3 fingers in the course of her explanation, which left 괰ᴏ briefly puzzled. 13 began addressing Class 1A and counted off awkwardly before focusing on explaining her quirk, Black Hole. She carefully described that anything she SCKED up could be turned to dust, and while the power could be useful for rescues, it also had the potential to be deadly. The students' smiles faded as she warned that many quirks in a superhuman society were strictly regulated because a single mistake could have fatal consequences. 13 reminded the class that Aizawa's physical fitness test had revealed the possibility of hidden powers in each of them, and that All Might's pair training had demonstrated the danger of using those powers against others. YN glanced at Bakugo, who returned the look instinctively and then gritted his teeth. Bakugo hissed at her not to stare. 13 bowed and expressed her hope that everyone would leave with the understanding that their powers were for helping others. The class applauded, and Aizawa began to move them into the exercise when the lights inside the USJ flickered and then cut out. Waterfalls that ran inside the facility began to pulse in and out with the light. A strange purple mist formed and expanded until it resembled a human shape. Aizawa's eyes widened at the intrusion, and a hand reached out from the mist as if from a portal. YN put her right hand on the hilt of her sword, ready to draw it. She had a feeling this intrusion was not part of the training, since Aizawa's surprise was genuine. Aizawa shouted for everyone to gather and stay still while telling 13 to protect the students. Kirishima peered at the portal and wondered aloud if the situation resembled the surprise entrance exam where the lesson had already started. A dozen figures stepped through the portal, many showing physical quirks that altered their appearances. Aizawa warned them not to move, tightened his scarf, and pulled on his yellow goggles to shield his eyes and conceal where he was looking. He warned that those were real villains. The first of the intruders, who appeared to be their leader, stepped forward and noted that only 13 and Aizawa were present. A student mentioned that the teacher's schedule they'd received said All Might was also supposed to be there. Aizawa moved into a defensive stance and remarked that the recent trespassing had been the work of the same scoundrels. The blue-haired villain, whose hands covered much of his body and face, demanded where All Might was and taunted that perhaps they could provoke him by creating chaos. Aizawa's hair and scarf began to float as the students behind him murmured among themselves, refusing to believe villains could have gotten in. Yaoyorozu asked 13 about the trespasser sensors, and 13 replied that they had them, but there were complications. Todoroki pointed out that if the sensors had failed only in this area, it suggested someone with a quirk capable of interference, and that the attack had been carefully planned. Aizawa walked forward and instructed 13 to start the evacuation and to try calling the school. He warned that the villains had something to counteract the sensors and suggested someone with a radio wave-type quirk might be interfering. He then told Kaminari to try contacting the school with his quirk, and Kaminari agreed. Midoriya voiced concern about Aizawa fighting alone against so many villains, and Aizawa responded that a hero could not rely on a single trick and entrusted the evacuation to 13 before launching himself into the fray, his scarf trailing in his hands. Aizawa sprinted toward the villains and used his quirk to erase their powers. The attackers froze in shock when their abilities failed, and Aizawa took advantage of their confusion to bind several of them in his scarf and neutralize them. Even those with physical quirks were subdued without much trouble. Class 1A began heading for the exit, but YN waited for Midoriya to move. YN called for Midoriya in a flat tone. Midoriya snapped out of his thoughts, nodded, and ran to join her as they made their way toward the exit. Just before they could reach safety, a familiar mist rose from the ground and blocked every path. The mist declared that it would not let them leave and introduced itself as the League of Villains. One of the figures announced that they had barged into UA High School intending to force All Might, the symbol of peace, into his last moments. Yellow eyes glowed in the mist and sent a chill through the students. While 13 prepared to use her quirk, 2 students launched an attack that sent up a thick cloud of smoke, covering the villain's vision. In the smoke, Kirishima activated his quirk and challenged the attackers, asking if they had considered being beaten before they could complete their plan. YN thought their move foolish, gripped her sword, and held it at the ready while Midoriya stood beside her with fear written across his face. When the smoke cleared, the mist remained untouched. One of the villains complimented the students as promising targets despite their youth. 13 ordered 2 students to move away, and YN stepped in front of Bakugo and Kirishima, raising her sword to protect them. The mist threatened to scatter and break the students, but the wording of that threat and its tone were met with resistance. The mist closed around them and produced a cold, disorienting sensation that made many students feel nauseous and as if they were falling. Kirishima seized YN's wrist and refused to let go, anchoring them both through the sensation. They were transported to an old, ruined building, likely the collapse zone of the USA. A variety of villains lunged at ꜰᴏᴜᴜ and Bakugo, but Bakugo sneered at their weakness and sent one flying with a kick. ꜰᴜᴜ struck another with the handle of her sword. Bakugo then detonated multiple explosions, slamming villains against a wall, while Kirishima defeated a swordsman in close combat. Within moments, the attacking villains were knocked out. Bakugo and Kirishima panted as they caught their breath, while ꜰᴜᴜ remained composed and unemotional. Opponents that weak did not faze her. Bakugo, unsatisfied, urged them to move quickly to help the others. Kirishima looked for ꜰᴜᴜ and realized she was no longer with them. She had already gone to the plaza where Aizawa was facing the main villains. At the center of the plaza, Aizawa confronted a large, unnerving creature. The beast looked unnatural, with unsettling exposed features, and Aizawa's elbow showed signs of injury from the struggle. The creature taunted that it was not the final boss. As the creature prepared to strike, ꜰᴜᴜ stepped forward and clashed her sword against the villain's hand, struggling to hold her ground. The blue-haired, hand-covered villain demanded to know who she was. Aizawa grabbed ꜰᴜᴜ with his scarf and placed her aside, warning that this was not a fight for students. ꜰᴜᴜ watched as the creature pushed Aizawa to the ground, and she called out his name sharply but without much outward emotion. The hand-covered villain explained to Aizawa that the creature was a bioengineered Nomu created as an anti-symbol of peace, and the Nomu uttered a harsh, animal-like cry. ꜰᴜᴜ readied her sword again. The mist reformed and revealed Shigaraki Tamura. Shigaraki asked Kurogiri whether 13 had been taken out, and Kurogiri admitted that he had incapacitated 13 but had been unable to disperse all of the students, allowing one to escape. Shigaraki hummed and then began to pace, scratching his neck as he gathered speed and irritation. He told Kurogiri that if Kurogiri were not a warp gate, he would have destroyed him. Shigaraki acknowledged that they could not defeat dozens of professional heroes and sighed that the operation was a failure. He announced that it was over this time and suggested they retreat. He turned to Kurogiri, defeated, and indicated that they should withdraw. Shigaraki turned away and faced Midoriya, Tsu, and Mineta in the water, announcing that before they left he would smash some of All Might's pride as the symbol of peace. The three had no time to react as Shigaraki appeared before them with his hand extended. ꜰᴜᴜ rushed forward to stop him. Shigaraki placed a hand on Tsu's face, but it had no effect. He muttered that Eraserhead was impressive, but ꜰᴜᴜ kicked him away before he could finish. He rolled, grunting, and when he stood she stood directly in front of him, sword ready. Shigaraki moved aside and noted that it was her again. He lunged to disintegrate ꜰᴜᴜ, but she kicked his hand away from his wrist while holding her sword with both hands and told him to go away in a flat voice. She kicked him again, sending him back into the fountain. He coughed as his back hit the stone and glared at her. Shigaraki rushed at her again, pulling his hand back to use his quirk. ꜰᴜᴜ prepared to deflect, but Midoriya reacted differently. He called her name, powered up his quirk, and swung at Shigaraki, sending a cloud of dust and wind rippling through the building. Midoriya whispered to himself that his arm did not feel broken. When the fog cleared, the Nomu stood before Midoriya, unfazed by his strike. Shigaraki commented that Midoriya moved well and asked if he followed All Might, then ordered the Nomu to kill the boy and capture the girl. The Nomu grabbed Midoriya's wrist and raised its other hand as if to strike his head, while Shigaraki prepared to disintegrate Tsu and Mineta. ꜰᴜᴜ looked between the three classmates, torn and unable to save them all. This was the first time in years she had shown any emotion, and she feared that anyone seeing it would only lead to disaster. Her breaths quickened, she clutched her chest, and her sword clattered to the ground as her vision blurred while she kept looking between Midoriya, Tsu, and Mineta. An explosion announced All Might's arrival. ꜰᴜᴜ looked up through her blurry vision as All Might declared that he was there. His usual toothy smile had been replaced by a serious frown. Shigaraki's distraction gave ꜰᴜᴜ the chance to free Midoriya from the Nomu's grasp and move him to safety, then quickly shoved Tsu and Mineta aside as well. Shigaraki peered through the fingers of the plastic hands covering his face while All Might explained that he had come because he had a feeling and had torn himself away from a conversation with the principal. Students sighed in relief at All Might's arrival. Shigaraki told All Might that he had been waiting and spat an insult at him. All Might tossed his yellow jacket aside and the rush of force knocked many villains surrounding Aizawa off their feet. All Might carried the wounded hero carefully, and 괰ᴜ calmed back into her usual composed state. All Might moved past Shigaraki, gathering the students including 괰ᴜ, and instructed everyone to head for the entrance, leaving Aizawa in the student's care because he was unconscious. Midoriya hoisted Aizawa over his shoulder to take him to safety. Shigaraki covered his face and muttered that things were no good, apologizing to his father as he picked up the plastic hand and placed it back on his face, claiming the pro-hero had struck him while saving others and that he could not follow the pro-hero with his eyes. Midoriya warned that the Nomu had taken a heavy hit without reacting. The creature had not even twitched from a blow that had nearly broken his arm. All Might cut him off with a reassuring smile and a calming gesture. Midoriya hesitated but ultimately followed the others toward the stairs, with 괰ᴜ among them. 괰ᴜ glanced back at the fight. All Might tried to attack Shigaraki but the Nomu intercepted and shrugged off the blows, absorbing punch after punch. Shigaraki suggested targeting a weak point if they wanted to damage the Nomu. All Might accepted the information and moved behind the Nomu, flipping it over and sending it crashing into the ground. A cloud of dust rose and when it cleared, All Might found himself in a tight predicament. The Nomu, retreating through a portal, had grabbed him and pinned him in a painful hold. A nearby villain continued to speak, but 괰ᴜ focused entirely on All Might's struggle as he tried to pry the Nomu off. From the corner of her eye, 괰ᴜ saw Midoriya sprint toward All Might to help, only for a purple mist to appear. Midoriya's eyes widened as the portal threatened to pull him in. Suddenly Bakugo arrived, launching explosions at the mist and shouting for Midoriya to move. Bakugo forced Kurogiri to the floor by pinning a metal device around its neck, halting the portal's pull. Todoroki made his entrance, freezing the ground and part of the Nomu. He remarked that all he had heard was that they were here to kill All Might, and looked down at the creature. All Might had already freed himself from the Nomu's hold and landed beside Todoroki. 괰ᴜ ran toward Shigaraki, ready to strike. Kirishima had the same idea and leapt to attack the villain, but Shigaraki moved back to dodge, only getting grazed on the arm by 괰's sword. Kirishima complained that he had not gotten to show off. 괰 told him not to worry and to keep fighting, keeping a straight face as she prepared to strike again. Kirishima nodded and matched her timing, attacking when she allowed it. They returned to the students who were engaging the villains. Bakugo kept Kurogiri pinned to the ground and taunted him to stop acting so stuck up. Todoroki looked up and reminded everyone that the symbol of peace could not be killed by the likes of them. Midoriya looked around, wiped away his tears, and stared at Shigaraki with renewed determination, calling out to his friends. A villain warned Kurogiri that their exit and entrance had been overcome and that they were in a pinch. Bakugo sneered and pointed out Kurogiri's limitation. Only some of his body could turn into a misty warp gate, and the fog merely covered the gate, not his actual body. Bakugo threatened to blow Kurogiri up if he moved suspiciously. Kirishima nervously commented that Bakugo's behavior wasn't very hero-like. Shigaraki stood perfectly still and observed that, aside from capturing them, the heroes were almost all uninjured. He scoffed at how impressive young heroes seemed these days and then looked down at the Nomu. He called the creature forward. The frozen portion of the Nomu crumbled and it attempted to stand. Ice fell away and it regenerated almost instantly. All Might warned everyone to stay back. All Might questioned whether shock absorption was the Nomu's quirk. Shigaraki explained that he had not said that was all the Nomu had. This was super regeneration. He stated that the Nomu had been modified to take them at full strength and functioned as a super efficient human sandbag. 괰's classmates moved into battle stances while Shigaraki ordered the Nomu to retrieve their gate. The Nomu disappeared, or at least it appeared to others that it had. All Might and 괰 were not affected by the Nomu's speed, but the sudden motion startled the number one hero. The girl took action and clashed her sword with the Nomu's fist as it moved toward Baku. Unbeknownst to her, All Might had already moved Bakugo out of harm's way. The force of the Nomu's punch sent shockwaves through the area and pushed the students back. The girl struggled a little under the force but held her ground. Shigaraki laughed and noted with sarcasm that it was impressive the students could match the Nomu's strength, praising All Might's students. He scratched his neck as Kurogyari slipped free and appeared beside him. Midoriya shouted in alarm about Bakugo and 괰ᴜ, marveling that Bakugo had dodged. Bakugo snapped back at Midoriya and stood up, insisting he had not dodged. Kirishima muttered and then shouted for 괰ᴜ. Her hands shook as she tried to cut into the Nomu. A small gash formed on its fist but instantly closed as it regenerated. 괰ᴜ jumped and stamped the heel of her foot down on the Nomu's head. The Nomu's chin struck the ground hard enough to dent it. She did her best to keep the creature down, but its strength was overwhelming. All Might called out 괰's name and ran toward the battle. She said that she could handle herself and urged him to fight the villain, then backflipped and landed beside Midoriya and the others. All Might charged at Shigaraki and attempted to land a hit. The Nomu moved to protect Shigaraki, intercepting All Might and delivering a heavy punch that sent the hero into a wall. Dust filled the air as All Might was driven back. Midoriya stepped forward calling for All Might, but 괰 grabbed his wrist and stopped him. She told him not to rush in, released his wrist, and turned her attention back to the fight. Midoriya, distracted, realized he had missed the warmth from her touch without quite understanding why. When the dust settled, All Might was shown shielding his face with his hands. Scratches marked his arms from the hit he had taken. He rebuked Shigaraki about holding back. Shigaraki pointed out Midoriya and the other students' attempts to fight him and contemptuously declared that violence for the sake of others could be seen as admirable or villainous depending on the world's labels. He voiced his anger at a world that decided what was good and bad by those labels. Todoroki noted the numbers, pointing out that it was 3 against 6. Midoriya clenched his fists and urged that if they supported All Might they could push the villains back. Bakugo and 괰 remained quiet, watching Midoriya. Kirishima readied his hardened arms and argued that if they backed up All Might they could force the villains to retreat. All Might stepped forward and ordered the civilians to run away, stretching out his arms to protect them. Todoroki raised his hand, prepared to fire ice, and All Might thanked him for the earlier support, admitting things would have been worse without it. Midoriya looked down at the darkening stain on All Might's shirt and worried about time, but All Might gave a reassuring thumbs up. Shigaraki ordered Nomu and Kurogyari to bring All Might down while he dealt with the children. He surged toward the kids shrouded in a dark aura. Shigaraki then froze with wide eyes, shocked. All Might and the Nomu clashed fists, sending a shock wave through the area. 괰 and the others were pushed back by the winds and forced to crouch down. The girl, however, managed to resist enough to remain standing. Midoriya reacted in disbelief that it had turned into a head-on fist fight, his hair blown back by the gale. No one could get close to the pair, not even 괰, which left her quietly frustrated. Every punch blurred from the sheer speed of the exchange. All Might pushed Nomu back, digging into the ground and kicking up clouds of dirt. The number 1 hero's shouts were muffled by the chaos as the two combatants were thrown into the air and kept fighting. All Might slammed Nomu into the ground, creating a massive crater. Most of the students were stunned as All Might landed the final blow. All Might called out his catchphrase, "Go beyond plus ultra," sending Nomu flying out of the USJ in vibrations through the ground. 괰 let out a quiet sigh and stared at the ground with her usual blank expression. All Might's shirt hung torn as he placed a hand over his chest. Lost in her own thoughts, she barely registered what the pro-hero was saying. Shigaraki trembled with anger, glaring at All Might from behind the hand covering his face, and demanded whether the man had lied to him about being weakened. All Might challenged the villains, calling on them to come at him, and gave Shigaraki a dark glare. The blue-haired boy took a few fearful steps back. When 괰 finally looked up, she noticed steam rising from All Might's body, which Midoriya also observed. Midoriya's face was wide-eyed and disturbed, while 괰 stayed more reserved. Shigaraki scratched his neck violently, and his movements drew concern from Kurogyari, who signaled for him to stop. Side villains who had been knocked down earlier began to rise and surround 괠 and her classmates. Kirishima urged everyone to trust that All Might would handle the villains and to go help the other students. Todoroki checked back on Midoriya, sensing that the green-haired boy was lost in thought as he stared at All Might. 괠 noticed that All Might was injured and bleeding from the mouth. Shigaraki, shouting that this was revenge for Nomu, charged at All Might as the mist swelled into a portal. Just as Shigaraki reached toward All Might, Midoriya and 괠 intervened. Midoriya powered up his right arm and ordered everyone to get away from All Might. 괠 widened her eyes as Shigaraki moved his hand through Kurogyri, who had positioned himself in front of Midoriya. She gripped her sword handle. Shigaraki muttered that she was foolish after 괠 blocked his palm with the sword, but the blade disintegrated into a small pile of ash on the ground. Shigaraki then aimed his hand at 괠 as she stared down at the ruined weapon with an unreadable expression. She couldn't react in time. The sudden loss of her sword left her vulnerable, and for a moment she feared this might be the end. Shigaraki smirked and thought the situation was already decided. Suddenly, multiple gunshots rang out, striking Shigaraki's hand. A small animal entered with several heroes and announced their arrival, apologizing for being late and explaining they had gathered everyone immediately available. Ida Tenya declared his return as the Class 1A representative, his voice echoing through the USJ. From the entrance, weakened villains surged again, trying to attack. Present Mike activated his quirk, projecting powerful sound that sent many villains flying. Other heroes began using their quirks as well, and within seconds a large portion of the villains were knocked out. Shigaraki stepped back, clutching his injured hand and realizing the situation had turned against them. Bullets struck Kurogyri, wounding him and bringing him down, but he used his mist to cover Shigaraki and block further fire. Shigaraki tried to escape with Kurogyri, and a vacuum-type quirk activated nearby, pulling in some of the mist. Several students surprised the user as she continued to operate her quirk. Even with those efforts, Shigaraki slipped through the portal Kurogyri had created and vanished. When the mist cleared, a hush fell over the scene. 괠 crouched and picked at some of the ash where her sword once had been. Her sword was gone. She balled her hand into a tight fist and, with a brief sharp pinch, cut her palm slightly before letting the ash fall from her hand. Nearby, Midoriya lay on the ground having used his quirk to propel himself forward faster, now suffering from severely injured legs. He whispered that he hadn't been able to do anything. Kirishima ran up to check on him but was stopped by a barrier. The pro-hero 괰 stepped forward and announced that they wanted to ensure all students were safe and instructed everyone to gather in front of the gate, saying the injured would be handled there. Kirishima nodded and ran to the stairs to help gather everyone. 괠 glanced suspiciously at the barrier and then at 괰 before beginning to walk away with the others. Kirishima hurried past Todoroki and Bakugo and urged them to assemble at the front gate. The students climbed the stairs, with 괠 falling behind as she remained preoccupied by her thoughts and unaware that most of her classmates were already at the top. When she went outside, the sunlight stung her eyes and she kept her gaze on the ground. A policeman reviewed a list and reported that, aside from the boy with both legs seriously injured, everyone else appeared to be unharmed. A familiar yellow-haired classmate called out 괠's name, leaned on her shoulder, and told her that the sheer number of villains had been overwhelming. Kaminari smirked and claimed that he had defeated most of them. Jiraiya chuckled and teased that he had reverted to his dumb state, casting a sidelong glance at him. Kaminari protested, furrowed his brow, and pouted as he asked 괠 where she had been, explaining that he had been in the mountain zone with Jiraiya and Yaoyorozu. 괠 answered briefly that she had been in the collapse zone and looked away, prompting a nervous laugh from Kaminari. Aoyama then appeared, grinning and asking where anyone thought he had been. After getting no response, he drifted off to chat with another group of students. A detective approached and instructed the students to return to their classrooms for the moment, saying they would not be questioned immediately. Tsu stepped forward, worry evident in her voice, and asked about Mr. Aizawa. The detective reported that Aizawa had suffered several fractures to his arms and face, and noted that while there was no brain damage, injuries around his eyes could put his vision at risk. Mina then asked about 13. The detective reassured everyone that 13 would survive despite taking serious damage. He added that All Might would also survive and that Recovery Girl's treatment would heal him fully. When Ida asked about Midoriya, the detective confirmed that Midoriya would recover as well and directed the students to return to their classrooms. Ida organized the line and led them toward the bus. The ride back to UA was short, but it gave YN enough time to think. She concluded that All Might and Midoriya were hiding something, most likely Midoriya's quirk, and that the main villains Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and the Nomu would likely return. Since Shigaraki had said the Nomu were created to defeat All Might, it seemed probable they could produce more. When the students returned to their classroom, changed back into their UA uniforms, and were told they could leave, YN packed her things and walked out of the building alone. She walked home, certain that UA High School was going to be a hectic adventure. After the USJ incident, the students of Class 1A were given 2 days off. YN spent those days training. It was a relief to be away from the constant headaches of classroom drama. When classes resumed, the students gathered in the classroom and talked about the USJ events and the news. In the back left corner, the conversation was different. Kaminari had been pestering YN for her contact information for several minutes while she focused on the tune playing in her headphones. Kirishima stepped in, placed a hand on Kaminari's shoulder, and suggested that they leave YN alone since she clearly did not want to be bothered. Kaminari glanced at Kirishima and then back at YN but continued pleading for her number. Ida intervened loudly, demanding that Kaminari and Kirishima take their seats because homeroom was about to start. Kirishima pulled the grumbling Kaminari away and sat down beside him, while Ida assumed his seat with his back perfectly straight. YN removed her headphones, disconnected them from her phone, and stowed both in her bag. The homeroom door slid open to reveal Aizawa standing in the doorway, bandages covering much of his face and arms. The students reacted with a chorus of shocked voices as Aizawa walked silently to the podium. Ida raised his hand to ask about Aizawa's condition while Uraraka murmured in shock. Aizawa made it clear that his own well-being was not the most important matter and warned that the fight was not over yet. He told the class that the UA Sports Festival was approaching. Some students responded that the sports festival was a normal school event, but Gyro raised the concern that holding such an event so soon after the villain's intrusion might be risky. Ojiro agreed, wondering what would happen if the villains attacked again. Aizawa explained that the decision to proceed was meant to show that UA's crisis management was strong. The festival would demonstrate that the school would not be intimidated by villain attacks. He said security would be increased significantly compared to the previous year. Aizawa continued, emphasizing that the sports festival was a major opportunity to be recognized as future heroes and that it attracted attention from pro-heroes and scouts. The event, he noted, was one of Japan's largest stages for aspiring heroes. After his briefing, he dismissed homeroom. Several classes later, it was lunchtime and nearly every conversation revolved around the upcoming sports festival. YN found the prospect nerve-wracking. A major event that could determine the course of her hero career felt overwhelming. She left the noisy conversations and walked to the cafeteria to meet Shinso, who sat alone at the corner table as usual. YN grabbed a plastic fork in her lunch, then took the seat across from him. Shinso, who had expected her, did not need to look up to know she had arrived and continued quietly eating. After finishing a mouthful, he looked up and asked if she was excited for the sports festival. YN admitted that she supposed she was, but confessed she did not know what to expect since she had never seen the festival before. Shinso reacted with surprise at that admission. A male student told her that it was obvious and asked how she had not seen it. YN replied that she usually spent her free time doing other things instead of sitting in front of a screen, which made Shinso react with a deadpan expression. She added that she already had all the information she needed from her teacher and her extremely loud classmates. The boy mumbled and went back to eating his food. YN found herself unknowingly eating faster. The same boy asked if she was okay. She looked up, nodded, and gave him a look that asked why he was worried. He pointed out that she was chewing very quickly, and she finally slowed down after he mentioned it. Half of her lunch was already finished when she noticed. YN stood up, picked up her tray, and threw the rest of the food away in a nearby trash can. Before the boy could say anything else, she walked away. Shinso watched her go and noted her sudden departure. YN walked over to Ida and Uraraka, who were standing in line to get their food. Ida called her by her family name, and she cut him off by saying she preferred to be called YN. She asked where Midoriya was with a tone that sounded more like a demand than a question. Uraraka answered that Midoriya had left to eat with All Might, though they did not know exactly where. YN nodded and walked away toward the teacher's lounge, hoping All Might would be there. YN knocked on the door a few times. Present Mike opened it and asked what was wrong. She told him she needed to speak to All Might. Present Mike pointed to a few rooms down and said All Might should be in one of them. YN hurried in that direction while Present Mike went back into the lounge. Inside the room, Midoriya and All Might were surprised by the sudden knock and began to panic. Midoriya was especially nervous since All Might was not in his usual large form. All Might moved to calm him and shifted into his large, heroic form before opening the door. He greeted YN with his usual smile and asked what brought her here. YN stated in a flat voice that she knew Midoriya was there and needed to talk to both of them. All Might attempted to postpone the conversation, but YN insisted on speaking right away. She pushed All Might lightly aside and walked into the room. Midoriya sat on a couch with wide eyes while All Might closed the door and positioned himself between YN and Midoriya. All Might asked what she needed. YN calmly revealed that she knew their secret. The room fell silent for a moment before Midoriya stammered that he did not understand what she was referring to. YN explained that she believed All Might and Midoriya shared something important, and she suspected it involved their quirks. Midoriya protested nervously that he and All Might could not share quirks and tried to explain himself, but All Might placed a hand on his shoulder to quiet him. All Might admitted he could not keep it from her and then reverted to his thinner form, which startled YN only briefly. He sat across from Midoriya and asked YN to take a seat. YN sat beside Midoriya and asked how he had known she would find out. She expressed hope that she had not been too obvious. All Might answered that she was closer to Midoriya than most students, that he had overheard Midoriya mention having a borrowed quirk, and that comparisons among classmates had made things clear. He also said he had had a feeling something was amiss. YN added that her classmates were unlikely to figure it out, so they did not need to worry. Midoriya whispered to All Might, asking what they should do. All Might laughed in his large form, struck a heroic pose, and noted that Midoriya's high exam ranking made sense. Returning to his thinner form, he brushed at his lips where he had a small smear and explained he could not maintain his larger form for long. Then he confirmed to YN that he had transferred his quirk to Midoriya. He emphasized that the information had to remain a secret. YN agreed and, having gotten what she came for, stood up and said goodbye. Midoriya called after her, thanking her for keeping the secret and offering a soft smile. YN hummed in response and left. As she closed the door, the UA bell rang for the next class. YN hurried back to her classroom because she did not want Midoriya or anyone to walk to class with her. She reached her seat and put in her headphones, tuning out the conversations as students filled the room. The class began. At the end of the day, YN headed toward the large exit door, intent on leaving quickly to avoid conversations. When she slid the door open, a large crowd of students blocked their way. Uraraka called out in surprise, clutching her backpack straps. Ida stepped forward and asked the crowd what business they had with Class 1A. Mineta complained that they could not get out and demanded to know what the crowd wanted. Despite his small body, Mineta had a surprisingly loud voice. YN thought blankly that she did not have time for this and glanced around the crowd, noticing a familiar mop of purple hair. She turned the other way and ignored him, hoping he would not notice. Bakugo, unusually calm for once, shoved her aside and told Mineta that they were scouting out the enemy. He added that they were the ones who had made it out of the villain attack and that people were probably curious about them before the sports festival. He walked toward the group, staring down at the students in front and scowling as he dismissed them as extras. No one moved. Back in the classroom, many students reacted to Bakugo's rude remarks, with Ida insisting that Bakugo could not call strangers extras. From the crowd, Ḥinso spoke up that he had come to see what the famous Class 1A was like, but found them arrogant, and he pushed people aside to move forward. Ḥinso asked if all the Hero Corps students were like this, which further irked Bakugo and deepened his scowl. 괰ᴏ decided she needed to leave. She stepped forward intending to shove past other students, but a sudden hand caught her wrist. Kaminari pulled on her wrist and complained that she still had not given him her number, then sighed when she refused to move. The attention frustrated 괰ᴏ. She jerked her hand free and told him she did not want to give it to him and to leave her alone. Kaminari stood firm, insisting he would not let go until she gave him her number. Fortunately for 괰ᴏ, Ḥinso began talking again and drew attention away. Before she could move, someone stole her bag from her shoulder. When 괰ᴏ turned, she saw Mina already rummaging through it. 괰ᴏ demanded that Mina give it back. Mina refused and teased that she wanted 괰ᴏ's phone number too. 괰ᴏ reached for the bag, but Kaminari and Kirishima restrained her. Kirishima apologized that they had been told to hold her, still holding her wrist. Mina found 괰ᴏ's phone and announced that she had it, then tried to get the password. When she realized the phone had face recognition, Mina held it to 괰ᴏ's face until it unlocked. A moment later a ring came from Mina's bag and she said she had 괰ᴏ's number, sticking her tongue out playfully. Mina rummaged through the bag, remarking on the chapstick, headphones, and books and calling them boring. 괰ᴏ protested that the search was an invasion of privacy and told Mina to stop. Mina groaned and kept looking until she picked up an object shaped like fire, its metal-colored red, yellow, and orange with a slit down the middle. 괰ᴏ ordered Mina to put it back. Mina disobeyed, turning the sword guard over in her hand and asking how 괰ᴏ had come by it. Mina smirked and teased about a secret admirer, prompting 괰ᴏ to lose her temper. 괰ᴏ yelled Mina's name, drawing the attention of classmates, and demanded that Mina put the object down. Startled, Mina dropped the sword guard. 괰ᴏ gasped, freed her wrist from Kaminari and Kirishima, and, in a blink, caught the falling object before it hit the ground. She returned it to her bag, slung the strap over her shoulder, and gathered the other items Mina had pulled out. Mina began to apologize, but 괰ᴏ glared at her with a controlled, furious stare. 괰ᴏ told her to leave her alone and pushed past the students in the crowd, not stopping for those who stumbled. Her classmates watched in stunned silence. Mina murmured that she did not mean to cause trouble. For the next 14 days 괰ᴏ trained intensely during every spare moment to take her mind off the incident. She practiced before and after school and had a few extra swords made. At last the day of the sports festival arrived. The campus was crowded with stalls selling food and merchandise, but the first-year classes waited in small rooms branching off the UA arena. Like the other classes, Class 1A had its own preparation room, and every first year wore the UAPE uniform. 괰ᴏ had been granted permission after filling out a form to wear a belt to hold her sword sheath and a spare sword. She stood silently in the back corner of the room. After the confrontation with Mina 2 weeks earlier, classmates were wary of approaching her. Anyone who tried was met with a harsh glare or ignored entirely. Ida slid the preparation room door open and asked if everyone was ready, announcing that they would be entering soon. The students began to prepare nervously. Todoroki walked up to Midoriya. 괰ᴏ declared that, looking at things objectively, she believed she was stronger than Midoriya. Midoriya reacted with shock and hesitation. 괰ᴏ then noted that All Might had his eye on Midoriya and told Todoroki that she intended to beat him, adding that she did not mean to pry. Kaminari teased that the best student in the class was making a declaration of war. Kirishima approached Todoroki and asked why he was picking a fight so suddenly, reminding him that the event was about to start. Todoroki said they were not there to play at being friends and walked away. Midoriya admitted that he did not know what Todoroki meant by challenging him but acknowledged that Todoroki was better. Finding the conversation dull, 괰ᴏ slipped out of view and left the room. A few minutes before the sports festival officially began, 괰ᴏ felt confident that whatever obstacle lay ahead she would overcome it and place first. Mina approached her and apologized profusely for touching an item that mattered to 괰ᴏ, explaining that she had not realized its importance and wanted to make amends. YN stared at her and explained that taking her number without consent and handling her belongings had been disrespectful. Mina, eyes glossy and hands shaking, promised she would not do it again and asked to be forgiven. YN agreed to try forgiving her, but warned that Mina had to promise not to repeat the behavior. Mina eagerly accepted the condition and hugged YN, celebrating that they were friends again. YN muttered that she would not go that far, but Mina did not hear. Present mic appeared on a large screen to announce the start of the UA Sports Festival, and the crowd roared. YN and a classmate took this as their cue to leave the hallway and arrived at the entrance of the tunnel leading to the field, where the rest of Class 1A had gathered. The class entered the field together and were introduced as the Fierce Hero Course, Class 1A, earning cheers from the stands. Midnight, the hero in a striking uniform, stepped forward to lead the player pledge and waved a black and dark red pom-pom. She named YN as the student representative from Class 1A. YN refused to take the role. Midnight explained that a representative was required and then announced that the new representative would be Bakugo Katsuki, second place in the entrance exam and also from Class 1. Bakugo reacted with visible anger, strode to the microphone, and pledged that he would be number 1. YN ignored the crowd's response and held Bakugo's gaze, which he took as acceptance of his challenge. Bakugo's confident declaration drew boos from the audience, which he met with a dismissive thumbs down. Midnight then introduced the first game, explaining that the opening challenge would be an obstacle race. A screen behind her displayed the details. Participants would follow a roughly 4-kilometer dirt path around the festival grounds, and as long as they remained in bounds, anything was allowed. The students gathered at the narrow starting tunnel beneath 3 green lights that counted down. When the lights changed, the race began and the crowd surged forward. The narrow space forced students to push and squeeze past each other. YN stayed toward the back to avoid being crushed, then launched into a plan. She dashed forward, leapt onto the wall, and ran along it with an agility that looked pulled from a manga, using the wall to propel herself onto the dirt track ahead of most competitors. Present Mike commented on YN's early lead and cautioned that obstacles were coming. As soon as her shoes hit the ground, the surface became slick with ice. YN glanced over her shoulder and saw Todoroki close behind, sliding on a trail of ice he had created. Several other students, mostly from Class 1, followed him. YN adjusted her pace to conserve stamina while remaining faster than most of the field. From behind Todoroki, Mineta shouted that he would use his special attack and grabbed a purple sphere from his head, preparing to act. One of the entrance exam robots, the 0-point unit, struck Mineta and sent him rolling away. The bright red camera that served as its eye focused on the students and indicated that a target had been acquired. The announcers explained that obstacles had appeared, beginning with the first barrier, Robo Inferno. YN scoffed as a 0-point robot tried to swipe at her. In a quick motion she sliced through the robot's arm and slipped under its legs. A loud crash sounded just behind her. Todoroki froze an entire robot, disabling it and clearing a path. The machine toppled, startling many participants. The announcer proclaimed that LN and Todoroki Shoto, both from Class 1A, were leading, praising YN for slicing off the Robo Inferno's arm while Todoroki both attacked and defended in a single maneuver. One student urged everyone to push forward toward the fallen robot, but the upper half of the machine detached cleanly and collapsed. The announcer noted the unexpected turn and wondered when YN had made that decisive cut. YN's hair swayed as she ran quickly and silently, focused only on what lay ahead. She reached the second obstacle, tall rock pillars scattered across an open ravine, connected by thin ropes. Looking down revealed nothing but an endless fall. The announcer warned that the second obstacle would be harder and that falling meant elimination. YN narrowed her emerald eyes, considered her approach for a moment, and dashed forward. She jumped high, landed on a thick rope that wobbled beneath her feet, then regained balance. She sprinted along the rope, leaped from platform to platform, and crossed the obstacle in under a minute, while Todoroki lagged slightly behind. The announcer remarked again on YN's surprising lead and asked who she was. She ran up a set of pink stairs to a platform and heard Bakugo's explosions behind her as he demanded that she come back, calling her a freak. The sudden noise startled her, and she almost tripped, allowing Todoroki to pass her with a glance. He noticed her surprise but continued running. The commentator declared Todoroki the new leader as YN tried to push ahead. Todoroki reached the next stage first, a large grass field dotted with hidden mines. The mines were simulated for safety but still packed a punch. YN ran past Todoroki as he paused at the minefield. She avoided many mines but accidentally stepped on a few. Her speed helped her avoid the worst effects. Each time she triggered a mine, it only accelerated her forward, keeping her at an advantage. Todoroki grit his teeth, carefully watching his steps to avoid detonations. A loud blast echoed behind them, and Bakugo announced that the attack did not affect him as he used his quirk to propel himself over the field. Despite YN being in first, Bakugo fired an explosion at Todoroki to slow him, then targeted YN as well. To his frustration, the seemingly emotionless girl dodged his attack and continued running. The commentator noted Bakugo's efforts to stop the lead but observed that YN would not be easily bested. Bakugo launched another explosion that she avoided again, cursing for her to stay still. Then a very large blast erupted farther back in the field, producing a blinding cloud of pink smoke. From within the smoke, a silhouette emerged. Midoriya Izuku was propelled out and into the air by the blast, which the announcer described as either accidental or deliberate. Midoriya rushed forward in hot pursuit. Seeing Midoriya surge, YN pushed onward with Bakugo close behind. Bakugo yelled for Midoriya not to go ahead of him and redirected his focus to the green-haired student. Todoroki, tired of not being first, iced the field and surged forward. Midoriya began to fall in speed, and YN moved to take advantage, but Midoriya surprised everyone. He stepped onto both her and Bakugo and slammed a piece of metal into the ground to produce another explosion. The blast propelled him forward. He landed, executed several flips to regain balance, and sprinted onward, determined to take the lead. The announcer marveled that Midoriya had taken the lead while pushing others back and praised Aizawa's class for their fire. Aizawa replied that he had not taught them anything special, they had simply gotten fired up on their own. The announcer continued, celebrating Midoriya's dramatic qualifier win. YN entered the stadium in second place, annoyed by the loud cheers and chants. She muttered to Midoriya to stop crying. Midoriya, still emotional, apologized and explained through sobs that he was just so happy, wiping away his tears and congratulating YN on being second. YN glanced at him with a blank stare and then walked off to the side. Midoriya registered her reaction, but a small blush remained on his cheeks. Midnight announced that the top 42 would advance to the next round and explained that the second round of the UA Sports Festival would be a cavalry battle. She smiled broadly and pointed at Midoriya, declaring that Midoriya Izuku, who placed first in the qualifier, would be worth 10 million points. All eyes turned to him, and he visibly tensed under the attention. The single word that stood out to YN in Midnight's explanation was team. Teams made her uncomfortable. Students were given 15 minutes to assemble their teammates, and YN, who disliked social interaction, stood apart from the crowd and observed. YN watched people form teams carefully and noticed two things. Most students chose teammates from their own class because they knew each other's quirks. Many avoided teaming with high-point students, and LN was no exception. The only person bold enough to approach her was Mineta, who pleaded for her to team up with him, dropping to the ground and looking up with pleading eyes. LN refused bluntly and corrected him, asking to be called LN. Mineta made an awkward, flirtatious remark before being abruptly shoved aside. Bakugo then stepped forward, glaring and demanding that LN join his team while calling her a freak. LN asked how many points he had, blankly. Bakugo snapped that the points did not matter and insisted she join him. Midoriya stepped up beside Bakugo, trembling under Bakugo's rude tone, and stammered that he also wanted LN on his team. Bakugo ordered Midoriya to leave, exploding small bursts from his palms. As LN began to walk away to avoid the confrontation, Todoroki reached out and guided her toward his assembled teammates, saying he wanted her on his team. Midoriya, flustered, pointed toward Todoroki and Bakugo looked over, immediately angrier, and charged at Todoroki, demanding that ⴰ be returned. ⴰ thought to herself that she was not an object to be tossed around. Ida, who was on Todoroki's team, approached and made small talk as the 15-minute timer sounded and midnight announced that teams should be in formation. Bakugo stormed back to his team, and Midoriya retreated to his own. Todoroki outlined the formation. He named Kaminari the left wing, responsible for keeping enemies away with electricity, Yaoyorozu the right wing, in charge of insulation and assisting with defense and movement, and Ida the rear, as the main source of mobility and physical defense. He placed ⴰ at the front, citing her speed and defense as a key advantage alongside Ida. Ida asked whether Todoroki would attack and create diversion with both ice and fire. Todoroki clenched his fist and glared toward the stadium, declaring that in battle he would not use his left. ⴰ followed his gaze and realized he was staring at his father, Endeavor. The announcer counted down and the match began. Following Todoroki's plan, the team moved quickly and quietly, stealing several headbands before many opponents even realized anything was wrong. Bakugo, still furious, targeted Todoroki and barked insults as his team advanced. He fired an explosive blast toward Todoroki, aiming at his face, but Yaoyorozu formed a quick shield to deflect the attack. Bakugo continued to assault Todoroki, most attacks being dodged or blocked. Suddenly, a student from Class 1B, Monoma Nito, appeared and snatched Bakugo's headband from behind while taunting that Class A was too predictable. Bakugo demanded the headband back and threatened retribution. ⴰ said she wanted to watch the exchange. Monoma continued to taunt. The confrontation escalated into a brief physical clash when Bakugo made the first move. Monoma blocked easily and then, by touching Kirishima, copied his hardening quirk and used it against Bakugo. With the situation settled, ⴰ told her team they could move on, and Todoroki agreed. Team Todoroki then pushed Team Midoriya toward the end line. Midoriya braced himself, but Todoroki announced he would be taking the points and directed ⴰ and Ida forward while instructing Yaoyorozu to guard and assist with insulation and movement. Kaminari confirmed he knew his role and prepared his attack. A protective blanket to help manage the electricity was placed over ⴰ's group except for Kaminari, who unleashed a powerful electric shock that hit multiple opposing groups. The blanket was removed afterward, and the announcer reported that 6 minutes remained. Todoroki used his ice to freeze surrounding teams, restricting their movement briefly, and created a barrier with collected headbands to contain Midoriya's group. Tokoyami's dark shadow tried to strike Todoroki, but Yaoyorozu intercepted with a quickly formed metal shield. The 1-minute warning sounded. Ida called from behind for ⴰ to be ready. The hum of his leg engines signaled he was prepared. ⴰ and Ida sprinted forward at extreme speed. Ida activated Reciproburst, and Todoroki was able to seize Midoriya's headband. Ida maneuvered to avoid going out of bounds, and ⴰ admitted she was impressed by his speed. Ida apologized for rushing, and ⴰ reassured him that it was fine. Commentators were astonished at how fast the exchange had been. Team Todoroki now held 10 million points while Team Midoriya had none. Determined, Team Midoriya surged forward, and Midoriya powered up One for All in his right arm, setting his sights on Todoroki. In a panic, Todoroki powered his left, producing flames. Before Midoriya could make contact with Todoroki's arm, Todoroki flung it aside, snuffing the fire. Midoriya seized the top headband and announced that he had it. When Hatsum from the support course pointed out that it was the wrong headband, Midoriya stared in horror. Yaoyorozu explained that they had switched the positions of the headbands just in case. An official called for the 10-second countdown. Midoriya called for Tokoyami. Dark Shadow rushed at Team Todoroki. Kaminari released electricity while others used a blanket to provide cover. Only Dark Shadow was affected by the electricity and it retreated to Tokoyami. Bakugo broke through the ice barrier, separated from his team, and cursed at Midoriya. Noticing Midoriya running after Todoroki's group, Bakugo shifted his attack toward Todoroki and shouted an insult. Midoriya stretched his hand out, trying to grab the 10 million points. The announcer declared that time was up. A blonde student fell face first through the air and landed on the ground. The teams disbanded and prepared to hear the rankings. The announcer declared Team Todoroki in first place. 괰ᴜ did not care about the rest of the standings. She focused on Kaminari, who was giving double thumbs up and smiling. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly at the sight. She scolded Kaminari for acting like an idiot, grabbed his hand, and pulled him toward Team Todoroki, telling him not to walk away. Despite being in a familiar quirk-focused mindset, the touch from 괰ᴜ made Kaminari's cheeks flush. Team Todoroki and several others felt a small pang of jealousy when 괰ᴜ willingly took Kaminari's hand. Todoroki, unfamiliar with the feeling, could not name it, though the others recognized it as jealousy. After the cavalry battle, everyone, including UA students, was given an hour break. As 괰ᴜ prepared to leave the stadium, Ḥinso interrupted and congratulated her on coming first. She acknowledged him with a nod and a small thanks. Ḥinso scratched the back of his neck and invited her to get a snack with him. They walked to the cafeteria, picked up trays, and sat where they usually did. They ate in comfortable silence until Ḥinso produced a small string of beads and explained that he had brought it for good luck, placing it on the table and sliding it toward 괰ᴜ. She examined the charm. There were several purple beads and others matching her eye color, and thanked Ḥinso before placing the charm in her pocket and returning to her meal. A short while later, Kaminari approached to pass on a message from Aizawa. The girls were to wear specific outfits for an afternoon cheer event. Mineta added that most of the other girls were already participating. Mina bounded over enthusiastically, wrapped her arms around 괰ᴜ, and urged her to join, insisting she would look great. With little room to decline, Mina led 괰ᴜ toward Yaoyorozu and the others. Ḥinso chuckled as they left and waved goodbye. Yaoyorozu led the group to the locker rooms, asked for their sizes, and prepared the uniforms. Using her creation ability, she made the outfits. The girls changed into the provided uniforms and returned to the field. Midnight announced that the festival included recreational games and that professional cheerleaders had been brought in to enliven the event. Mina pulled 괰ᴜ out onto the field with the other girls. The uniforms were not ideal, but the girls went along with the plan. Students in the stands reacted with surprise and some light embarrassment. Kirishima scolded the more boisterous students for their behavior. 괰ᴜ felt uncomfortable and tried to compose herself. Jairu expressed frustration about the situation while Hagakure attempted to keep the mood light. Mina prevented 괰ᴜ from walking away and made sure she stayed with the group. They took their positions on the field. Midnight then announced the final stage of the festival, a one-on-one tournament with brackets determined by lot. A few competitors withdrew and were replaced. 괰ᴜ noted that her first opponent would be Kaminari and checked the rest of the bracket before returning to the locker room to change back into her PE uniform. After the recreational events concluded, 괰ᴜ sat in the Class 1A seats waiting for the first match. The announcer introduced Midoriya Izuku from the Hero course and Shinso Hitoshi from General Studies, remarking that Midoriya had not yet done anything to stand out. Midoriya and Shinso walked up to the platform and faced each other while the announcer explained the rules. Shinso spoke briefly and glanced in 괰ᴜ's direction. Midoriya charged forward, shouting, and 괰ᴜ found the move predictable. 괰ᴜ sighed internally, staring down at the scene. Midoriya stood frozen in his tracks, staring blankly at Shinso. 괰ᴜ wondered what Shinso had been saying. Ojiro stood up and said that he had gone through the trouble of warning him too. A nearby announcer urged everyone to liven things up, noting that the important first match had just started and Midoriya was completely frozen. Midoriya turned around after being given a command by Shinso and, step by step, the green-haired boy moved closer to the white line, though it seemed awfully slow. Midoriya advanced toward the white line in a trance. Shinso's quirk was set on him, and when a command was given Midoriya would obey. Everyone assumed the outcome of the match was already decided and that Shinso Hitoshi would be victorious. Every step Midoriya took echoed through the stadium, keeping everyone on the edge of their seats. 괰ᴜ quietly sat back in her chair, her shoulders drooping. The green-haired boy reached the last few steps, just 2 movements from being out of the competition. Suddenly, 2 fingers on his left hand began to glow faintly. Before anyone could fully process what was happening, Midoriya moved his hand backward, sending a gust of wind behind him. Taking advantage of 괠소's surprise, he began catching his breath. 괰's eyes widened slightly at the unexpected counter. She had not expected him to break out of 괠소's quirk. According to 괠so, a certain force was needed to snap someone out of the trance. The crowd erupted, with some of 괰's classmates among the loudest. 괠so began yelling at Midoriya, who covered his mouth to avoid answering. Midoriya's fingers were clearly injured and discolored, but with every shout he kept dashing toward 괠so. Even with injured fingers, Midoriya pushed 괠so back. 괠so struck Midoriya, and Midoriya took the hit without hesitation. 괠so edged toward the out-of-bounds line and began to panic. He then targeted Midoriya's injured hand and briefly gained the upper hand, pushing Midoriya toward the line. In the end, Midoriya flipped 괠so over his shoulder and sent him out of bounds. Midnight raised her hand and announced that 괠so was out of bounds and that Midoriya had advanced to round 2. The crowd went wild. Kaminari asked Bakugo if Midoriya had thrown 괠so over his shoulder in that way, and Bakugo brusquely told him to shut it. 괰 stood and moved to leave her seat. Uraraka asked where she was going, then immediately volunteered to go with her. The girl with hair the color of hot chocolate simply nodded and began walking out of the stands with Uraraka following. 괰 asked if Uraraka was going to check on Midoriya, and Uraraka, cheeks flushed, stammered that she did want to go. 괰 glanced to the side, avoiding eye contact, and said that she understood and told Uraraka to go on without her. Uraraka mumbled in response and hurried toward the nurse's office. 괰 called out to Ŝinso as she passed him, and he stopped. He kept his gaze on the ground and admitted that the match had been embarrassing and that he had thought he would win. 괰 said that she did not care whether he had won or not and told him that he had still put forth a good fight. Ŝinso was stunned for a moment, then smiled lightly, thanked 괰, and gently patted her shoulder before wishing her good luck in her upcoming match. 괰 nodded and said she was going to check on Midoriya and then walked toward the nurse's office. Ŝinso frowned at the thought of her staying with someone else for a moment, then brushed it off and walked away. At the nurse's office, 괰 knocked and then entered. Midoriya was there with his hands wrapped by Recovery Girl, and All Might sat nearby on a desk. Midoriya greeted her with a smile and asked what she was doing there. 괰 asked how he was doing and whether Uraraka had come. Midoriya said that Uraraka had been there but had left earlier, and reassured her that Recovery Girl had tended to his fingers. 괰 approached and gently took his wrapped hand to inspect the bandaging. Recovery Girl smiled as 괰 released Midoriya's hand and turned to the pro hero to ask if she could be taught in the medical field. Recovery Girl replied that she would see what she could do. Midoriya admitted that he had not even been able to smile during the match with Ŝinso. All Might observed that Ŝinso's voice had struck a chord with him. 괰 then asked what exactly Ŝinso had said to Midoriya, mentioning that Midoriya had seemed to look directly at her afterward. Midoriya hesitated and blushed, insisting it was nothing. Midoriya added that he could not afford to lose because that was what being a hero was about. Recovery Girl expressed sympathy and chided All Might about putting pressure on the young hero again, playfully tapping him. All Might defended his actions as necessary. Midoriya then shared that he had had a vision during the match, a sequence with 8 or 9 people, not certain of the exact number. He said the vision had pushed away the fog of Ŝinso's influence and that one of the figures had eyes resembling All Might's. 괰 considered the possibility that the vision might be connected to previous holders of One for All who had protected him. Midoriya agreed that it could be the same people. All Might reacted with a mix of unease and fascination, and Midoriya grew more unsettled as he realized that All Might have some prior knowledge of such visions. All Might reassured him that seeing such images was a sign of a stronger connection to One for All rather than something to fear. All Might suggested that there might be a trace left behind in One for All, but he thought Midoriya's strong emotion had been what pulled him out of the brainwashing. Midoriya frowned and said that explanation did not satisfy him. All Might scolded him, pointed at the boy, and reminded them both to check who they would face next. He addressed young ‰ as well. Midoriya stood and, impulsively taking the haired girl's hand, rushed out of the room while thanking the pair energetically. He hurried toward the stand where the rest of Class 1A was seated, so focused on the match that he did not notice he was still holding ꜰᴏᴜ's hand. ᴜირɪᴜᴜ called out to them but stopped when she saw their intertwined hands and asked why they were holding hands. ᴜირɪᴜᴜ realized and apologized, his face flushing red as he stumbled through an embarrassed explanation. 괰ᴜ turned her gaze to the side and told him it was fine. Ida pointed out that they had saved seats for the two of them. 괰ᴜ walked down the steps and sat beside Ida, and ᴜირɪᴜᴜ, having calmed down, took the seat next to her. The announcer thanked the audience for waiting and announced the next match. Todoroki and Shiro entered the battle stage amid dramatic flames. As the match began, Shiro fired tape from his arms and wrapped it around Todoroki, dragging him across the platform. In response, Todoroki used his ice quirk. A massive wall of ice shot up, covering a significant portion of the stadium and extending beyond the building. Before the ice could threaten Class 1A, 괰ᴜ unsheathed her broken bakkan and struck it, breaking the ice apart. She glanced back at her classmates and said she would return, then ran to the railing and jumped down to the lower levels. Several classmates cried out in alarm and hurried to the edge. On the lower levels, 괰ᴜ checked on people, focusing on the elderly and children to make sure they were all right. Yaoyorozu watched her help quietly and smiled before returning to her seat. Class 1A watched as 괰ᴜ aided pro-heroes and civilians, and even students from Class 1B observed her. Bystanders reassured those near Shiro that they were safe. Todoroki heated the remaining ice into steam, and 괰ᴜ returned to her section. As soon as she landed, Ida grabbed her shoulders and admonished her for risking her life by jumping off the edge. 괰ᴜ replied that she was trained for that, gently easing his hands off her shoulders. Ida continued to urge caution and then sat back down. ᴜირɪᴜᴜ approached and asked if she was all right. Relieved when she nodded, he reminded her that her match was coming up next. Kaminari announced that he was her opponent and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, offering to take her out for a bite after the match and to cheer her up if she lost. A few students frowned at the casual display. 괰ᴜ told him she intended to win. Kaminari grinned and urged her to get ready, taking her hand and guiding her toward the waiting rooms. She sighed that she could walk, but he kept pace beside her as they headed to the rooms. He entered one to strategize while she took a separate room and sat quietly, confident that winning would be easy. The announcer declared the stage ready and introduced the next competitors. As Kaminari and 괰ᴜ walked onto the platform amid flames, the crowd cheered. One student shouted an inappropriate remark which prompted uncomfortable murmurs and quick intervention from nearby classmates. Bakugo reacted sharply, striking the student and reprimanding him for his disrespect. Amid the commotion, Sue used her tongue to restrain the boy and suspend him upside down until the situation calmed. The announcer formally introduced Sparking Killing Boy, Kaminari Denki, and on the other side, 괰ᴜ, whose calm expression belied her skill. Kaminari cracked a grin and adopted a battle pose while 괰ᴜ prepared by resting a hand on her bakkan. When the match began, Kaminari attempted to use his electric quirk, building up his power. Before he could complete the move, 괰ᴜ closed the distance quickly, using the handle of her wooden weapon to strike several of his pressure points, including one at the back of his neck. The maneuver rendered him unconscious instantly. 괰ᴜ caught Kaminari before he hit the ground. A stunned silence fell over the arena as everyone took in how quickly the outcome had occurred. Officials moved in and a few nurse robots were dispatched. 괰ᴜ told them she would take the boy to the nurses herself and escorted him off the stage. The announcer later commented on the mystery of how ⴰᴜ managed to combine her own physical skill and personal techniques to overcome opponents who relied on quirks, noting that her methods continued to surprise both peers and professionals. ᴜირɪᴜᴜ's classmates watched as he continued to babble and scribble in his notebook. Bakugo, clearly irritated, shouted at him to be quiet. ᴜირɪᴜᴜ jolted in his seat, realizing he had been talking at length, and felt his embarrassment grow as he noticed how many were looking at him. He shrank back into his seat while ⴰᴜ, seated 2 seats over, observed that he had just finished but was already thinking about countermeasures. ᴜირɪᴜᴜ blushed and explained that analyzing quirks was basically his hobby and that he kept notes on everyone in Class 1A. Meanwhile, 괰ᴏ, the girl with attentive eyes, heard the fourth match begin between Ida and the support course student 괰ᴜ. She knocked and entered the nurse's office with permission. Recovery girl sighed and indicated an empty bed, asking 괰ᴜ to lay Kaminari down. 괰ᴜ obliged and decided to stay with him since she knew she had contributed to him being passed out. Because there were no real injuries, Recovery Girl did not use her quirk. The two made small talk while Recovery Girl showed 괰ᴜ a few medical points. After a few minutes, Kaminari stirred and sat up groggy, asking where he was. 괰ᴜ explained it was the nurse's office. Kaminari, startled, responded that she had scared him and then offered a playful compliment that left 괰ᴜ puzzled. Recovery Girl smiled and told them they could leave, so the two stood and headed back to the stands. Kaminari took 괰ᴜ's hand and teased about a future together, smiling as he led her to sit next to him instead of returning her to her original seat. Mina objected and offered 괰ᴜ her own seat, but 괰ᴜ declined and stayed with Kaminari. Mina settled a seat over and leaned her head on 괰ᴜ's shoulder, prompting Kaminari to protectively squeeze 괰ᴜ's hand. 괰ᴜ felt conflicted about being the focus of both friends' attention. Back in the arena, Ida's match against 괰ᴜ continued longer than expected because he was wearing gear she had built. 괰ᴜ darted around to avoid his attacks until she accidentally stepped out of bounds, giving Ida the win. From the corner of her eye, 괰ᴜ noticed 괰괜 leaving the seating area with her head lowered and considered following, but Kaminari and Mina were still holding on to her. Mina popped a few joints and announced she was up next, waving as she headed to the stadium. 괰ᴜ watched her go and set off through the quiet halls, hoping to find someone else but ultimately missing Mina's and Aoyama's match. Over the loudspeaker, 괰ᴜ heard that Mina had won, and she pictured the match ending much as expected, with Mina's confidence carrying her through. As 괰ᴜ turned back toward the stands, sunlight struck her face and she felt a tug on her arm. Mina was clinging to her, pouting and wondering why 괰ᴜ had missed the match. Mina then led them both to an empty pair of seats. Kirishima rose, cracked a few knuckles, and announced it was his time to leave, asking the others to celebrate loudly if he won. Midoriya offered a brief good luck, and Kirishima left with a final glance at 괰ᴜ. The next match featured Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu, who were evenly matched. Tokoyami's quirk was powerful but limited in bright light, while Yaoyorozu's ability to create objects was tempered by her own self-doubt. She was gradually pushed back toward the edge of the field as each metal shield she created drained her energy. Before she could devise another plan, she was forced out of bounds. Pro Hero Midnight announced Yaoyorozu's elimination and Tokoyami's advancement to the second round. Yaoyorozu left the arena with her confidence shaken while Tokoyami departed with his head held high. As the next round approached, Kirishima faced off against a student from Class 1B, Tetsu. Both had similar strengths, so the match promised to be long. When the match began, both boys dashed forward and their fists collided, sparks flying in a dynamic, animated exchange. Every move was the same, every attack was the same, everything was the same. No one was surprised when the endings turned out the same. Both of them passed out, to be decided later by different means. The next match was fraying Class 1A's nerves. Katsuki Bakugo, a hot-headed student with an explosive quirk, faced Uraraka Ochako, a determined student with an equally potent ability. The outcome always depended on who wielded the quirk, and this match promised to be interesting. Both contestants stepped onto the stage as smoke curled from the corners of the arena. Bakugo stormed to his side with a scowl, while Uraraka set her jaw and readied herself. Present Mike introduced the two and made it clear he favored Uraraka, then signaled for the match to begin. Bakugo muttered under his breath at Uraraka, his words too low for the crowd to catch. 괰ᴜ reclined in her seat, eyes fixed on every move and tuning out the surrounding chatter. Uraraka lunged forward with both hands poised. Bakugo answered with a burst of explosions that shoved her back. Smoke filled the arena and the view blurred. For a moment only Bakugo was visible. He launched another explosive burst when he spotted movement, certain he had pinned her, but the smoke cleared to reveal only her jacket where he expected her to be. Uraraka materialized behind him and readied a strike. Bakugo spun and activated his quirk defensively. Ūri:ᴜ was hurled backward again, scraping the floor as she recovered. Explosions were exchanged repeatedly, each attack met by another in quick succession. A spectator in the stands shouted a challenge to Bakugu's claim to want to be a hero, and more voices joined in, booing. Over the intercom, Aizawa asked whether a pro had claimed to be playing around. He then addressed the crowd directly, telling anyone serious about criticism to stop wasting their time and consider other pursuits, effectively shutting down the loudest hecklers. Present Mike explained that Bakugu was being cautious because he recognized the strength of the opponent who had advanced this far, and that his restraint was part of his strategy to win. Ūri:ᴜ panted and brushed sweat from her forehead. Bakugu's annoyance grew with each failed explosion, but he noticed the way Ūri:ᴜ's stamina was slipping and was motivated to press his advantage. Ūri:ᴜ smiled faintly and tapped her fingers together. Each of Bakugu's assaults provided her with new opportunities. She was turning his power against him. Debris and rocks rained down from above, creating openings. She surged forward despite waning energy and activated her quirk to lighten herself, aiming for a touch that might secure victory. Bakugu lifted his hands skyward and unleashed a colossal explosion that sent Ūri:ᴜ and the debris flying back. A gust swept through the stadium, scattering dust and surprising spectators. YN narrowed her eyes against the grit. Ūri:ᴜ caught a small, warm gray stone as it flashed past and then dropped it on the stadium floor. YN reached down to pick it up and felt a sting along her palm. A shallow scrape had opened, and a small trickle of red showed on her skin. It was minor but visible. Midoriya was the first to react, calling attention to the scrape and pointing it out loudly. Suddenly many eyes turned to YN. She bristled at the attention and said that she was fine and to leave her alone. Ida rose. And, in his role as class representative, insisted that he could not ignore a classmate in pain and offered to escort her to the nurse for proper treatment. YN repeated that she was fine, annoyed at the insistence, but Ida remained firm and began to lead her away, talking briskly about the importance of proper care. As they passed through the hallway, Bakugu rounded a corner and collided with Ida. He snarled and complained about running into them, insulting Midoriya and the others in his typical abrasive manner. Ida scolded Bakugu for using rude names and urged civility. Bakugu dismissed the admonition, calling them idiots, and glared at YN with clear hostility. Bakugu shoved past them and shoved YN roughly enough that she reacted by sticking out her leg and tripping him. He hit the floor and exploded in fury. Bakugu rose, sparks flaring in his hands as he threatened YN, and she grabbed Ida's hand to flee down the corridor. Ida tried to protest that running in the hallways was not permitted, but the urgency of getting away from Bakugu quieted him. They ducked and turned through a series of halls until they had shaken off the pursuing student. By coincidence, the nurse's office sat just down the hall. They stepped inside to find Recovery Girl at her desk, typing on the computer. When she heard them enter, she swiveled in her chair and greeted YN. Recovery Girl sighed that YN seemed to be at the infirmary a lot and asked what it was this time. Ida stepped forward and reported that YN had a noticeable cut on her right hand that was bleeding and asked for it to be patched up before it could get infected. Recovery Girl asked to see the injury. YN lifted her hand to show the cut and the bleeding. Recovery Girl noted that it did not look severe and instructed YN to wash her hands while she gathered bandages. YN walked to the sink and rinsed her hand with warm water until the blood washed away. Recovery Girl beckoned YN over, wrapped a bandage around the wound, and advised her not to strain her hands. Recovery Girl then patted YN's shoulder and wished her luck for the upcoming match. YN nodded and left with Ida trailing beside her. They walked the halls while Ida chattered. YN paid little attention. Over the speakers it was announced that Kirishima had won his arm wrestling match against Tetsu and would advance to the next round. As they passed a side corridor, YN noticed a tall man with flames around him speaking with Midoriya. Curious, she slipped away from Ida and hid behind a wall to listen. The flame-wreathed man praised Midoriya's quirk, saying that the wind pressure Midoriya could generate with a flick of his fingers was comparable to All Might's. Midoriya, flustered, insisted that he was not All Might. The man, Endeavor, replied that his son's duty was to surpass All Might and that his match with Midoriya would be instructive. Midoriya answered that Todoroki was not Endeavor either and walked away. YN scoffed softly at Endeavor's clinical tone, then headed to the stands so she could watch without sitting next to anyone. Present Mike announced that the next match would be a major contest. He introduced Shoto Todoroki and then Izuku Midoriya, remarking on Todoroki's dominant first-round performance and Midoriya's scrappy progress. Both competitors stepped onto the stage and assumed fighting stances. Present Mike declared the match underway. YN sat at the edge of her seat, intensely focused on every movement, breath, and decision the fighters made. She also felt as if someone watched her. Tension tightened in her shoulders and she kept a hand on the hilt of her bakken in case anything threatened the stands. When the match began, Todoroki immediately created a sweeping advance of ice to push Midoriya back. Midoriya used his quirk to halt the ice, and shards rebounded toward Todoroki, who shielded himself and acted an ice wall behind him. A rush of cold wind swept the stands and made the spectators shiver. Midoriya's repeated efforts to stop the ice took a toll on his hands. Each time he used his power under strain, his fingers were injured, but he kept fighting. Todoroki continued to launch ice offensives and tested Midoriya's limits. At one point Todoroki ran along an ice path to close distance while Midoriya pushed through the pain to fight back. Todoroki nearly landed a heavy strike before Midoriya evaded. Todoroki then unleashed a burst of ice at Midoriya's feet and built a barrier behind him to trap the opponent. Midoriya gathered power into his left arm and unleashed a massive release that shattered part of the ice enclosure and left him visibly exhausted and in pain. When the fog cleared, Todoroki stood surrounded by thick ice that constrained his movement. YN had noticed earlier that Todoroki had seemed to shiver, an indication that the cold affected him, and she realized Midoriya must have detected that weakness as well. Still, Midoriya's refusal to stop fighting put him at a disadvantage. YN predicted that Midoriya's relentless strain would likely force him to forfeit if he pushed too far. Todoroki sent another concentrated ice cluster at Midoriya, expecting it to finish the exchange. Midoriya, however, launched another fierce counterattack and drove through the ice formations, crushing Todoroki's prepared walls and nearly sending Todoroki out of bounds. Todoroki managed to summon ice to halt his momentum just in time. Midoriya, despite already having injured the same finger earlier, pushed forward again. YN sighed inwardly, disappointed but not surprised by his stubborn determination. After that fierce exchange, both fighters paused briefly on the stage, exchanging a few terse words to one another while they steadied themselves and prepared for the next phase of the match. Although the judges could not hear their private words, Midoriya shouted loudly enough for everyone to hear, daring his opponent to come at him with everything he had. Todoroki charged at Midoriya a little slower than usual. Midoriya drove forward and struck Todoroki in the stomach with one for all. YN rolled her eyes, expecting the impact to be devastating. She looked down at the stage and saw Todoroki lying a few feet from Midoriya. When she looked back at Midoriya, her eyes widened. His hand was intact, while his left hand was suddenly encased in ice. Todoroki rose, exhaling cold air, and used his ice quirk again. Midoriya dodged the attack. They traded blow after blow, neither willing to yield. The match showed no sign of ending. They continued to respond to each other's moves as Todoroki's right side chilled with ice. He seemed dazed as another of Midoriya's attacks landed. Todoroki's eyes clouded as he fell to the ground with a look Midoriya recognized. Midoriya gritted his teeth and accused Todoroki of using his quirk. Before anyone fully processed the accusation, Todoroki's left side flared with flames, warming the stadium. The fire melted the ice on his right side and steadied him. From the stands, Endeavor called for Shoto and descended a few steps, loudly asking if he had finally accepted himself and offering encouragement. A small rock struck Endeavor and interrupted him. He scanned the crowd angrily, demanding to know who had thrown it. Bakugo, sitting beside YN, tried to stifle a laugh. YN had thrown the rock to quiet Endeavor, who had been irritating her with his shouting. Todoroki barely registered his father's words. When Endeavor fell silent, Todoroki looked up and scanned the crowd. His eyes locked with YN's and she nodded lightly. Todoroki's expression softened for a moment before he turned back to Midoriya. Midoriya braced himself as Todoroki began using both quirk sides. YN gripped her seat, sensing the chaos that was about to unfold. A pro-hero anchored a hand to the ground and shifted the cement, while Midnight activated her quirk, sending purple mist across the stage, though it could not act quickly enough. Midoriya pushed forward at high speed as Todoroki unleashed flames. Just as their attacks seemed about to collide, 5 large cement walls rose between them. Cement flew and wind rushed through the stands. When the smoke cleared, Midoriya lay out of bounds, face down on the floor, and Todoroki panted, his uniform singed on one side. Midnight announced that Midoriya was out of bounds and that Todoroki advanced to the next round, prompting a roar from the audience. YN stood and taunted that Midoriya was leaving now, calling him Quirkless. Bakugo raised an eyebrow, still annoyed. YN said she was going to see Midoriya, and many people in the stands took notice. Uraraka and several others stood up, with Uraraka asking to go along, worried about how Midoriya looked. Bakugo scoffed at the mention of Midoriya and looked away. YN ignored him and left the stands with 4 others following her. They went straight to the nurse's office where Midoriya had been taken. They pushed the door open and found All Might in his weakened form inside, which drew a deadpan reaction from YN. Uraraka, Ida, Tsuyu, Mineta, and YN crowded around Midoriya's bed and peppered him with questions. Uraraka gave an awkward greeting to the weakened All Might. Midoriya weakly asked about the next match. His arms and legs were wrapped in bandages. YN stepped forward and scolded him for damaging the stage so badly that repairs were needed, poking his forehead. Midoriya complained in pain. Recovery Girl sighed and told the students to leave. She explained that although she understood their worry, she needed to perform surgery now. The students argued and tried to ask questions, but Recovery Girl ushered them out and closed the door. Later, YN returned to the stadium and faced Todoroki directly with her usual expressionless demeanor. Todoroki mirrored the expression, though determination showed in his eyes. He told YN that he had not yet had a chance to thank her for silencing his father and that the silence had helped him defeat Midoriya. Now he intended to defeat her. YN nodded and explained that she had wanted the match to be quiet and that she would not let him beat her. Todoroki smiled lightly and said they would see about that. Present Mike announced the match in his usual over-the-top manner, and Aizawa corrected him that it was not a life-or-death fight. Present Mike urged them to begin. Todoroki immediately formed a block of ice. YN dodged, drew her Bakken, and struck the ice with force, shattering it. She believed her Bakken would be enough to win and dashed toward him, giving him a teasing nickname that left Todoroki momentarily stunned and flushed. She told him to pay attention. She pulled her wooden sword back and struck him in the stomach. Todoroki staggered back, coughing from the impact, then steadied himself and sent more ice at her. YN remarked that repeating the same attacks was boring, and Todoroki scoffed that he did not need many moves to defeat her. YN teased him about his confidence and jumped, bringing her Bakken down. Todoroki dodged and ignited his left side in flame. She evaded in midair to avoid the heat. As she landed, ice spread over her feet and began climbing her legs, threatening to immobilize her. Her eyebrows furrowed as she twisted her Bakken around her fingers, ready for whatever came next. YN stabbed the ice harshly and accidentally struck her own ankle while breaking free. She groaned quietly. The force had been too much for the ankle to handle and it hurt now. It was worth it, though YN was out of the ice. The announcer noted that just as Todoroki had been about to win, YN had escaped narrowly and created distance, making the match suddenly more intriguing. YN's movements were limited by the pained ankle. She scoffed, lifted her Bakken, and then snapped it in half, surprising everyone. The announcer pointed out that YN had just broken her only weapon and questioned how she could win now. YN ripped the bottom hem of her pant leg and placed a flat piece of the Bakken against her ankle, securing it with fabric and tying a secure knot at the back to keep it from shifting. She sighed, and the pain eased enough that she could move more carefully. Todoroki observed that she had lost her wooden sword and suggested that gave him an advantage. Yn tilted her head and insisted that she had more than one trick up her sleeve and did not need a sword to defeat him. Yn ran forward faster than usual, as if determined to finish the match quickly. She jammed her elbow into Todoroki's ribs. He winced and fired a burst of ice at her. Yn ducked, moved behind him, and attempted the same move she had used in earlier training to try to knock him out. Todoroki anticipated the tactic and stepped away. Yn sighed, glanced at the other half of the bakken on the floor, and picked up the handle, gripping it with both hands. Todoroki declared that she could not use that to defeat him and activated both halves of his quirk, combining ice and fire as Yn charged. His existing injuries had made him cautious around her. Yn assumed a striking pose, ready to act. An uneasy sensation washed over Yn and she froze. A few words escaped her without conscious intent. Yn did not seem to have full control over herself. She whispered the name of a technique, star breathing, fourth form burst of light. Yn lunged forward at incredible speed, moving so fast that it was difficult for spectators to track her. The broken wooden sword in her hand left a trail of sparkling light, momentarily blinding the stadium. The dazzling light quickly filled the area with smoke, obscuring the field. When the smoke cleared, Todoroki was on the ground nearby, coughing and dazed, with a large dent in the ground beneath him. Yn lay unconscious just a few feet away. The announcer Midnight declared that Yn was out of commission and that Todoroki had won, and the stands erupted. In the judge's box, Aizawa stared down at the unconscious Yn, puzzled. He had watched the smoke and blinding lights and realized Todoroki could not have caused that effect. Yn had said she had no quirk, so how had that happened? Aizawa concluded that only Yn could answer those questions, but the next match was beginning. Bakugo versus Todoroki. Aizawa considered watching the match but decided not to risk missing anything if Yn woke up early. He told Recovery Girl that he would stay for the time being and watch the other students. Recovery Girl thanked him, said she would be back in a few minutes, and mentioned she had gummies in her drawer for Yn if she woke up. Aizawa nodded and, exhausted, settled into a chair to rest. Yn was carried to the nurse's office and laid on a bed. The only obvious injury was her rolled ankle. Recovery Girl wrapped bandages and tended to her. As she worked, Aizawa entered and asked aboutYn's condition. Recovery Girl answered that Yn was doing fine and that the ankle was the only injury. Aizawa sat and watched the unconscious girl, his mind full of questions about the strange display of light and smoke. There was a shift inYn's consciousness. She found herself staring into a never-ending darkness and asked who was speaking. A distorted voice replied that revealing its identity would not serve her and that the location was a simulation inside her own mind. She was passed out. Yn tried to piece things together and recalled the match at UA and the odd phrase she had said. She asked why she had said star breathing. The voice suggested she had absorbed the phrase from reading and directed her attention toward books from the Taisho era, warning her to be cautious of guardians who watch over those deemed unworthy. The voice then told her to wake up. Yn protested that she had more questions, but a bright light filled the void and she drifted back to awareness. She found herself lying on the nurse's office bed and sat up, groaning lightly. The bright lights from the ceiling were blinding her, giving her a small headache. Aizawa noted that she was awake as he rubbed his eyes, looking as if he had just woken up. Yn sighed and asked if she had missed the last battle. Aizawa confirmed that she had missed the awards and explained that she and Tokoyami had placed third, Todoroki had placed second, and Bakugo had taken first. Aizawa then asked about her match with Todoroki, mentioning smoke and a trail of stars. Yn stared at the blanket over her legs, admitting that she did not remember much and that it had been sudden and unexpected. Aizawa sighed and placed a circular copper medal on the sheets, presenting it as her prize. Yn nodded in gratitude and examined the medal, then asked where everyone had gone. Aizawa explained that everyone had already left and advised her to head home since it was late and it would be a hassle to file paperwork for her absence. Yn let out a soft laugh that surprised even her, stood, and said she would go home, then hurried out embarrassed. Aizawa stood in slight shock. His usually closed-off student had let out the smallest laugh, and even that small sound stirred a quiet pride in him. He remarked to himself and the class that she was definitely warming up to them all. Everyone had a few days off to rest and recover after the festival, then returned to regular classes. The UA festival drew a lot of attention, so it was no surprise that 괰ᴏ had been noticed by passers-by. Most were adults congratulating her on her third-place finish with 괰ᴏᴜ, but there were also some kids who wanted to push boundaries. 괰ᴏ ignored them and went about her day. On the first day back, rain fell as she closed her umbrella and pushed open the doors to the hero school. She changed into her school shoes, stowed her umbrella, and walked toward Class 1A with a strange chill in her bones, as if someone were watching her. A student from 1B sneered at her and called her a freak. 괰ᴏ identified him as Monoma Nito. Monoma raised a brow and boasted that Class 1B was far better than 1A. 괰ᴏ dismissed him as crazy and continued on, leaving Monoma to fume and rant as she put distance between them. She slid open the classroom door and saw the usual early arrivals. She set her bag beside her desk and sat down, reaching for her headphones when two hands slammed onto the desk. Bakugo glared at her angrily and demanded to know why she had not made it to the end of the match, accusing her of taking the easy way out. Midoriya hurried over and tried to calm the situation, urging Bakugo to put his hands down. Todoroki muttered under his breath from his seat that he preferred not to be involved. Bakugo snapped at Midoriya, calling him out, and shoved him back hard enough that Midoriya staggered against the desks. 괰ᴏ stepped in, took Bakugo's wrist, and pushed him aside, telling him it was enough. Bakugo accused her of getting defensive when he pushed Midoriya and suggested, with a sharp edge, that she might like him. Midoriya stood up straight with a light blush and asked Bakugo to sit down, and Bakugo returned to his seat with an irritated scoff. 괰ᴏ nodded when Midoriya asked if she was okay and put her headphones back into focus on her music. Students filled the classroom, and most left her alone while she listened with her eyes closed. When Aizawa entered, Tsu commented that his bandages were gone and said she was glad. Other students agreed. Aizawa explained that the older staff had been thorough with his treatment and announced that they would be having a special hero informatics class. He instructed the students that they would be creating code names, their hero names, as part of preparation for pro-hero draft picks offers that could come in earnest in the second and third years, though exceptions had been extended to standout first years. The class erupted with excited voices until Aizawa calmed them. He then turned on the projector and displayed the totals of interest from potential pro offers. The figures showed Todoroki Shoto at 4,123, LNYN at 3,784, Bakugo Katsuki at 3,556, 괰ᴏᴜ Fumikage at 360, Ida Tenya at 301, Denki Kaminari at 272, Yaoyorozu Momo at 108, Kirishima Ejiro at 68, Uraraka Ochako at 20, and Shiro Hanta at Aizawa tapped the board and noted that, while other years had seen more spread-out interest, all eyes were on these top contenders this year. Kaminari groaned at the gap in numbers, Jiro raised an eyebrow at the ranking order, Kirishima called the situation mixed up, and Shiro pointed at Bakugo while lowering his voice. A classmate remarked that some people were too scared to request a pro who had to be restrained on the podium and pointed at 괰ᴏ, saying she gave people the creeps. Bakugo erupted in fury, demanding what the pros were afraid of. 괰ᴏ silently stared at Shiro. He met her gaze for a moment before looking away when he realized he had been noticed. Aizawa informed the students that everyone would be participating in internships with professionals, reminding them that hero names were still temporary and that those who were not serious would face consequences later. Midnight, sliding the door open with a grin, explained that many student hero names end up becoming professional names and that she would be approving their choices. Whiteboards were passed through the classroom, and after several minutes of silence spent writing, Midnight called for presentations from those who were ready. Aoyama proudly displayed his board and introduced his flair. Midnight shortened and approved the name. One by one the students presented. 괰ᴏ paid little attention to the others, concentrating on the decision she still had to make by the end of class. When 괰ᴏ raised her hand, Midnight invited her to present. As she walked to the podium, the room fell quiet and all eyes turned to her. 괰ᴏ presented the name Katana Hero, Star Hashira. Midnight tilted her head in confusion and asked what the term meant and what the star signified. YN admitted it had simply come to mind and returned to her seat, leaving the class stunned. Midnight quickly moved the session along and asked who was next. Aizawa resumed explaining the internships, saying they would last a week and that students with offers would receive lists of available options while those without offers could choose from agencies around the country. He handed out the papers, and YN scanned hers. Kaminari and Kirishima approached, congratulating her on placing third. Kirishima flashed a thumbs up and YN accepted the praise. The conversation turned to YN's match with Todoroki, recalling how she had passed out amid smoke and a bright flash. Mina praised how cool YN had looked, but YN said she did not know what had happened. The bell rang and she gathered her things. When Mina invited her to lunch, YN declined, saying she usually sat with someone else. Bakugo scoffed and referred to that person as the insomnia kid. YN told him not to call him that and left the classroom. In the lunchroom she joined Shinso, who looked up and smiled as he asked about her internship offers. YN told him the number 3. Shinso reacted with disbelief. He had only 6 offers, which made sense after his early elimination in the one-on-one rounds. He mentioned an offer from Aizawa, and YN said she had an internship from Aizawa as well. Shinso suggested they should go together, smiling as a faint blush colored his cheeks. YN said she would review the other offers before deciding and handed her papers to Shinso. He scanned them and noted an offer from Endeavor. The name unsettled YN. She briefly worried about what Endeavor might want after the incident at the festival. Shinso called her back to the present and she retrieved her papers, saying she had to go. He frowned as she left. YN went to the bathroom and stared at herself in the mirror. The color drained from her face as she watched words seem to form in her reflection. Upper Moon 4. Her irises shifted from pale blue to an intense white. Everything around her felt slightly off, as if her senses had been sharpened, and a distant metallic tang in the air made her uneasy. Of course there were a lot of students at UA, but YN could only smell their blood. The scent was unnervingly strong, and she felt a strange urge toward it, which conflicted with everything she was training to be. YN wondered why her eyes looked the way they did as she picked at the skin beneath them. A familiar presence was approaching. She blinked rapidly, hoping her eyes would return to normal before anyone noticed. The bathroom door creaked open, and YN glanced at the mirror to see who had come in. She had never seen the girl before, but the stranger looked oddly familiar. Long white hair fading to lime at the ends and a line of green in her eyes that matched the hair. The girl narrowed her eyes and scoffed, asking what YN was staring at before walking into an empty stall. YN sighed. Since she did not know the stranger, it would not matter if someone assumed her unusual eye color was a quirk. The dark-haired student looked back at her own reflection and frowned lightly. When she blinked normally, her eyes returned to their usual color. She was bewildered, still touching her face, when Momo Yaoyorozu entered. Momo smiled softly and remarked that she had not expected to find YN here and wondered if YN was usually with Shinso. YN replied that she had just needed the restroom and excused herself, leaving before Momo could respond. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, YN walked the halls, replaying the incident in her mind. She remembered the voice from the dream and calculated that lunch ended in 30 minutes, so she had time. She hurried to the library and stayed quiet out of respect for the rules. She headed to the history section in search of anything that might explain the vision. She scanned the shelves for books on the Taisho era, finally finding a few and taking them to an empty table. She flipped through pages quickly, reading bits that might relate to the dream she had after passing out at the sports festival. 30 minutes passed and the bell rang. Frustrated that she had not found what she was looking for, she returned the books and went back to class 1A. A voice from the dream had instructed her to look in the Taisho era and had warned about guardians who watched over anyone not worthy. YN mulled the warning over as she pushed open the classroom door and settled into another repetitive day. The hours passed with little change among classmates and the usual lively chatter. Later, YN walked through crowded streets, glancing at storefronts and buildings but resenting the shoulder-to-shoulder crush of people. She wanted answers and worried that if the eye change happened again it would not revert so easily. To seek more information, she headed to the local library. Her shoulder collided with someone and she was suddenly pushed to the ground, hitting the back of her head against the pavement. Looking up at the person who had knocked her down, she took in his sharp, unusual teeth and pale skin that contrasted with light green eyes and fashionable clothing. Despite a calm appearance, he bore a noticeable wound with blood visible around it. The man moved as if possessed, making erratic swipes at YN. A woman in a fancy dress nearby cried out his name, Fuji, and begged him to stop. YN, confused, grabbed his wrists and discovered his nails were unusually sharp as well. She focused on pinning him to the pavement. YN rolled and managed to restrain him. She instructed the woman to call the police. The woman nodded, trembling, and dialed for help as she explained the situation. Before the police arrived, two side heroes intervened. One man, Kaito, admonished her that it was dangerous. Snowflake, the other hero, placed a calming hand on Kaito's shoulder, introduced herself, and identified Kaito. She asked YN to get off the man so they could secure and apprehend him. YN narrowed her eyes at the heroes and said she could not let him go. Kaito shouted that she did not have a license yet and would get in trouble. Snowflake reached out and urged her not to take any further risks. YN insisted the man was different from ordinary villains. A sudden, sharp pain shot through YN's hand as the man bit down. She pulled back with a cry and was shoved aside, landing heavily on the ground. A crowd had already gathered. The man lunged at Kaito, and his nails raked Kaito's arm, causing Kaito to cry out in pain. They exchanged blows. Kaito's punches had no effect on the other man. YN was about to rush in to stop the bleeding when Snowflake pulled her back, making sure she could not get into danger. Snowflake insisted she could not go in, but YN protested that Kaito was going to get hurt and that this was not a normal human. Then YN felt blood on her face and looked up at the scene in stunned silence. Kaito had suffered a severe injury to his arm, the limb gone, and he cried out in pain. Snowflake ran forward and crouched beside him, tears welling in her eyes, while the inhuman figure advanced. Before it could reach them, YN took a kunai from her bag and threw it at the creature's arm, forcing it back with a frustrated screech. Without hesitation, she continued her attack. YN warned the crowd that the creature was dangerous and ordered someone to evacuate people and keep them back. She met the eyes of a woman she had seen earlier and promised that she would tell her when her husband was safe and to leave for now. The woman, tears streaming, nodded and began to move away along with others. YN instructed that a piece of cloth or rope be used to wrap Kaito's arm to slow the bleeding and that someone call an ambulance. Snowflake, still crying, followed the directions despite her youth. While YN continued to fight the unnatural being, she studied its movements, trying to understand what had triggered this. The man looked to be in his late 30s, and it seemed unlikely that a powerful quirk would suddenly go out of control at that age. She also wondered about the wound at his neck and where it had come from. More complications unfolded by the second, but YN managed to pin the creature down again. She had taken only minor scratches, nothing serious. Faint police sirens grew louder, and red and blue lights cut through the dusk as officers arrived. One officer said they would take the creature and asked to put restraints on it. The other handed YN a pair of cuffs so they could secure it. Having seen the damage to Kaito, the officers gave space and let YN assist. After the creature was restrained, they took YN in for questioning. The dark-haired teenager sat in an interrogation room in tense silence with a cup of water set before her. She told the detective he did not need to offer it, because she would give her name willingly. When the detective asked what she meant, she explained that she knew their procedure. They would collect a sample, test it for DNA, and identify her. The detective noted her awareness, took out a notepad, and asked for her name, age, and quirk. She identified herself as LNYN, 16 years old and quirkless. The detective reacted with surprise that she had faced the creature without a quirk and then asked her to recount everything that had happened. Aizawa moved through the police station corridors with a weary groan, tired from dealing with troublesome students. After learning where his student was being held, he went to get her and take her home. In a room where people waited, he found YN crouched and talking to a small girl. Aizawa's expression softened as the child smiled and laughed while playing with YN. He told the girl he would walk her home. The small girl, Aoi, pouted and hugged the teenager, saying she would miss her. YN hesitated but returned the hug and told Aoi she would see her another day. Aoi grinned and asked for a promise, and YN promised. The week of internship approached. Since the awkward moment when YN's eyes had changed color with Shinso, she had decided not to pick Aizawa as her intern supervisor. She narrowed her choices to two experienced pro heroes who had accepted interns: Endeavor, whom she disliked but who ranked highly, and Hawks, whom she had not yet met. She flipped a coin and it landed in favor of Hawks. On the day she arrived, YN pushed open the glass door of Hawks' agency, a large building with wide windows. At the reception desk, a woman with glasses directed her to Hawks' office on the top floor, the first door to the right. YN thanked her and took the elevator up. When she stepped out and knocked, a voice called for her to enter. She opened the door to a large office where Hawks was leaning back at his desk. 괰ᴏᴜᴜ stood nearby. YN noted the familiar presence of 괰ᴏᴜᴜ and stood beside him. Hawks smirked and observed that the two already seemed to get along. He explained that this would not be a normal, boring internship and that it would be interesting. Later, as they left a sweet shop, Tokoyami expressed reluctance about choosing a candy store. Hawks smiled happily, stuffing his face with chocolate. He swallowed the sugar and said that, of course, if one was going to be a pro hero, it was important to have some fun, and he grinned as he put a cotton candy lollipop in his mouth. YN muttered that she was starting to think it had not been such a good idea to pick him, looking away as she swirled the lollipop he had offered earlier. Hawks told her not to be a bummer and placed his arm over her shoulder, with Tokoyami on the other side. YN told him not to touch her and removed his hand from her shoulder, making his hand drop by his side. Hawks pouted, clearly not liking her lack of enthusiasm. Suddenly a loud explosion followed by screams echoed through the streets. YN's hand went to the handle of her sword, ready for whatever came next. Hawks smirked and announced that now was his time to shine, telling them to follow him as multiple red feathers escaped his wings and propelled him into the air. Tokoyami glanced at YN hoping she shared his confusion, but she was already gone, following Hawks on the ground. He pursued, running after both of them. They arrived at a burning building with a truck speeding away and small bills fluttering in the air behind it. Hawks said he would save the people inside and instructed them to go after the truck, using his feathers to pull citizens out of the burning building. YN raced after the truck with Tokoyami lagging behind. As she approached the vehicle, YN unsheathed her sword and muttered that being inside a car was not a good idea because she was fast enough to catch them. She slashed the back left tire. Sparks and smoke flew as the tire ruptured. YN sheathed her sword and ran to the passenger side, subduing one of the culprits. She told 괰ᴏᴜᴜ to get the other one. Tokoyami nodded and unleashed Dark Shadow, which captured the other man by wrapping him in its fist. The man cursed and demanded to be let go. YN remarked that there was finally something interesting, though these guys seemed like a real pain, and she tightened her hold on one of the men, warning him that if he tried to get loose she would stab him. Tokoyami gave a nervous look and suggested she should not do that. She brushed him off. In the distance, police sirens grew louder until officers arrived. Both students handed the criminals and the bags of money to the police. Hawks walked over grinning, saying he had been right to assign them the job of capturing the thieves and praised their work, then patted YN's head. YN slapped his hand away and told him again not to touch her, then asked about the people and whether they were okay. Hawks said they were fine and that no one had been hurt. His smile softened when he saw the worried look on her face. Hawks groaned and complained that he had dropped his bag of sweets. Tokoyami sighed and pointed out that they had just stopped a serious crime and Hawks was worried about candy. Hawks protested that he could not resist and suggested they head back to the agency. They watched Hawks walk away, and Tokoyami muttered that Hawks had big mood swings, speaking loud enough for YN to hear. YN sighed and followed Hawks to the agency, with Tokoyami beside her. Tokoyami asked why she had chosen Hawks for her internship, suggesting she must have had many options. YN admitted that she had flipped a coin. Hawks and Tokoyami reacted in disbelief, and Hawks clung to her arm dramatically, asking if that meant she had not chosen him by heart. YN deadpanned that she never would and told him to leave her alone because he gave her a headache. Hawks feigned being wounded, placing a hand over his heart theatrically. Tokoyami asked what her other choice had been. YN hummed that it had been Endeavor. Tokoyami murmured in surprise that she had gotten an internship from Endeavor, and Hawks said he was glad she had chosen him. YN reiterated that she had flipped a coin and quickened her pace to put some distance between herself and the two of them. She asked Hawks to stop calling her kid because he was only a few years older than her. They walked in comfortable silence for a while. Tokoyami and YN were quiet, while Hawks rambled as usual. They returned to the agency where Hawks had arranged separate rooms for the two students to stay in. YN walked into her undecorated room and placed her suitcase on the bed. She opened it and took out comfortable clothes to change into. Suddenly, an immense aura washed over her. She froze, unable to move under the weight of the intimidating presence. It felt like being submerged in an ocean with predators circling, as if something huge was roaming nearby with lethal intent. YN grabbed her sword and jumped out of a window, following the aura with quiet, swift movements to avoid detection. She slipped into a narrow alleyway, an odd choice, but she pressed on. As she crept along the wall, the aura vanished. Confused, she continued, and a grunt announced a sudden force that drove her to the ground. She looked over her shoulder to see a man on top of her and demanded that he get off her. She kicked him and sprang to her feet when he fell. He showed no hesitation and lunged toward her. YN unsheathed her sword and warned him not to make her hurt him. The man made unintelligible growls. His skin had a pale, slightly green tint and his eyes were blank, with unnaturally sharp nails and teeth. YN's eyebrows furrowed with recognition. The man grabbed the arm that held her sword, digging in and drawing blood. Instinct took over and she struck decisively at his arm, breaking his grip and forcing him to stagger backward, clutching his injured arm. He was incapacitated and no longer a threat. Her eyes widened slightly and she jumped back, staring at the hand on the floor as it began to disintegrate and then reattach to the man. YN wondered if it was a regeneration quirk, but the sharp teeth and nails made her doubt that. She suspected it might be a Nomu and took a defensive stance with her sword while the man replied only with low growls and incoherent babbling. YN decided to test it. She dashed forward and severed the creature's arm, which reformed almost immediately. It screeched, turned, and slashed at her arm. She answered with a decisive strike to the head, expecting it to regenerate, but instead the body crumbled into ash without graphic detail. She sheathed her sword, baffled. She had expected regeneration, and could not place what the thing had been. A sudden sting in her eyes brought back a memory and she pulled out her phone to check her reflection. Her eyes had shifted back to blue and white, marked with strange symbols. Her nails and teeth had taken on a sharper appearance. The scent of blood reached her and a sudden, unsettling hunger made her mouth water. She felt compelled to follow the smell and walked out of the alley. Across the road a man was walking, the source of the scent. YN moved quietly behind him, careful not to make a sound, until a familiar voice snapped her out of the trance. Katsuki Bakugo confronted her, calling her quirkless and demanding an explanation as he stared at her unusual eyes. She blinked rapidly, the features of her hands returning to normal, and explained that nothing was wrong before asking why he was out. Bakugo said he had been patrolling and scolded her for ignoring him. He reacted with irritation at her casualness and ordered her not to be foolish. When Best Jeanist appeared and placed a steadying hand on Bakugo's shoulder, the pro hero introduced himself and asked if YN was Bakugo's classmate, why she was out late, and whether she was interning with someone. Bakugo rolled his eyes and snapped that she wasn't committing a crime, but Best Jeanist insisted that Bakugo walk her back and had Bakugo agree after a quick scolding. As they walked, Bakugo kept up a gruff commentary and asked who YN interned with, speculating about dangerous assignments. YN answered that she was interning with Hawks. Bakugo bristled at the name and accused her of being lucky, while YN teased that Best Jeanist's styling had left him looking different. Bakugo responded by denying it and then, visibly flustered, allowed his hair to pop back into its usual spiky shape. YN stifled a laugh and Bakugo, embarrassed, urged them to hurry and get the walk over with. Best Jeanist lightly admonished Bakugo later about his hairstyle and promised to help him keep it down, but Bakugo protested loudly, refusing to be managed. YN returned to Hawk's agency by climbing through an unattended window. No one had noticed her absence, so she moved about without interruption. She took a quick shower, changed, and collapsed on the bed, exhausted after the day's strange events and minor confrontations. She hoped the rest of the week would be calmer. The next day passed without complications, though Hawks remained annoyingly persistent in his usual way. On the third day, YN practiced alone, trying to activate her newfound quirk and puzzling over what the mysterious star-breathing technique could be. It remained a mystery to everyone, including her. She could not remember anything from that moment, and there was no footage to explain it. Every day YN spent at Hawk's agency, she searched the library for any book that might shed light on her predicament, but she found nothing. Therefore, nothing significant happened. They thwarted another robbery, but it was as dull as the first one. At least they had something to do. Day 5. YN entered Hawk's office and found him sitting at his desk. Hawks looked up and motioned for her to continue as he listened. YN said she would be in the gym practicing. Hawks sighed and told her he could not understand why she trained so much, and he told her she needed to live a little, suggesting she go to a party and even offering to let her drink. YN dismissed the suggestion, thinking underage drinking was illegal and refusing the invitation, then walked out. Hawks muttered that she should make sure to live before life ended and joked that he felt enlightened. YN closed the door and headed to the indoor gym Hawks kept at the agency. The gym was impressive, a sign of Hawk's wealth, though she thought him not especially bright. She threw her bag into a corner and set up a practice dummy, taking a bakken to refine her sword techniques. While she practiced, her phone vibrated in her back pocket. Expecting a stray social media notification, she pulled out the phone and frowned when she saw a message from ꜰᴏᴜ. He had somehow obtained her number, possibly via a mutual friend. The message contained only a location. A bad feeling tightened in her stomach. YN grabbed her real sword and left without telling Hawks or anyone else where she was going. ꜰᴜ's location was in Hosu. It was not terribly far, but she ran as fast as she could, hoping she would not be too late. When she arrived at Hosu, smoke and fire stained the sky and cries echoed through the streets. Nomu were everywhere, and civilians were trapped among the chaos. YN unsheathed her sword and cut through a Nomu with precise, practice strikes. A nearby pro-hero called for civilians to evacuate, insisting they could not stay and reminding them they were young. YN told the pro-hero to handle the crowd for her and asked him to do his job, reminding him that he had to follow the civilians' wishes. She then ran toward ꜰᴜ's location. She found ꜰᴜ, Ida, and Todoroki in a dark alley. As YN approached, someone spoke behind her and she felt a sudden, sharp pain in her side. She staggered and pressed her hand to the spot to steady herself. Turning, she slashed at the attacker and struck the man's arm. He recoiled and narrowed his eyes, remarking that she was fast and noting that she had been on Shigaraki's list. ꜰᴜ rushed forward, electricity crackling as he checked on her, asking if she was okay and looking concerned. YN said she was fine, then asked who the attacker was and what had happened to the others. ꜰᴜ identified the man as the hero killer, Stain. Todoroki approached while Ida remained on the ground, temporarily immobile. Stain smirked and raised his knife in a mocking gesture. YN found the gesture repulsive. Stain seemed puzzled by her reaction and then threw his knife toward the group. Todoroki quickly formed an ice wall that stopped the blade, which embedded itself in the ice. ꜰᴜ and Todoroki speculated about why Stain's blood-related technique had not fully immobilized YN when he had taken something from her, and YN offered a dry, emotionless remark about being perhaps different, downplaying the mystery. YN focused and blocked Stain's attacks with her sword, keeping up a fast-paced exchange of strikes in a non-graphic, flickering display of skill. Stain admitted surprise at her ability to keep pace. YN said her skill came from training and urged ꜰᴜ and Todoroki to join the fight, complaining that it was getting boring to fight alone. ꜰᴜ and Todoroki moved to engage. Midoriya kicked Stain into a nearby wall and Todoroki used ice to trap him temporarily. Ida began to regain sensation in his limbs and announced that his muscles were returning and he would be ready soon. YN told him she was there for the challenge and did not want special treatment. Ida blushed slightly at the small smile she allowed herself to show. Stain broke free from the ice and dashed forward, striking Midoriya's cheek and declaring his warped vision of creating a world of true heroes, excluding those he considered useless. He chided them about respecting elders while sending a storm of knives out to try to strike the UA students. The battle continued, an intense, stylized clash of quirks and blades across the smoke-filled streets. Unfortunately for him, none of their strikes landed. YN admonished him as she slashed his arm, calling his appearance disrespectful, and Stain growled at both her words and the attack. The villain was about to stab her arm when a kick sent him flying into the wall again. Midoriya smiled and pointed out Ida, who had arrived to help. Ida told them they did not have to interfere because it was their problem alone, but Midoriya softened and insisted they could help, urging them to let him assist. Reluctantly, Ida agreed. YN decided to finish it and charged at Stain, the others following. Midoriya clambered along the walls while Ida propelled himself forward with his quirk. Todoroki stayed on the ground, alternating between ice and bursts of fire to support them. Stain avoided most of the attacks but was struck by a blast of fire and driven to the ground. He stepped aside before YN's blade could find him. Every slash, kick, and punch seemed useless. He kept pushing forward. After a few minutes, he suddenly froze. Midoriya and the others stared in confusion as Stain's features shifted into something more uncanny, his skin paling and his expression growing more feral. Then he collapsed. Ida barked orders for him to be secured. YN hurried over, rolling Stain onto his stomach and pinning his hands behind his back. She announced that she had found some rope. Ida tossed the rope to Todoroki, who began to bind Stain tightly. YN murmured under her breath that it looked like the same change as before. Drool had pooled at Stain's mouth and onto the ground. YN glanced at his nails and reacted with a fleeting, widened look. When they carried Stain out of the alleyway, heroes began arriving on the scene. One of the arriving heroes kicked Midoriya in the head, scolding him for not staying on the train, and Midoriya apologized, insisting he had to help. An unfamiliar hero and two others inspected Stain and recognized him as the hero killer, surprised that the teenagers had subdued him. A gruff voice identified itself as Endeavor and questioned why they were there. YN returned the insult and told him to leave her alone. Endeavor's flames flared in irritation. A sudden sensation washed over YN and she warned that something was coming, urging someone to watch Stain and make sure he did not escape. She drew her sword and looked around. Midoriya began to protest that nothing was wrong but was unexpectedly pulled into the sky by the claws of a Nomu. YN shouted for Midoriya, but someone else reached him first. Stain leapt up and tore at the Nomu's leg, disabling it so Midoriya fell to the ground without serious injury. Stain dropped the injured limb and regarded the group with a strange, hungry expression. YN felt a cold recognition, remembering how that other thing had felt, and realized Stain could regenerate. She warned that only destroying his head would stop that regeneration. The heroes reacted with shock. One of them advanced to restrain Stain but was sent flying by a powerful punch. Others remarked on the inhuman strength and kept their distance. YN warned the younger members to stay back and explained that Stain was no longer simply human but something more, as she demonstrated by striking his arms and watching them knit back together almost instantly. She ordered Todoroki to slow him with ice, told Ida to call the police, and, without hesitation, directed Endeavor to use his fire to try to hinder Stain's regeneration. Endeavor glared but complied. Todoroki moved quickly and imprisoned Stain in ice. The ice prison did not hold for long. Stain punched his way out, sending shards everywhere. Ida had already sprinted to fetch the police. When an unknown hero strode forward, Stain suddenly recoiled from him. YN noticed and pulled that hero to the side while the others kept Stain occupied. YN checked the hero's pockets for a reason she could not yet explain. The hero produced a few items: a ring, a small bag, and a wallet. YN examined the bag and identified the contents as wisteria, an herb the man said his wife had given him for luck to ward off evil. He admitted he did not believe in such things but kept it for her sake. 괰ᴏ asked to borrow the bag for a few minutes and the man agreed. She returned to Stain and, as she suspected, he recoiled at the scent of the wisteria. He pressed himself against a wall, seething and acting more frenzied than his usual calm demeanor. 괰ᴏ seized the opportunity, swept at his feet to unbalance him, and immediately followed with her signature technique, peppermint, to keep him subdued. Almost immediately, Todoroki trapped the villain in ice, leaving him no room to move, and announced that he was trapped. 괰ᴏ tossed the bag of wisteria to the pro-hero. The hero caught it, smiled, and nodded in thanks. In the distance, police sirens could be heard. 괰ᴏ looked down at the growling hero killer and noted that it was exactly like before. A nurse examined 괰ᴏ and observed that she had no visible injuries or bruises, smiling softly and remarking that she had been lucky. 괰ᴏ's eyes widened at the suggestion of regeneration. She thanked the nurse and then returned to an emotionless expression. The nurse asked 괰ᴏ to tell her if anything hurt and offered to escort her to a room shared with her friends. 괰ᴏ agreed and followed the nurse down the hospital hallways. At the door, quiet chatter could be heard from inside. When the nurse opened the door, everyone greeted 괰ᴏ with a smile. Even Todoroki smiled softly, which felt unusual to her. 괰ᴏ walked to an empty hospital bed and sat down, then asked what had happened to the others. Midoriya reported that he had a few bruises and a sprained ankle but was otherwise fine. Ida said he had received stab wounds that were not life-threatening. Todoroki said he was fine with similar, minor cuts. Midoriya then asked 괰ᴏ if she was all right, mentioning that she had been stabbed in the abdomen and looking worried. 괰ᴏ remembered the injury and considered whether to tell them it had healed. She decided not to share that secret. She said she was in some pain but would be fine, and Ida expressed relief. A knock came at the door and several people entered, including Midoriya's internship supervisor with a dog, Ida's internship supervisor, and Hawks. Hawks glanced at 괰ᴏ with a slightly disappointed expression and then introduced himself to the group as he closed the door and moved further into the room. Midoriya's instructor identified the man who had come in as Mr. Kenji Tsuragami, Hosu's chief of police. The green-haired Midoriya began to stand, but the chief asked him to remain seated. He explained that the 4 UA students had stopped the hero killer, who was now in custody, although his injuries and burns had healed unusually quickly. The chief then addressed the students and their pro-hero mentors, stating that the students had acted without a hero license and therefore both the students and their mentors would need to be dealt with strictly. 괰ᴏ frowned, anticipating the consequences. Todoroki stood and argued that if Ida had not acted, Native would have been killed. If Midoriya had not shown up, both victims would have been dead, and if 괰ᴏ had not arrived, they would not have defeated the hero killer because no one even knew he was in town. He pressed that letting people die in the name of the law was unacceptable and urged that the outcome mattered more than strict adherence to the rules this time. Midoriya tried to calm Todoroki, but Todoroki continued, voice edged with anger. 괰ᴏ stood, took his hand, and gave him a light warning squeeze. Todoroki looked away with a small blush as 괰ᴏ told the chief that she agreed with Todoroki's stance. The chief explained that although they could publicize the incident and receive public praise, punishment would be inevitable. He offered an alternative: they could cover it up so the students and mentors would avoid consequences. He asked what they wanted to do. The 3 students besides 괰ᴏ bowed in agreement. 괰ᴏ also bowed and sighed in relief. The chief thanked them and bowed in return. Hawks immediately moved to 괰ᴏ and pulled her into a tight, relieved hug, scolding her for going too far and saying she had nearly given him a heart attack. He lightly teased her about not training properly. 괰ᴏ muttered for him to stop and removed his hands. Midoriya watched in awe as Gran Torino scolded and scuffled with Hawks. Midoriya then excitedly asked Hawks for an autograph and pulled out a notebook. Hawks smiled and agreed, enjoying the attention. 괰ᴏ sighed softly, wondering why she spent time with such chaotic friends. After the encounter with the hero killer and the chief of police, Midoriya left to answer an urgent phone call. Ida approached 괰ᴏ's bed with concern, and 괰ᴏ downplayed her injury as a small poke. Todoroki reminded her that she had been stabbed and asked about something she had mumbled earlier while looking at Stain. Before the conversation could go further, a doctor entered holding a clipboard and asked to speak to Ida. Ida agreed to hear the diagnosis in the room. The doctor's expression softened as she explained that both of his arms had been injured in the battle and that his left hand had sustained the most damage. She warned that his left hand might have permanent impairment due to severe nerve damage caused during the attack. A doctor explained that a nerve transplant might restore most sensation in his hands and allow normal nerve function. A nurse apologized, bowed, and left the room. A heavy feeling filled the air. Midoriya entered and mentioned he had just gotten off the phone with Uraraka, but he immediately noticed the tense atmosphere. Todoroki informed them that Ida had just received his diagnosis. Ida then said that until he succeeded in becoming a true hero, his left hand would serve as a reminder as he looked down at his bandaged hand. Midoriya admitted he felt the same way and suggested they get stronger together, smiling lightly. Todoroki looked down and wondered aloud if his being involved always seemed to end with someone's hand getting hurt, half-jokingly calling himself the hand crusher. Midoriya and Ida laughed, and Yen offered a small smile and a quiet chuckle that was swallowed by their laughter. A few days later, the UA students returned to their daily classes. The first PRD was chaotic after internships. When Yen opened the door, she saw the usual pair, Todoroki sitting at the back reading and Bakugo tapping away on his phone. Yen muttered to Bakugo about his flattened hair, and Bakugo snapped that she should be quiet and warned her not to make him start a fight, claiming he still wanted a challenge. Yen scoffed and said she was sure she could defeat him easily. Bakugo stood abruptly and grabbed her collar in frustration. Kirishima and Denki entered and froze at the sight, and Siro laughed as he pointed out Bakugo's hair. Kirishima and Siro continued laughing until Bakugo let go of Yen and glared at them, insisting his hair was stuck that way even after washing it and threatening to teach them a lesson if they kept laughing. He also jabbed at Yen with a taunt about being quirkless. Kirishima teased that Bakugo's hair looked like a perfect 2:8 ratio, which caused Bakugo to explode in anger. In a moment the hair snapped back to its usual spiky form, and the others reacted to the sudden change. Yen smirked slightly before returning to her seat as the classroom filled and conversations about internships and recent events took over. Mineta suggested that the most transformative and traumatic experience belonged to the 4 students in the back, which prompted an eruption of questions about the hero killer and the battle that had been heavily covered by the media. Kaminari spoke admiringly about the hero killer until Midoriya subtly pointed to Ida to steer the conversation away. Kaminari apologized. Ida stood and declared that he would correct his course and walk the path of a true hero, then reminded everyone class was about to begin. All Might stood before the class with his hands on his hips and announced that today's activity, following the internships, would be a playful rescue training race. He explained they were at Field Gamma and would split into 4 teams of 5 and 1 team of 6. He would send a distress signal and the first team to find him would win. He reminded them to keep property damage to a minimum and then named the first team as Midoriya, Ojiro, Mina, Ida, Siro, and Yen. Yen raised a hand and asked to switch teams because Bakugo had challenged her, suggesting it could be a 2 versus 2 contest. All Might allowed the team switch but forbade a formal 2 versus 2 match. Bakugo cracked a grin, struck his palm, and caused a small explosion, locking eyes with Yen. All Might instructed the 5 to line up and said he would hide somewhere in the field, then jumped into Field Gamma while holding a remote. Classmates began speculating about who would win. Yen lightly admonished Mineta not to talk badly about their friend as the students prepared. When the buzzer sounded, everyone launched forward. Siro and Midoriya moved above while the others stayed on the ground. Siro, confident he would win, grinned as he leapt with his tape, but Midoriya passed him by sprinting across pipes overhead. Uraraka's thoughts drifted, noting that those moves were familiar. Bakugo shouted indignantly that those were his moves, glaring with visible anger. Midoriya lost his footing and fell from the pipes, allowing Siro to take the round. Subsequent rounds saw other classmates like Kirishima take first place. In the final round, Denki, Yaoyorozu, Koda, Bakugo, and Yen lined up. Bakugo warned YN not to lose her head and reminded her he intended to beat her. YN pointed out, matter-of-factly, that Bakugo's shoelace was untied. Bakugo's eyes widened at the reminder, and the race was about to begin. He froze, not because of her lie, but because of the nickname. It was common and boring, but just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. The boy did not notice when everyone else had already left to find All Might. He snapped out of his trance and rushed forward. Bakugo yelled that it was unfair and tried to catch up to the HC-haired girl before she could win, cursing loudly as he ran. YN observed that he swore too much and asked him to quiet down. Bakugo responded by shouting that she could not tell him what to do and sent explosions toward her while keeping pace behind her. YN dodged and nearly lost her footing, reminding him that this was a race, not a battle, and that she would see him when she reached All Might first. Bakugo growled that he would win next time and vowed to make her pay. YN smirked, noting that she had won again. All Might laughed and urged them not to fight, telling them to tell the others to get changed and prepare for their next classes. YN nodded silently and began to walk back while Bakugo followed behind, grumbling under his breath. YN told Ida about All Might's instructions. Ida smiled and announced to everyone that All Might had instructed them to return to the locker rooms and get changed for their next classes. The students began to head to the locker rooms, with YN moving behind some of the girls. In the girls' locker room, YN began changing and felt more comfortable around the other girls, appreciating how kind and respectful they were. On the other side of the wall, however, a boy called out, excited about a discovery. Mineta waved to Midoriya and revealed a hole that connected to the other side of the locker room, exclaiming that their seniors must have been like them. Ida immediately rushed over and scolded Mineta, calling his behavior a serious offense. Mineta loudly described inappropriate thoughts about the girls, and Ida reacted with dismay. Gyro acted swiftly to stop him, striking him with the headband of her headphones and forcing him to recoil and back away. The girls in the locker room covered themselves, grateful for Gyro's intervention. YN noticed Gyro's expression, placed a small hand on her shoulder, and told her that even if the boy had not mentioned her, she was still beautiful. Gyro looked flustered and thanked YN. YN finished changing and told her classmates she would patch up the hole. Her classmates smiled, left, and YN closed the locker room door behind them before collapsing to her knees. She began to pant, staring at her hands and nails as they sharpened. Her teeth felt different and her veins became visible. Her eyes shifted from their usual colors to a pale white and blue pattern. The door clicked open and a girl said that YN seemed to be in some trouble. YN recognized her as the girl from the bathroom and thought the name sounded familiar. The girl introduced herself as Uemi but asked to be called Daki, then lifted YN's chin and said she already knew her name. YN asked what Daki wanted and removed her hand from her chin. Daki said that they were the same and urged YN to come back to them, suggesting there was more out there than the path YN had chosen. YN protested that she did not understand and demanded answers about why she changed, asking if Daki knew the reason. Daki claimed to know a great deal about YN and said they used to be friends. YN asked Daki to tell her everything she knew, insisting that Daki explain why she looked familiar and why she had knowledge of YN. Daki refused to give details, saying she could not go against someone she called him, and asked to be called Daki instead of Uemi. She warned she needed to leave before YN's classmates grew suspicious and said she would see YN again. When YN tried to reach for her, Daki disappeared with extraordinary speed. YN sighed. It was not every day she had the chance to learn about the strange condition that affected her, and she left the locker room uncertain. She noticed someone leaning against the wall and immediately assumed a fighting stance, but recognized Tokoyami and relaxed when he waved. YN asked Tokoyami what he was doing there and whether he had been listening. Tokoyami rubbed the back of his neck and looked at the ground, appearing uncomfortable. Tokoyami reassured her that the wall was soundproof so he could not have heard, and that one of the girls had told him to wait because they were worried. YN hummed and believed him. He showed no sign of lying. She said they should go back since the bell for the next PRD was about to ring, and she stuffed her hands into her jacket to hide her sharp nails. Tokoyami asked if she was all right, frowning. YN stiffened at the question, surprised that he had noticed. He shrugged after a moment and dismissed it as her usual behavior. YN let out a small breath of relief and picked up her pace. By the final week of June, with finals a week away, tension ran through the students. Bakugo was loudly berating Kirishima in his usual explosive way, shoving him in exasperation rather than meaning real harm. The class rankings were laid out for everyone to see. Rank 1, Yaoyorozu Momo. Rank 2, Ida Tenya. Rank 3, Bakugo Katsuki. Rank 4, Midoriya Izuku. Rank 5, Todoroki Shoto. Rank 6, Tsuyu Azui. Rank 7, Jiraiya Kyoka. Rank 8, LNYN. Rank 9, Ojiro Mashireo. Rank 10, Mineta Minoru. Rank 11, Shoji Mizo. Rank 12, Kota Koji. Rank 13, Sato Rikido. Rank 14, Uraraka Ochako. Rank 15, Tokoyami Fumikichi. Rank 16, Kirishima Ejiro. Rank 17, Hagakure Toru. Rank 18, Shiro Hanta. Rank 19, Aoyama Yuga. Rank 20, Ashido Mina. Rank 21, Kaminari Denki. Kaminari threw his head back in his chair and complained that he had not studied at all. Mina laughed and rubbed the back of her head. She was only one rank above him. Mineta leaned back confidently and noted that there would be a practical exam as well. Mina and Kaminari loudly expressed their frustration with Mineta, accusing him of being valued only for his foolishness. Kaminari then turned to YN, clinging to her and pleading for help and tutoring in an attempt to improve. YN immediately pushed him away and refused, explaining that she was not great academically and lowering her eyes in embarrassment. Yaoyorozu offered to help with academics, though she admitted the practical exam would be more difficult to aid with. YN volunteered to help with the practical portion, catching Yaoyorozu's attention. Yaoyorozu smiled and blushed at the offer, her heartbeat quickening for reasons she could not explain. Jiro arrived with Ojiro and Shiro and asked if YN could help with quadratic formulas, adding that it would be beneficial to be trained by one of their strongest students. Shiro joined in and asked for help with kanji, folding his hands in a small plea. Yaoyorozu's smile grew warm, and she accepted the offer eagerly. Bakugo snapped that YN should save some time to battle him, insisting he did not want her to have wasted her time on others. YN said it would be a waste of time. Bakugo challenged her to fight then and there in his usual brash manner, but the bell rang for lunch before anything could escalate. YN grabbed her bag and hurried out to avoid his ranting. In the lunch line, Uraraka asked YN to sit with them, the request carrying a hopeful glimmer. YN sighed, thinking she could explain later to her usual seating partner, Shinso, and agreed to sit with Uraraka. They took their trays and joined their table, where the others greeted them with smiles. Midoriya, blushing slightly, noted that she was sitting with them. YN took a seat beside him and regarded him with her usual blank expression, which made his blush deepen. Todoroki observed that Midoriya tended to blush frequently, and Midoriya protested that he was simply easily embarrassed. Suddenly, someone pushed Midoriya's head down from behind. The culprit was a blonde-haired student from Class 1B who had been watching with a crazed intensity as he spoke about how the class's attention might be drawing danger. He warned that their stunts could bring trouble, his eyes and smile taking on an unnerving look. YN stood up, took a firm hold of the student's collar, and guided his hands behind his back, also moving his tray out of the way. She demanded that he apologize to Midoriya, to Ida, and to her class, then said she would apologize to his mother for having to deal with him. He ground his teeth and struggled against her hold, insisting to be released. At that moment, a girl with long orange hair in a side ponytail and teal eyes stepped forward, picked up the student's tray, and reminded him that what had happened to Ito was not a joke. She apologized for his behavior and gently asked YN to let him go, promising to keep him from doing anything more foolish. Monoma scoffed, but YN narrowed her eyes and then released him with a small sigh. He stumbled but managed to catch himself. Monoma accused Class 1A of resorting to violence over some simple words, calling them idiotic. He was promptly and decisively taken down by a classmate, collapsing to the ground. Kendo apologized and introduced herself, explaining that a senior had told her the practical exam would be a battle against robots like the entrance exam. Monoma grunted that Kendo had ruined their hard-won intel advantage and complained that this had been their chance to outshine the other class. Kendo cut him off, waved the students goodbye, and walked away. Sue finished her tray and remarked that fighting robots should be easy, and the others tossed their trays and talked about the new information. When the bell rang, YN and the rest of the students drifted to class, already buzzing about the practical exam. Bakugu called out at Midoriya, threatening in his usual blunt way to widen the gap between them if Midoriya kept showing off. The class fell silent at the confrontation. Bakugu also addressed Todoroki and YN before storming out. YN noted that it was the first time Bakugu had used her name. Todoroki, taken aback, simply nodded in agreement. Over the next several days, Yaoyorozu and YN tutored the students in both academics and combat basics. YN urged everyone to finish their push-ups so they could move on to sit-ups. Kaminari protested that it was unnecessary since they were just facing robots, and several others, including Siro, collapsed from exhaustion and heavy panting. YN scoffed and said she doubted the exam would be merely robots. Being different from past classes made her suspicious, but she let the others slack off if they chose. On the day of the practical exam, the students expected robots but instead faced a lineup of about 8 teachers and pro-heroes. Aizawa warned that failure was still possible and told them not to ruin their chances at attending the training camp. Mina and Kaminari joked about a robot rumble, but Principal Nizu emerged from Aizawa's scarf to announce that the exam format had been revised and students would be pairing up to fight one of the teachers present. After the shock settled, Aizawa announced the pairings and tossed the paper aside. Ida raised a concern about why YN had not been assigned a hero for the exam. Aizawa explained that someone had specifically requested to face LN. A towering figure stepped forward behind YN, and gasps rippled through the students when they realized it was Endeavor. YN turned to face the pro-hero with an even, emotionless expression. Endeavor glared down at her with a scowl and crossed his arms. YN retorted that it felt like he was the one opposing her. Midoriya nervously suggested that such a matchup might be unfair since she was alone, and the presence of the number 2 hero made him uneasy. Nizu, amused, pointed out that YN's fighting record suggested she should either be able to escape or restrain Endeavor, and then urged them to begin. They left the school and walked toward a reserved, walled training area where no civilians would be at risk. YN asked where they were headed, and Endeavor told her to show respect and said they were almost there. YN noticed a subtle limp on his right side, barely perceptible to most but the sign of an injury nonetheless. She inwardly marked it as a potential weakness to exploit. YN taunted Endeavor by asking if she should call him a failed father, then followed him through a narrow opening into the enclosed training ground. Endeavor checked his watch and informed her she had 5 minutes before he would capture her. YN rolled her eyes, wished him luck, then suddenly moved so quickly that he briefly lost sight of her. Once she had distance, YN drew her sword and enacted a practice technique she called star breathing, third form, solar lasers. A burst of multicolored beams flared outward in a wide radius, illuminating the area. She knew the form's limitations. It didn't cause heavy damage and lasted only a few seconds, but it had served to scout and disorient. When Endeavor began to move after the countdown, YN slipped behind a building and crept closer, careful not to make any sound. She charged in a blur, aiming to strike his arm, but Endeavor stepped back and maintained his distance, noting that surprise attacks did not work on him. YN adopted a defensive stance with her katana held in front, ready for the next exchange. The fire hilt she treasured for no particular reason was on her sword this time. Endeavor hurled a ball of fire at YN, aiming to strike. She slipped aside and, with a swift motion, grazed his hand with her blade. The pro-hero flinched at the wound, glaring as it burned him. She sheathed her katana, which only seemed to unsettle him further. YN observed that she would not need her blade for this fight, noting that Endeavor left himself open with his limp and his newly acquired injury, and that she could unsettle him emotionally as well. Endeavor tried to counter, but YN dashed forward and kicked him in the ribs. The blow made him cough and clutch his side, his limp more pronounced, yet he kept pressing the attack. At one point during the struggle, 괰ᴏᴜ seized her wrist and cursed, gripping it so hard that a sharp snap echoed. 괰ᴏ cried out in pain as he released his hold, and she accused him that her wrist had been broken. As the situation escalated, 괰ᴏ felt another, colder resolve take hold of her. She swept 괰ᴏᴜ off his feet and, while he lay stunned, retrieved the IInsides from her belt and clipped them onto his left wrist. She forced herself not to inflict further damage despite the urge to retaliate. 괰ᴏᴜ called out to her and questioned the shift in her expression, but she ignored him and began walking back toward the entrance, cradling her injured wrist. Each step tightened the ache, and she resolved that if the teachers at UA did not address what had happened, she would make him answer another day. 괰ᴏ returned to UA, which was fortunately close to the training stage. She found Recovery Girl and sighed with relief. Recovery Girl noticed the bandage and asked what had happened. 괰ᴏ told her that 괰ᴏᴜ had broken her wrist. Recovery Girl inspected the injury and said a cast would be necessary but that it appeared to be a clean break. She assured 괰ᴏ that she would see to it that 괰ᴏᴜ was held accountable. 괰ᴏ smiled faintly and thanked her. After the practical exams, with a few students having failed, the class gathered and waited for Aizawa. Mina, Kaminari, Sato, and Kirishima were struggling to hold back tears as they talked about the trip. Mina, clutching the hem of her skirt, tried to encourage the group by saying she looked forward to hearing everyone's stories from the trip. Midoriya stepped in and urged everyone to be patient, suggesting there might still be unexpected developments. Kaminari poked Midoriya and complained, while 괰ᴏ sat in the back, jotting notes and sketches in the notebook Aizawa had given her because of the drawings she kept leaving on class papers. Jair noticed 괰ᴏ's bandaged arm and asked about it. 괰ᴏ explained that 괰ᴏᴜ had broken her wrist after taking her insults personally. Todoroki heard her and gave a small, sympathetic smile. Their brief exchange made him flush slightly before he looked away. When the bell rang, Aizawa returned to the podium and informed the class that some students had failed the finals and, as a result, everyone would be attending the summer training camp. The announcement was met with a mixture of relief and groans. Conversation quickly turned to preparations and shopping for the trip, and Kirishima and Kaminari began pleading with 괰ᴏ to join them. Kaminari dropped dramatically onto 괰ᴏ's desk and begged her to come, saying it would be fun and that she rarely went out with them. 괰ᴏ deadpanned that was precisely why she did not want to go, but Kirishima pleaded earnestly, insisting the trip would not be the same without her. After a moment, 괰ᴏ relented and agreed to go just this once. Kirishima celebrated and urged Bakugo to join them as well. Bakugo scoffed at the idea but eventually agreed to attend only so he could keep an eye on everyone and prevent them from getting into trouble. The next day, most of Class 1A met at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall to pick up supplies for the camp. 괰ᴏ arrived to find the mall crowded and muttered that she already wanted to go home. Mina laughed and reminded her they had just arrived, asking if 괰ᴏ would come with her to buy new shoes and other items needed for the trip. The students of UA began to scatter through the mall, pairing off to get what they needed for the upcoming training. 괰ᴏ went along with Mina and a few others to look around the shops and pick up a few necessities. Kaminari, Ida, Mina, and 괰ᴏ all ended up at the shoe shop to buy shoes for the trip. With so many people around, the crowded energy overwhelmed her. Crowds were definitely not her thing. Instead of trying on shoes with the others, 괰ᴏ stood by the shop window, narrowing her eyes at a growing aura outside that felt wrong. Ida approached and placed a hand on her shoulder, asking if she was not going to try on shoes. When she did not answer and continued staring out the doors, Ida became concerned and asked what was wrong. 괰ᴏ gasped and then took off running. Ida called her name as she disappeared through the shoppers. She pushed past shoulders and knocked a few people back, urgency propelling her forward. The aura was massive and radiated a menacing hostility. When 괰ᴏ reached the source, she found Midoriya sitting with someone in a hood. 괰ᴏ called out to Midoriya. His eyes widened as he looked up, and the hooded figure turned toward her with a grin that made her shiver. She recognized him as Shigaraki. Shigaraki remarked that he had not expected her to be with friends. He stood and released his hold on Midoriya's neck. Midoriya gasped as he drew in air. 괰ᴏ retrieved a kunai hidden in her shoe, concealing it from the civilians while making sure the villain could see it. Shigaraki began to back away, waving his hands and warning them not to follow before giving one last grin and walking off. YN was about to pursue him, intending to try to capture him, but Midoriya grabbed her wrist, shaking his head and holding his neck with his other hand. Uraraka hurried over, eyebrows furrowed, and asked what had happened while glancing at their hands. YN instructed Uraraka to call the police and crouched in front of Midoriya, visibly shaken, asking to see the injury. Midoriya hesitated, then removed his hand from his neck. The skin was reddened and swollen where Shigaraki's hands had been, clear evidence of the encounter. YN assessed the area and noted it might bruise but should not cause lasting damage. She checked that he could speak. Midoriya, blushing slightly at her close attention, said he was okay. The mall was closed while the police searched for Shigaraki, but they found no trace of him. The day had been chaotic. Aizawa later addressed the students and announced that, because of the incident, they would stay on alert and their trip destination would not be revealed until departure day. Shiro and others protested that some had already told their families where they would be going. Aizawa yawned and explained that secrecy was the point and that at least they were not canceling the trip entirely. With the semester over, summer break arrived and training camp began. While the class waited to board the bus, Monoma strode up with an agitated expression, ranting about the idea that some Class A students were getting extra lessons and implying it reflected poorly on them. YN, tired from the early start in practice, walked over and grabbed Monoma's ear to silence him, warning that she would make Kendo intervene if needed. Kendo chuckled, stepped closer, apologized for Monoma's behavior, and held onto the back of his shirt to keep him from leaving, expressing that she was glad to be working with Class A. Mineta lingered in the background. YN, fed up, swiftly knocked him out and left him for someone else to assist. Monoma continued to taunt, only to be promptly subdued by Kendo. YN boarded the bus and took a window seat before they filled up. Jairu sat beside her, typing on her phone. YN, exhausted from the morning, sighed and considered napping. Jairu offered the spare earbud, smiling and inviting her to listen to music together, and YN accepted. Jairu let YN choose the first song. When YN selected her favorite, Jairu smiled and said she liked it too, returning the phone after they set up a shared playlist. They listened peacefully as the bus rolled on. YN rested her head against the glass and closed her eyes. About an hour later, the bus stopped and Jairu gently shook YN's shoulder to wake her. YN stepped off the bus with the others. Many students stretched and yawned from their naps as they prepared to start camp. Mineta remained in the background behaving as he usually did. YN used the time to ignore Aizawa and take in the scenery. They were on a cliff lined with fences, with trees stretching out for miles below. A student wondered what kind of rest stop this was, and others echoed the question. Aizawa sighed softly and explained that they had stopped there for a reason. Two women, dressed in cat-like outfits and striking an exaggerated pose, called out a cheerful greeting to Aizawa and introduced themselves as the Wildcat Duo. A small child stood a few feet beside them. Midoriya, as always, launched into enthusiastic commentary about heroes. One of the women, irritated, sent a powered punch toward Midoriya and insisted she was still young at heart. The other woman pointed toward the vast forest below and explained that the area was their territory and that the students' lodging was at the foot of the distant mountain. YN understood and tried to edge back toward the bus. Aizawa grabbed the back of YN's uniform collar and asked where she thought she was going, warning her not to try to skip the exercise. YN muttered that she had left her sword on the bus, a half-truth that served as an excuse to avoid babysitting. Aizawa let go with a rueful remark about checking the bus and tossed the sheathed sword back to her, telling her to try not to get herself or the students killed. YN caught the sword, nodded lightly, and readied herself. As students pushed to get back on the bus, the two women shoved them, sending everyone tumbling off the cliff and into the forest. YN unsheathed her sword and scraped it against the earth to cushion her fall, landing without major injury. On the ground, YN immediately sensed creatures lurking in the shadows. Most of the auras were minor, but one had a strong, unfamiliar presence she could not yet identify. One of the cat-costumed women leaned over the rail and announced that this was private territory and that the students were free to use their quirks. She informed them they had 3 hours to reach the facility on foot and ordered them to make it through the beast forest. YN slid the sword back into its sheath and strapped it to her waist. Mineta hurried off a short distance. Suddenly, a dirt creature burst from behind the trees with a screech. The students were startled. Koda tried to calm the beast but to no avail. Midoriya powered up One for All and destroyed the creature, but more beasts appeared and attacked the students. Most of Class A teamed up to fight, which greatly drained their stamina. YN searched for the source of the strong aura while Bakugo barked at her to stop staring and help, having just finished breaking another dirt-packed monster. She ignored him and dashed deeper into the forest in the direction she felt the aura. The sounds of battle and shouting dimmed as she ran. YN drew her sword, alert for surprises. Just as she narrowed down the aura's location, a small presence leaped from the trees and struck her. Focused on the larger aura, she could not fully dodge and felt a sharp sting as her sleeve was cut and she suffered a small, superficial wound. She reacted and slashed at the attacker, expecting one of the dirt beasts, but her opponent was humanoid more than human in form. The figure had 6 arms, 3 on each side of the torso, each hand holding decorative handballs. The person appeared female, with short hair tipped orange and cloth wrapped around her waist. She grinned, showing sharp teeth, and laughed in a high, excited tone, calling out that she might have found a demon slayer. Her eyes were narrow and cat-like. A low voice came from a nearby tree branch where a boy sat with his eyes closed. He observed the situation and noted that it seemed they had indeed found something unusual. The boy then jumped down without hurry. YN frowned, confused by the mention of demon slayers and the strange quirks in this world. She said she was on a mission and did not want to babysit anymore. The boy, Yahaba, chuckled softly and suggested that YN seemed confident in avoiding them. Susumu, the 6-armed girl, declared it was playtime and threw 3 handballs at YN. They moved with unnatural speed. YN kept up well enough, but the throws left her nicked and bruised by near misses. She tried to slash one of the ball, but it bounced off and attacked again. The handballs moved in a pattern that targeted only her, ignoring the others nearby. YN realized the ball were focusing solely on her and braced for what would come next. If those weapons were truly not in control, the pair would have had to dodge them as well, but that did not seem to be the case. Because the ball resembled Susumaru's temari, YN suspected Yahaba was the one manipulating them, even though he had not shown his quirk yet. The girl with heterochromatic eyes turned her attention to Yahaba, catching him off guard. Ignoring the attacks sent her way, she moved to incapacitate Yahaba. These two behaved similarly to other hostile creatures she had faced before, and YN suspected Yahaba was the puppeteer. She muttered that he must be controlling them. YN took a quick stance and released her aura. Both Yahaba and Susumaru froze as she used star breathing, 4th form, burst of light. In an instant, Yahaba was struck down and collapsed, clearly defeated. Susumaru cried out in shock and grief, urging Yahaba not to die. She hurled several temari toward YN and pulled Yahaba behind some trees as the thrown weapons scattered. YN scoffed while dodging the temari, but the attacks still left her with several painful cuts. Susumaru murmured to herself in surprise at the sight of YN's Nickerin sword, unable to believe such a weapon existed in this world. YN taunted Susumaru to stop hiding and finish the fight, suggesting she move on from her friend's death. The remark inflamed Susumaru. She abandoned the ash demon and emerged from the trees, catching all of her temari in her hands and glaring with hatred. YN asked Susumaru aloud whether she had finally decided to get over her friend's death and suggested they end the fight quickly. The comment made Susumaru tense, hands on the hilt of her sword and ready to strike. YN released a cold breath and used star breathing, 1st form, illuminating stars. Susumaru gasped as the space where YN had been seemed to vanish for a moment. When YN reappeared with her sword sheathed, Susumaru started to laugh, but the laugh broke off as she staggered, suddenly wounded by multiple unseen cuts. YN approached, drew her sword, and with a swift, precise strike Susumaru was defeated and collapsed. YN admitted to herself that she probably should have asked for information first. Sighing, YN tried to track the strong aura again but felt nothing. She turned and ran back toward the cabin, slowed by the deep cuts that littered her body. When she arrived, all of the students were already there, exhausted and battered, some of them collapsed. Her own appearance drew attention. Her clothes were stained and torn, and she bore several injuries, some of which had come from others during the fight. ꜰᴏᴜ reacted in shock and asked what had happened. YN narrowed her eyes as the world spun from her injuries. Someone called for someone to catch her as she weakened, and then everything went black. The next time YN opened her eyes, she was looking at the ceiling until Yaoyorozu's worried face filled her vision and she was asked if she was awake. Yaoyorozu explained that YN had passed out. YN sat up slowly and insisted she was fine. Yaoyorozu pointed out the many cuts and said they had bandaged what they could. A quiet rumble came from YN's stomach and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. She looked away, embarrassed. Yaoyorozu noticed and suggested that the others were eating in the hall and invited YN to join them to regain their strength. YN rose and followed Yaoyorozu to the mess hall. Everyone was devouring their food when they arrived. YN took a seat between Midoriya and Bakugo, filled a bowl with rice and other dishes, and began to eat at a moderate pace compared to Kirishima and Kaminari. Bakugo demanded to know what had happened, accusing her of being bested by those creatures. YN ignored him and continued eating. Bakugo grew more insistent and threw a spoonful of rice at her to get her attention, daring her to fight him. The rice streaked down her cheek, and she glared at him, asking why he had done that. Bakugo smirked and claimed he had to force her to respond. Midoriya, anxious, pleaded with them not to start a fight. Bakugo told Midoriya to shut up, then taunted YN about being too scared to fight him now that he was stronger, insulting her as Quirkless. YN rolled her eyes and accepted the challenge, flinging a small handful of rice back at Bakugo. Someone else noticed and shouted that a food fight had started, and soon the mess hall erupted in laughter and thrown food. It may have been a mistake to start such chaos, but everyone had fun, despite the later chore of cleaning up. After they finished tidying, all the students were allowed to use the hot springs. The baths were separated by gender, and the group dispersed to rest and recover. YN made sure to arrive before the other girls so she could get in without fuss. Mina grinned and slipped into the hot springs without hesitation. I entered. Away out of respect as the others settled into the water. Hagakure and the rest murmured about how nice it felt. From the far side of the dividing wall, YN and a few others heard muffled voices and muttering but could not make out the words. They also heard the sound of someone climbing the wall, and YN tensed, recognizing who it likely was and worrying about the trouble that might follow. She rose quickly from the water without concern for appearances and prepared to confront the intruder. Before the person could reach the top, Koda appeared and shoved them back to the other side. YN wrapped a towel around herself and thanked Koda. Jiru glanced up with a light frown and asked why she was leaving so soon. YN lied that she had something to take care of and hurried back to the girls' cabin to change into pajamas. She sat on a futon, knees drawn to her chest, and buried her face against them. YN sighed and reflected on her own reaction. She had been willing to put herself in harm's way to protect the others. That was unlike the emotionless, self-centered image everyone expected of her. With nothing more to do that night, she lay down and fell asleep, knowing the training camp would be intense from that day forward. At 5:30 the next morning, everyone lined up outside, still carrying the fatigue of the previous day. Aizawa stood before them as tired as ever, and announced that the real training camp would begin. He explained that their goal was to emerge stronger and better prepared for rising hostile forces, then scanned the crowd for one student in particular and asked where LN was. Ida appeared next, pulling YN along by the hand and apologizing to Aizawa for her late arrival, explaining that she had refused to get up and had to be fetched. YN yawned and rubbed her eyes, feeling that it was far too early to start. Aizawa handed YN the ball from the strength trials and reminded her of her previous record of 750 meters, asking to see how much she had improved. YN took one of the daggers from its holster, planning to rely on the same speed-based technique she had used before. She launched the dagger and executed star breathing, second form, supernova, driving the ball farther. The display, however, registered only 753 meters, and someone in the crowd muttered in disappointment. Aizawa addressed the group, noting that while their tactics and mental approaches had improved, many quirks were not developing as quickly as needed. When he reached IIn, he admitted uncertainty about how her ability worked and suggested she practice form after form to compensate. He warned the students that the regimen would be harsh and offered a few dry words of encouragement. IIn moved to a secluded area to repeat forms, cutting through one practice session into the next until her movements began to slow from fatigue. As she worked through another sequence, someone crept up behind her. She spun and pointed her katana before the newcomer could strike. A large person in gear similar to the earlier adversaries stepped forward and challenged her to attack with everything she had. IIn accepted and launched into star breathing, fourth form, burst of light, closing the distance with controlled speed meant to wind rather than seriously injure. The opponent moved quickly, evading and countering with a solid strike that sent IIn stumbling back and her sword skittering across the ground. The attacker taunted that she had not been quick enough. Coughing, IIn glanced at her sword and then at the person who had challenged her, admitting internally that if she had not been so early and unprepared she could have done better, and that she had not really tried. The challenger joked about being left hanging after urging her to give everything, then suddenly trembled and broke down in tears. They confessed that it was the first time anyone had respected their identity and that IIn had become their favorite. They promised to train extra hard with her from then on. IIn smiled faintly and acknowledged that she did need more serious practice. To say that the training had been brutal was an understatement. It went on for hours until it was finally time to eat around 4 in the afternoon. Pixie Bob announced that pampering had ended yesterday and that if they wanted to eat, they would have to cook for themselves. The day's menu was curry. Ida managed to lift some students' moods with a few encouraging words. Everyone got to work, cutting ingredients, starting fires, and preparing pots. IIn found herself chopping carrots alongside a few classmates. She worked lazily until Bakugu snapped that she was doing it wrong and called her Quirkless, taunting her about making a mess. IIn let her gaze rest on the blonde and said that she could not care less, that it was not as if they were preparing a 5-star meal, and she stuck her tongue out at him. Bakugu, frustrated, used his quirk to create a burst of explosions that filled the air with smoke. Some students coughed and closed their eyes. Bakugu complained that the food had been ruined and implied he thought she should know better. IIn retorted sharply, telling him to be quiet. The two bickered, but IIn showed little interest in the argument. In the distance, the wild pussycats, Aizawa, and Koda watched the commotion. Mandalay smiled and remarked that the students could never have peace for a few minutes. Aizawa sighed and said that this was his daily reality, but he still believed they had promising futures. Pixie Bob grinned and teased Aizawa about getting attached to the students, and the group continued to trade compliments and gentle insults about Class 1A. Koda watched them with a rock-solid stare, scoffed, and walked back into the building. Back with Class 1A, the food was finally finished and students rushed to get seconds. Many of them ate ravenously despite the meal being thrown together quickly. Kaminari laughed as he praised Yaoyorozu's cooking ability. Yaoyorozu explained that her quirk converted body fat into a variety of atoms, so the more she stored up, the more she could produce. Siro made a crude comparison that earned a playful punch from Jairu. Yaoyorozu clutched her stomach in embarrassment. IIn let out a small laugh, which did not go unnoticed. The room fell quiet and she quickly returned to her usual expressionless face, asking what was wrong. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro erupted in excitement, calling IIn's laugh a miracle and acting as if they were dreaming. IIn mumbled that it had been just a laugh and allowed a small smile, admitting that maybe her classmates were not so bad. Mineta lamented that her smile had not been for him, and IIn deadpanned that she took back part of her compliment, meaning most of them were not that bad. The next day brought the same routine: push quirks and bodies until they ached, then come together to create a meal for the day. Earlier, Pixie Bob had told everyone about a test of courage, which added motivation during training. That evening, with the sky dark, everyone lined up at the edge of the forest. Pixie Bob announced that bellies were full and plates clean and introduced the test of courage. Mina pumped a fist and shouted that it was the test of courage, beaming with excitement. Aizawa told the remedial group that they had extra lessons with him and, before they could react, used his scarf to corral them away. Pixie Bob explained the rules. Class 1B would be responsible for scaring during the first round while Class 1A would move through the path in pairs. Everyone received assigned partners. YN approached Todoroki with her card and used the nickname Peppermint. Todoroki blushed lightly and acknowledged her. Bakugo stomped up demanding a switch, snarling that Todoroki should switch with him, but Todoroki shook his head and refused. YN reminded them that Pixie Bob had said there would be no switching, stepping into the conversation and defusing Bakugo's protest as the first team entered the forest. Todoroki and YN walked into the trees together. A student from Class 1B jumped out in an attempt to scare them, but both Todoroki and YN were mostly unfazed. YN wore a small smile. The Class 1B student muttered in disappointment that their scare had not worked. Suddenly, YN narrowed her eyes and asked if Todoroki smelled smoke. Todoroki finished her sentence, identifying the scent, and warned her not to breathe it in. A faint gas began to fill the area and the Class 1B student was not quick enough to avoid inhaling it. YN muttered and hurried over to where the student collapsed, lifting him onto her back to carry him more easily. A voice from Mandalay came through. She announced that they were under attack by 2 villains and that there might be more. She ordered all who could reach camp to come at once and warned others not to engage the enemy. Todoroki insisted that they try to find the others and offered to take the unconscious student from YN. They trudged through the trees toward camp, YN keeping her sword unsheathed in case more enemies appeared. YN explained that they needed to keep going because Ragdoll was at the midpoint where they could meet up, and she walked alongside Todoroki. As they continued, they noticed someone crouched a few feet ahead, appearing bound and muttering incoherently. YN tightened her grip on her sword handle and moved closer. Todoroki narrowed his eyes and wondered who that was up ahead. The man began to stand, his face covered by cloth so that only his mouth and teeth were visible. YN observed him carefully. YN declared that they would have to engage, glaring at the villain. The villain activated his quirk so that blade-like protrusions formed and lifted him into the air. YN heard footsteps behind them and called for Bakugo. Bakugo appeared grinning wildly and scoffed at the idea of holding back, insulting the situation and declaring he would do what he wanted. Mandalay's voice then came over their comms, announcing that one of their targets had been identified as the student known as Kakin, that Kakin needed to avoid battle, and that no one should act alone. YN narrowed her eyes and warned Bakugo that he was one of the targets and that he should not charge in recklessly. Bakugo dismissed the warning, launched an explosion toward the villain, and moved to strike. The villain's blade swept in that direction and would have struck Bakugo's head if YN had not thrown herself forward and pulled him out of the path at the last second. Todoroki erected an ice wall around them to protect the group from the villain's assault. YN scolded Bakugo for rushing in. Bakugo snapped back, insisting he did not need to be told what to do. The villain's blades began slicing through the ice, and Bakugo barked that if the trees caught fire they should be covered with ice as needed. Todoroki warned that explosions would block their field of vision and that relying on them could be dangerous if the villain was not finished. Rustling grew louder in the distance. Shoji burst from the trees carrying a battered Midoriya on his back and urgently called for Bakugo and Todoroki to provide light. Dark shadow emerged from the treeline as Todoroki started to voice concern about a reckless attack, his gaze fixed on the shadowy figure. Bakugo ordered everyone to wait and signaled that he had a plan. The villain tried to recover and attack Dark Shadow, but a sudden counter caused the villain to be thrown back and knocked out, leaving Dark Shadow calmer afterwards. Todoroki handed the boy on his back to YN after she insisted on taking him for now, and then Todoroki and Bakugo charged forward together. Their coordinated efforts produced enough light to weaken Dark Shadow and help him settle. They began talking among themselves. Shoji mentioned that with YN and Todoroki backing them up, their lineup might even startle All Might. YN paid little attention until her own name was brought up, which made her look up. Bakugo reacted with confusion to the conversation, while Todoroki instructed him to stay in the middle as they formed a protective line. Shoji with Midoriya was at the front, Todoroki with the boy from Class 1B followed, then Bakugo, Tokoyami, and YN at the rear. They moved forward together, trading tactical observations about the attack. They ran into Uraraka and Tsu, where Uraraka had a villain pinned down. The villain fled as soon as more students arrived. Midoriya asked the two girls about the blonde villain with messy space bun hair. Uraraka explained that the attacker had been unhinged and assured him she was fine, though she noted the extent of his injuries with concern. YN noticed that Midoriya was bruised and battered and had been bandaged in places. Uraraka invited the group to join them, saying they were guarding Bakugo and heading for the camp. Midoriya agreed and encouraged them to come along. When they looked back for Bakugo, their minds went cold. He was gone. High in the trees, a masked villain smirked and proclaimed that he had taken Bakugo with his magic. He said Bakugo was not something that belonged to the heroes and that they planned to put him in a position where he could truly stand out. Midoriya demanded that they return Bakugo, furious and hurt that his friend was in enemy hands. He also realized that YN and Tokoyami were missing and suspected the villain had taken them as well. The masked villain mocked the demand and declared that Bakugo did not belong to anyone and was his own person. He dodged an attack from Todoroki and landed on a higher branch, arguing that he only wanted to show other ways and criticizing the values the students had been given. Shoji shouted that it was not just Bakugo. Tokoyami and YN were gone as well. The villain admitted with a theatrical laugh that he had taken Tokoyami on a whim as part of his performance, but that the whereabouts of YN were unknown to him, which he said was a shame given that she had been on his list. A little later, away from the others, a pale boy emerged and claimed he had finally found YN, calling her older sister with a heartfelt, almost relieved smile. He looked extremely pale, with white, spiky hair and small red markings connected by thin lines across his face. The whites of his eyes were reddened and his irises were pale. On his left eye, a symbol marked lower 5 was visible. He had grabbed YN with some kind of thin, web-like string that held him in place. YN took in the boy's appearance and the situation with a steadying breath. YN said she did not have any siblings. The boy Rue frowned and explained that when she had come to this world she had lost her memories and everyone had started over, so she had started from the very beginning. He introduced himself as Rue and called her older sister, promising she would understand later. The woman grabbed her fallen katana and pointed it at Rue, accusing him of being one of the creatures working with the villains. Rue's expression hardened as he denied any allegiance with humans, calling them untrusting and saying he could only tolerate her for now. He told her that if he brought her to him, everything would go back to normal and she would no longer have to be a demon slayer. YN assumed a defensive stance and said she did not know what he was talking about, ordering him to get out of her way because she needed to return to her friends. Rue reacted with a harsh look and asked if those idiots had really gotten to her, declaring that he would make them all disappear because she did not need friends, only him and the demons. He shouted that he did not want to fight her and only wanted them to live together again. YN glared and warned him not to lay a hand on her friends, then launched into a rapid assault using a technique she called star breathing, first form, luminous stars. She ran at him, intending to cut him down, but Rue dodged with unexpected speed. He insisted they could all be happy once they were rid of her friends, calling them mere pests, while he avoided her strikes. Rue apologized if he had hurt her but insisted his actions were for the best so they could be one big family again. YN insisted she did not know him and that she was happy with what she had. She finally landed a strike that disabled his left arm. Rue frowned as the limb began to mend itself, and he said he would have to drag her to him. Rue pressed his palms together and pulled them apart, forming threads of webbing between them with his ability. He looked up at YN and told her he was sorry but that this was the only way to restore their family before sending his webs flying. YN tried to take cover behind a tree, but a web snagged her shoulder and knocked her off balance, causing her to cry out and press against the pain. The weariness from the endless training at camp weighed on her, sapping her strength and dulling her abilities. YN gripped her sword and tried to push through the pain as she fled through the trees. She knew she could not handle this in the moment. She had to return to protecting Bakugo alongside her classmates. The thought that there might be more of these attackers out there unsettled her. She kept telling herself she could not face that reality. 괰ᴏ had been content with how things were. She had finally found a place where she could be herself and be happy. Everyone around her made her feel safe and valued, so she did not want to change anything. In her eyes, it was perfect. Villains could show up occasionally, but the class could handle them together if they were together. As she ran, the absence of anyone at her side haunted her. She remembered the time she had been with 괰 at the USJ, standing with her classmates and even with Aizawa and All Might. She had been with Todoroki against his father, with Tokoyami during internships, and with Yaoyorozu when she was being harassed. She had supported Mina at the sports festival. She had always been protecting others, offering help, or simply standing close for emotional support. The question kept coming back to her: why was no one with her now? Bakugo had ordered Deku to stay back before he was pulled into a portal by the villains. The forest fell silent for a heartbeat before 괰 let out a piercing, anguished scream. Tears streamed down his face as he roared in shock and grief. Tsuyu interrupted the moment to ask where 괰ᴏ was, and the silence returned. Everyone realized with horror that they had forgotten her. Todoroki said the villains had claimed they did not have her and suggested she must be somewhere in the forest. Uraraka, voice trembling, warned that the villains could be lying, and the thought of losing another classmate brought tears to her eyes. 괰 insisted he had to look for her, trying to stand but collapsing from the pain and shock. He begged them to find 괰ᴏ, unable to bear the idea of losing someone else. Todoroki exchanged a pained look with Shoji, nodded, and dashed away to search. Shoji picked 괰 up and suggested they split up to cover more ground, and that he would take 괰 to Aizawa while the others searched. They agreed and dispersed. Shoji ran toward the cabin with 괰 on his back, but when they arrived the place was in disarray. 괰, barely conscious, kept tugging on Shoji's shirt and mumbling that he needed to find 괰ᴏ. Shoji urged him to get treated first, certain the others would find her and that 괰 could see her once he had received care. Inside, Aizawa, the teacher, was gathering the students. His eyes widened when Shoji and 괰 arrived. He took 괰 down and sat him in a chair, demanding a summary and asking if all the students were okay. Hearing the questions, 괰 managed to say that Bakugo had been captured. Aizawa froze at the revelation that one of his students had been taken. The others in the room gasped, their faces reflecting the mounting dread. Aizawa asked where the rest of Class 1A was, hoping at least that they were safe. Shoji answered, averting his eyes to the ground, and said they did not know where 괰ᴏ was. Aizawa gritted his teeth, ordered everyone to stay, and announced that he was going out. He muttered about the kids as he ran through the trees in search of the missing student. The pro-hero kept running, breath shortening with each step, until a white shape caught his eye. He halted and looked toward it. He recognized the voice that followed and felt his chest tighten. 괰ᴏ mumbled that she did not want to change her life as she tried to crawl away. She was battered and exhausted, her clothing torn in places, and her sword lay broken on the ground. Rue walked behind her and insisted that she already had a life with him and the others, and that someone else would not be happy to hear otherwise. Aizawa frowned and sprang into action. He used his capture scarf to restrain Rue. Rue was taken off guard and then grew angry as he watched the stranger scoop 괰ᴏ into his arms and carry her away. Rue shouted for his big sister, but Aizawa ran as fast as he could and urged 괰ᴏ to stay awake and remain with him. Aizawa began to panic when he realized 괰ᴏ had already lost consciousness in his arms. Back at the cabin, Aizawa laid 괰ᴏ on one of the futons the students had prepared and called for bandages. The students watched in alarm as 괰ᴏ remained unresponsive. Mina brought bandages and other supplies with tears in her eyes and asked if 괰ᴏ would be all right. Aizawa wrapped her limbs with gauze and bandages to stabilize her injuries and said that police and other pro-heroes were on the way. He asked whether everyone was present. Kaminari reported that Todoroki was still out searching. Several students who had been looking for 괰ᴏ returned without finding her and stood in tears and panic. Todoroki, however, had not given up. Aizawa asked a nearby experienced pro-hero to locate Todoroki and inform him that 괰ᴏ had been found, explaining that Todoroki would not stop until he heard the news. The pro nodded and left to find him. Uraraka clung to Mina and cried that she could not believe this had happened. Many of the students were clustered together, weeping. Some of Class 1B joined them, while others stared at the floor with unreadable expressions. Kirishima clenched his fists, recalled how everyone had been getting along and how YN used to laugh and smile, and could not bear to look at her. In the distance, police sirens grew louder. Aizawa lifted YN and instructed the injured students to follow him. Todoroki arrived to find the group loading YN into an ambulance. Aizawa hesitated, unable to find words, as they placed her into the vehicle. The students were all in tears, and the mood felt numb and heavy. The camp had become a nightmare. Days later, the rhythmic clicking of a monitor filled the hospital room. YN could hear the sounds but did not want to open her eyes. Movement approached, and Aizawa noted that she was awake and offered a warm smile. YN coughed and asked about everyone. Aizawa replied that everyone was all right, though Midoriya had pushed his quirk to its limits again. He omitted detailed descriptions of the attack. He explained that it had been 3 days and advised her to take it slow, reminding her that she was still injured. He told her that her classmates had left letters and small gifts on the table to her right because they would not give up on seeing her. Before leaving the room, he placed his hand on the door and told her that she had good people around her and should not be afraid to ask for help, because she could not do everything alone. After Aizawa left, YN replayed his words and questioned the idea of good people. She looked at the blanket covering her and ran her gaze down her body. Her legs were heavily bandaged and her right arm fully wrapped. The left arm had only a few bandages. Carefully, even though it hurt, she removed the bandages on her right arm and saw multiple scars and several stitched areas, indicating deep wounds. YN wondered whether those people had really looked for her. She told herself that she did not need help and that she could handle things on her own. Frustrated and restless, she ripped off the remaining bandages and medical equipment despite the pain and risk, acting without regard for the consequences. As the equipment connected to the monitors came off, an alarm began to blare. YN scoffed, pushed herself up and moved to the door. She stepped into the corridor, ignoring the patients who stared. She leaned against the wall for support and thought that this was why she did not make friends. They all backstabbed one another and did not deserve trust or happiness. A panicked nurse ran up and urged her to return to her room because she was still in critical condition. YN glared and told the nurse to get out of her way, pushing past without concern for anyone else. She admitted to herself that she was not herself at the moment, but she believed she had a reason. She scanned the hospital with sharpened senses, looking for someone from her class. Since Midoriya had been injured, she assumed he would be here. Her thoughts grew darker as she repeated that she would make them pay and end those who had betrayed her. Her energy seemed to return, as if something had healed her. She glanced at the wounds on her right arm and noticed they had vanished along with the stitches and scars, an oddity she filed away and ignored. A voice in her ear warned that this was not the right path, but she saw only a long hallway full of people. Her anger flared. She quickened her steps and tried to locate Midoriya's aura among the crowd. The voice in her head continued to warn her, insisting she was seeing things wrong, but she snapped back to herself and shouted at the emptiness to be quiet. She dropped to her knees and began to claw at her face in a desperate, frantic motion, leaving visible marks and drawing attention. Several people ran toward her. The voice pleaded with her that she did not want this, that she was focusing on the wrong part of the picture. It accused her of being quick to assume betrayal while failing to protect Bakugo or help Midoriya when he was injured. YN denied it at first, then admitted, through frantic outbursts, that maybe she was part of the problem while arguing that others had roles to play as well. She slammed her fist into the floor until her knuckles ached. Before things could escalate further, Aizawa arrived and wrapped her in his capture scarf. He told her he had left her alone for only a few minutes and found her causing a scene. He noticed the markings on her face and saw that her eyes had flashed an unfamiliar light blue fading toward white. He recognized the characters displayed in that moment as Upper Moon 4. Tears filled her eyes and then flowed freely as she whispered that she only wanted to be happy. In an instant her gaze returned to its normal color. Aizawa sighed, loosened the scarf when he decided she was not in immediate danger, and patted her back in an attempt to comfort her. He suggested they return to her room. They walked back together. YN hiccuped and whimpered now and then, calming as they went. By the time they reached her assigned hospital room, she had settled down. Aizawa opened the door, let her enter first, then sat in the chair beside her bed while she climbed back in. He frowned at the marks on her cheeks and said they needed to get her cleaned up. He searched the cabinets, found a few medium bandages, and wetted a cloth with warm water. He warned that it would sting as he gently wiped away dried stains and applied bandages, then disposed of the materials. He remarked that things always seemed to get messy whenever she and the others were left alone for just a few seconds. Sitting back in the chair with a stern expression, Aizawa asked what she had been doing. YN mumbled that it was nothing, pulled her knees to her chest, and stared out the window at the height of the hospital. Aizawa told her it was not nothing. He reminded her that he had specifically instructed her to take it easy and that he had found her in the middle of a hallway yelling at nothing. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and told YN that people had thought she was on drugs. He added that he could see her face filled with scratches she had made herself. YN scoffed and refused to meet his gaze, insisting he did not know she had made them. Aizawa pointed out that the bottoms of her nails were stained and said it hurt him more than her to say it, but she needed mental help, that this was not something the school or he could simply brush off. YN glared back and declared she would not see a therapist and that she was not suicidal. She told him she did not want to be at the school anymore, and her eyes flashed blue. Aizawa's eyebrows furrowed and he tightened the scarf around her when he felt a dangerous intent fill the room. YN began struggling against the cloth, even trying to bite at it as her teeth appeared sharper than usual. The pro-hero was confused. She had seemed fine moments before, but now her eyes and complexion had shifted. She accused everyone of being traitors and raged that they did not know how to properly help others, that they only cared about themselves, and that she intended to kill them all. Aizawa reacted with a flash of hurt and tightened his hold, telling YN that she did not mean those things and asking what had gotten into her. He reminded her that everyone was worried and had been visiting her every day since she had been unconscious. She called it all fake, but Aizawa insisted it was not. He told her the students were not only classmates but friends, people who cared about her deeply, and that he had seen her spending time with many of them. He mentioned that she even spent time with other UA students, and that Shinso had been especially worried, staying with her for long hours and having to be asked to leave more than once. YN clenched her teeth and looked down, tears slipping down her cheeks despite her anger. Aizawa's frown deepened. To prove his point, he took an envelope from the table and opened it. He read the contents to her, explaining that one letter was from Kirishima apologizing for not being able to help in the forest and telling her to call him when she woke because he cared, and another was from Jairu, wishing her well and hoping she would return to UA in good shape. He said there were many letters addressed to her and that they all wanted her back, that no one disliked her and that some of them had even taken a particular interest in her. Aizawa offered to keep things out of the media and the official records if she returned to class. He said he would not force her into therapy but that he would check on her from time to time if she agreed. YN squeezed her hands shut against a growing headache and, in a small voice, admitted she no longer wanted to be alone before losing consciousness in Aizawa's scarf. He removed the scarf, frowned, and laid her carefully on the bed. He reminded her that she had never been alone since she started at UA. Later that night, unable to sleep, YN rose and left the hospital to clear her mind. The cold air greeted her as the automatic doors slid open. She expected solitude but found a crowd gathered on the street, faces lit by devices and focused on a large public screen. The screen showed a devastated urban scene and a struggle that would not leave her thoughts. The number one hero lay weakened, his hair reverting to its usual state and his body clearly exhausted. He delivered a powerful blow to an opponent, and the two exchanged a brutal exchange. The hero was struck and sent into the air. Gasps and concerned murmurs rippled through the crowd. YN clenched her fists until her nails dug into her palms and stung, a small reminder of her own pain. The hero descended and it seemed for a moment that he might fall, but a flash of yellow streaked across the screen and another hero intercepted him, catching him and bringing him safely to the torn ground. The camera lingered as the opponent rose, revealing a striking appearance that set him apart. He had no visible eyes, his face partially obscured by a mask and mechanical tubing at the back of his head. His suit was dirty and torn. As the hero and this man regained their footing, they locked eyes and the battle resumed. The opponent extended his arm and his quirk flared, energy enveloping his limb as the fight continued. Unable to see anymore, YN bolts into action. Her gaze sweeps the scene, taking in the ruined buildings and the distant dust cloud with a black speck hovering above it. People give her strange looks as she stares at the sky. Assuming that is where the two are battling, her legs start moving on their own. YN pushes past bystanders, ignoring the shouting, and curses around her. She runs as fast and as far as her legs will carry her. Her heart pounds so loudly she can feel it in her head. As she nears the fighting, the crowd thins. No one wants to be near such a large clash. When the collapsed buildings come into view, YN stops. Everything around her seems to freeze. It looks much worse in person. Buildings lie broken and crumbled into rubble. In the back, All Might is visible in his true form, and the broadcast has already revealed the truth to everyone. All Might strains himself, bulking up his right hand and launching himself into the air with another quirk. YN's brows knit at the thought of someone using more than one quirk. It is rare, and this man seems to wield power without limit. Multiple heroes arrive, shouting at All Might and trying to knock sense into him while rescuing citizens scattered across the area. YN watches as the villain activates another quirk and his arm transforms into a weapon. A burning tension pools behind her eyes. She presses her hands to her face, the scratches she made earlier rubbing against her skin and staining her palms with blood. She curses under her breath that this is not the moment and blinks frantically to clear the sensation. The cuts on her palms seal quickly, leaving only smeared blood. An ear-splitting boom makes her look up, and the wind pressure throws her backward. Her back slams into a broken wall and a loose pole strikes her abdomen, pinning her against the rubble. She staggers, stunned. The impact knocks the wind out of her, and she tastes iron on her tongue. She manages to spin free from the pole and slide off it, blood trailing but with no graphic detail. The wound closes almost instantly, skin knitting together until it seems as if nothing had happened. Her shirt is torn at the stomach, the only visible sign of the hit. She looks down at her hands and notices her nails are sharper and her skin paler. A rush of energy surges through her, her senses sharpening and the scent of blood lingering in the air. The temptation is there, but larger plans occupy her mind. The fight continues. Punches land, voices cry out, and the wind roars. YN moves forward, stepping into the ring of combat. She fixes her stare on the villain and a fierce intent radiates from her. He turns toward her but is struck in the face by All Might before their eyes meet. A grin flashes across YN's face and a tingling runs through her hands. A bright, star-shaped light flares behind her, drawing attention. Reporters point and shout that they cannot see clearly. When the light fades, YN is gone. Dust stirs as she dashes into the fray. All Might catches a glimpse and urgently warns YN to get out of there, but she ignores him, finding the fight thrilling rather than frightening. She grabs the villain by the face and slams him down to the ground. All Might's concern deepens, knowing how dangerous her power has become. All Might tries to shout that the villain is no match for Ʞⴜ hoping to make her step back, but YN does not flinch. She clasps her hands together and intertwines her fingers, smiling down at Ʞⴜ. A cold sensation spreads through her as she calls forth her ability, and a blinding light erupts. When it clears, Ʞⴜ is trapped within a space surrounded by star-shaped blades. All Might yells for her to stop and reaches out to pull her back, but she vanishes as unexpectedly as she appeared. The star-shaped blades clatter to the ground. There is no sign of YN. She lands with her back against a tree deep in a nearby forest. She forces herself to stand and looks around for the source of the interference, but there is no one nearby, only endless trees. She dusts herself off, tastes iron in her mouth, and spits out a small amount of blood before grinning and asking aloud where her opponent is. When nothing answers, she begins to walk through the trees, confident and amused. A sudden surge of aggression from her right makes her jump back and barely avoid an attack. She laughs softly, taunting that her opponent missed, and dashes toward them. She sees white, spiky hair and scars scattered across his body. He wields a sword similar to hers. YN scratches his arm as he dodges most of her strike. The scent of his blood is familiar and tempting in a way she recognizes from a past encounter, intense and different from ordinary blood. Distracted by the smell, she misjudges a move and his blade flashes through the air. His strike severs her hand in an instant, and she reels back, stunned as the loss registers. She attempts to use her other hand to grab his head, but he ducks under her reach and only a few strands of hair are torn free. She steadies herself, shock and anger mixing with her fierce determination. The man struck her midsection, sending her back against a tree. He approached with a grin, sword in one hand, taunting that a demon could be so weak. The man's voice and appearance felt eerily familiar to her. A name forced its way up from the back of her throat, ᴰᴏᴜᴜ괜. Hearing his surname from a demon he did not know sent a chill through him. A high ringing jolted his thoughts and he tensed, his smirk fading into shock, confusion and a flash of anger. The idea that an enemy might know his name and speak it in such a gentle tone unsettled him. She looked familiar, but San-Emi could not place her. The way his name had slipped from her lips brought an unexpected warmth and a quickening to his pulse, and he told himself he could not be flustered by a demon. He examined her again as her eyes shifted back to their natural color. Realization widened his gaze. With a shaky breath, he said the name that matched that sudden recognition. YN. San-Emi felt a momentary stillness as he stared into her face. Her natural pupils returned and a confused, fragile expression softened her features. YN opened her mouth, but no words came at first. Memories flooded her, faint images of time spent together, blurred shapes of conversations and laughter, a sense of shared happiness. She could not tell whether she truly knew him or if those memories were echoes of something else. She pushed herself upright and leaned against a nearby tree for support. Her senses steadied into human clarity and a small, bewildered smile appeared. YN admitted to herself that everything felt confusing. San-Emi stepped forward and grabbed her shirt, pulling her close and glaring down with disbelief. He insisted that she could not be YN and demanded to know who she was. YN answered that her name was YN and that her last name was LN, insisting she did not understand what he meant. San-Emi's jaw tightened and his sword fell clattering as his hands curled into fists. He could not accept what he thought had happened. He insisted that he had seen her die. YN repeated that she did not know what he meant and that she was standing right there. San-Emi accused someone else of killing her, his anger flaring with raw pain. He pressed her against the tree with forceful urgency, blaming a nameless enemy for her supposed death. YN scoffed and pushed him back enough to free herself, telling him she did not have time for this and that she had been busy. San-Emi grabbed her wrist again and demanded to know why she was a demon and what she was doing in this world. YN jerked her arm free, calling him crazy and admitting only that his face and his name felt familiar in a way she could not explain. She told him that the whole situation was strange and that she needed to check on someone named All Might. The name snapped into her focus, and she moved toward the sound of battle. San-Emi reached out to stop her, but she was too quick and she bolted toward the commotion. He sighed and, after a moment's hesitation, decided to head in the opposite direction to try to understand the strange circumstances he had encountered. Trees blurred past as YN ran toward the scene. The steady thump of helicopter rotors and a crush of voices grew louder. When she arrived, All Might stood surrounded by reporters and dozens of civilians, many of them injured and questioning the aftermath of the fight. He tried to ignore personal remarks and focus on getting the help he needed while ambulance sirens drew closer. She took a few steps forward and a familiar scarf was wrapped around her, lifting her gently from the ground. Mr. Aizawa held her with his usual stern reserve and addressed her by her last name, LN, without immediately loosening his grip. He scolded her for leaving the hospital and for intervening in a battle without a license, warning that her actions could bring trouble not only for herself but for many others. YN squirmed and tried to pull away, but Aizawa tightened his hold, his irritation clear. She protested that she had only been trying to help, blinking rapidly as tears pricked at her eyes. The helpless frustration in her voice made the situation ache with consequences she had not intended. She shouted that she was pathetic, tears streaming down her face as her attempts to escape grew weaker and her body began to give out. Aizawa's eyes softened and he retracted his scarf after deciding she posed no danger. He had never been good with emotions, and comforting a student was always awkward for him, but he spoke whatever came to mind as he had before. His heart ached at the sight of a student he had grown to care for spilling her feelings again. He had been relieved to see the previously emotionless girl begin to open up, but he knew this moment would come when everything bottled up would flood out. Her knees buckled and she collapsed to the dirt, her tears falling to the ground. She muttered that she wanted to stop feeling this way and balled her hands into fists. Aizawa sighed and crouched beside her. He understood she was not one to welcome physical contact, but he judged it necessary and helped her back to her knees before offering a comforting, professional embrace that was meant to reassure rather than intrude. She gasped softly and then relaxed, allowing herself to lean on him as she cried. He told her that it would be okay, that feeling overwhelmed was normal, and that he and her classmates would support her. He gently rubbed her back to soothe her until her breathing steadied. When her tears subsided, she looked up at him with an unfamiliar yet warm sense of contentment. She let go, signaling he could step back, and rose to her feet. The teacher followed. She sighed deeply and wiped the remaining tears from her face. Aizawa reminded her that no one could be strongest in every way and that it was healthier to balance strength and vulnerability. He then shifted the conversation back to practical matters. Aizawa informed her that she would be discharged from the hospital that day and expected to return to class tomorrow. He said he would attempt to manage the public aspects of what had happened, but she would still take responsibility at UA for her actions. She would be assigned after-school duties to clean hallways and classrooms and might assist teachers in need. This schedule would begin the following week. She could only sigh and nod, accepting that it would be tiring but remembering she had endured worse. As they moved through the trees to stay out of sight, Aizawa suggested they go to the hospital to gather her belongings before he escorted her home, noting he needed to be quick because of media obligations. She followed him but her mind was elsewhere. She was confused by many things: the child who could create and manipulate webbing and who had called her sister, and the unfamiliar yet oddly familiar Shinazugawa man. So much had happened in so short a time that it felt overwhelming. After collecting her things from the hospital, she returned home with Aizawa acting as a temporary guardian. She set a cardboard box by the door and collapsed onto the couch, relieved to be able to relax. Her eyelids grew heavy as exhaustion from the day took over. Too many questions crowded her thoughts, but her body shut down and she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, YN was awakened by a sudden knock at the door. She had not been expecting guests. She pushed herself up off the couch where she had fallen asleep, quickly fixed her hair, and grumbled at being disturbed. When a second knock came, she called for them to wait and dragged herself to the door, opening it groggily. Standing there were Aizawa, his hair half up in a small bun, and All Might in his weakened form. YN asked what they were doing there and signaled for them to come inside. They followed her into the living room and sat on the couch across from her. All Might politely asked to speak with her parents, offering a closed-eyed, reassuring smile. YN noticed immediately that he was wrapped in bandages with one arm in a sling from the previous night's battle, which she had wanted to forget but knew the media would not. YN explained that she did not have any parents. Aizawa and All Might reacted with surprise at the revelation that a teenager was living on her own. Aizawa cleared his throat and then allowed her to answer for herself when the atmosphere grew heavy. All Might explained that UA was creating a dormitory system to ensure student safety and protection, and that it would be YN's choice whether to join. He asked if she would like to live in the dorms. YN weighed the pros and cons. Not having to wake early and walk far to school sounded appealing, while being around classmates constantly felt overwhelming. In the end, she agreed to join but warned that she would be very upset if anyone snuck into her room. All Might chuckled and reassured her that the dorms would be separated by gender with each class having its own building, and Aizawa nodded in agreement. YN tersely told them to leave if they did not need anything else. As Aizawa stood, All Might rose as well to follow him out. Before they left, YN asked how her classmates were doing. Both heroes turned and explained that the students were recovering at home with their guardians. After they left, YN stood before a mirror her mother had hung years ago and wondered to herself when she had become so soft. The next day, YN walked through the UA gates and saw most of her classmates gathered near a large building, talking. Kaminari spotted her and called out excitedly, drawing everyone's attention. Students rushed to her and began hugging her, tearful and relieved. YN, uncomfortable with the attention, told them that it was enough and gently disentangled the clinging students. Mina and Kaminari, both emotional and clinging to her arm, insisted they had feared she was gone. Siro stepped in and pulled them away by their collars, concerned and softening as he asked if she was okay. YN thanked him. He laughed quietly, told her she could call him Hanta, and asked again if she was certain she was all right, recalling how worse she had looked at the hospital. YN turned and met the tired but steady purple gaze of Shinso. He explained that Principal Nizu had allowed him to join Class 1A after Aizawa had spoken for him, and he seemed relieved that others finally saw the advantages of his quirk. YN was surprised and pleased for him and congratulated him. Someone complimented YN's quirk, and she allowed a brief, shy smile that was enough to fluster the nearby male, who looked away. Aizawa cleared his throat and drew everyone's attention, standing before the students with his usual tired expression. He began with an overview of the dorms and reminded them that the training camp's original goal was still to earn provisional licenses. His expression hardened as he addressed the group's misconduct. Aizawa identified that Todoroki, Kirishima, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Ida had gone out that night to rescue Bakugo and stressed that they should understand the consequences of those actions. He explained that, were it not for All Might's retirement, he would have recommended expulsion for most of them except for Bakugo, Jiru, and Hagakure, as well as LN. He warned that those who had gone and those who had known about it had betrayed the faculty's trust, and that regaining that trust would require following procedures and proper behavior. With that, Aizawa dismissed them briskly and told them to get moving. The students cast their eyes to the floor in shame. YN saw Bakugo pull Kaminari by the collar and drag him behind a bush, then watch as the disoriented classmate emerged looking worse for wear. Several students chuckled at the sight. Bakugo then approached Kirishima and handed him a wad of cash. Kirishima reacted in shock, clearly incredulous that Bakugo had shaken someone down for money. Bakugo, however, insisted he had brought the cash himself, gritting his teeth before shoving the money into Kirishima's hands and walking on. Kaminari, still dazed, bumped into YN. He mumbled something in his confused state, and YN gently guided him away, assuring him he would recover soon. She took his hand and led him up the dorm stairs so he could rest, and several classmates looked on with obvious envy. Aizawa then began a concise tour of the dormitory. He explained that girls would occupy the right side and boys the left, and that the first floor housed common areas, including the dining hall, baths, and laundry rooms. YN and the others filed into the spacious common room, and Mina brightened noticeably at the sight. Uraraka wobbled in surprise at how large the area was. Kaminari slowly began returning to his normal self. A student with a notorious reputation passed by, and YN braced herself for trouble, but Aizawa intervened quickly. He clarified that the facilities were separated by gender and shut down any inappropriate comments, leaving the troublesome student embarrassed and silent. Aizawa continued, describing the dorm layout. Rooms began on the second floor, with 5 floors in total and 5 boys and 5 girls assigned to each floor, 1 student per dorm. Each room included air conditioning, a toilet, a refrigerator, and a closet. He then produced a folded sheet of paper and placed it on the table, revealing the room assignments. He told them their luggage should already be in their rooms, that today was for settling in, and that they'd discuss plans tomorrow before dismissing the group. Everyone crowded around the table to check the assignments and then rushed upstairs. YN found her name on the list and saw she had been placed on the 3rd floor next to Jiru. She rode the elevator up and entered her room to find it plainly furnished. A twin-sized bed on the right, a medium desk with a rolling chair on the left, and a veranda at the back. Her boxes from home were stacked to the side. YN sighed and set about unpacking. She put on her favorite playlist, changed the sheets to her washed set, and organized her clothes and belongings. She decorated the room in her preferred style and, when finished, was ready to fall asleep. A knock at the door interrupted her rest. YN groaned and told whoever it was that she did not want to go, but Mina and the other girls called from the hallway, urging her to join them in the common room to meet the others. Mina in particular encouraged her to come along. YN hesitated, knowing she preferred time alone but also recognizing this was part of life at UA. She turned off her music, slid her phone into her pocket, and moved to answer the door. YN opened the door and 괰ᴏᴍ immediately pulled her by the arm, clearly excited to head to the common room. 괰ᴏᴍ led the girls to the elevator while YN lingered at the back of the small crowd, preferring to avoid conversation. Someone, however, chose to speak with her. Faintly flushed, told YN that she had heard the music YN had been playing earlier and thought it was really cool. Ģiru confessed that she was not much of a talker, but her passion for music gave her something to discuss. YN's taste aligned with Ģiru's, and YN nodded to show her appreciation. Ģiru smiled softly and offered that they should listen to music sometime, and that she could teach YN how to play some instruments. Ģiru became visibly more flustered at the idea of a quiet visit together, and YN returned a small smile, agreeing that she would like that. The girls entered the elevator and rode down to the common room, where the others would soon join them. Mina suggested a dorm exploration so everyone could see each other's rooms, and 괰ᴏᴍ immediately supported the idea. Ochako and the other girls agreed, and YN was swept along. YN braced herself for the upcoming hassle. The tour began at Midoriya's room, and Midoriya turned red with embarrassment as everyone noticed how much All Might merchandise he had. The collection filled the room and made his enthusiasm obvious. Next was Tokoyami's room. He hesitated, blocking the doorway at first, but 괰ᴏᴍ and Mina persuaded him to step aside. The others peered in and found the space dark and moody, which made some of them uneasy, but YN thought it looked cool. She noticed Tokoyami sulking in the corner and placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him that she liked how he had decorated his room. His spirits lifted slightly as he thanked her, and after a few more moments he politely pushed people out to reclaim his privacy. YN respected his space and stepped back. When Aoyama's door opened, everyone reacted to the sparkling brightness of his room. He had more glittering decorations than they expected, including a disco ball installed on the ceiling. 괰ᴏᴍ and Mina commented that it was as expected and moved on, while Aoyama continued to show off his twinkly items. At Mineta's door, he peered out and tried to call the girls in. The group responded by choosing to address his problematic behavior together. YN and the others acted promptly to prevent further trouble, and they secured the door until Mineta calmed down. The girls praised YN for her swift action. Mina returned with a dining chair and placed it under the doorknob to ensure the door would not open, and the girls moved on to the third floor. Ojiro's room remained simple and unadorned, apart from a few modest decorations like a small table and a calendar. Ida's room, by contrast, was filled with books and various items displayed with careful order. Kaminari's space appeared messy, with a dartboard and several clocks hanging on the walls. What grabbed YN's interest were wooden boards with wheels on the bottom. She picked one up and Kaminari noticed, placing his hand over her shoulder and asking if she liked his skateboards. YN turned the board around and inspected it. She had seen something like it before. A kid near her house always rode one, and she had been curious but never had time to learn. She asked if he knew how to ride a skateboard. Kaminari grinned and said he could teach her and mentioned a few tricks he knew. He winked and talked about going on rides together, but he was suddenly pulled back by Ida. Ida announced that it was time to move to the next room and ushered a sulking Kaminari along. The students filed out and went to Koda's dorm. They were surprised to find a bunny staring back at them. Uraraka and Mina surrounded the bunny and petted it in awe. Kaminari complained that using a pet was cheating and glared at the shy boy, his competitiveness clear. YN sighed and said it was not a competition about whose dorm was best, then immediately regretted it when she noticed Mina and Kaminari exchange looks and grin, clearly taking inspiration from her comment. She felt she should not have said that. Refusing to take part in the rivalry, YN locked her room and went for a walk to get away from the nonsense. She looked up at the star-filled sky and the full moon. The quietness settled around her, and she felt at peace for the first time in a while. Ḥinso, who had been sitting on a nearby bench, stood and approached with a small smile. He noted that it was cold and asked if she was not cold without a jacket. YN said the cold never bothered her and that she found it more comforting than heat, then asked what he was doing out there. Ḥinso said he had needed time to think because everyone had been loud, and that meeting her there was better than being alone. YN agreed and invited him to a nearby convenience store. He replied that he could not leave a girl to walk alone and that he had been craving chocolate, so he fell into step beside her. They walked together in comfortable silence. The small sounds of passing cars and the moonlight guided their path. The silence felt easy and companionable as they headed toward the store. An unfamiliar booming voice called from behind them. They turned and saw a man whose hair and clothing resembled flames. He wore a haori and carried a sheath. His outfit reminded YN of her hero costume. Ḥinso furrowed his eyebrows and stepped slightly in front of YN protectively, asking if she knew the man. YN said she did not, though his appearance stirred a vague, memorable impression of someone named Shinazugawa. She asked who he was. The man's shoulders tensed and his eyes widened when she turned to him. A large smile spread across his face as he said it really was her and introduced himself as Rengoku Kaijuro, adding that he had finally found her. YN repeated his name and felt a sudden headache that made everything confusing. Ḥinso quietly offered to use his quirk to get answers, but YN declined and instead asked about the man's sword, pointing to the hilt. Seeing it worsened her headache because it matched a copy she owned, down to the fire symbol and colors. Remembering that Aizawa would notice if they stayed out too long, she felt the pressure of time and then asked whether he knew someone named Shinazugawa. Rengoku answered that he had gotten his hilt from his swordsmith and that, yes, he did know Shinazugawa. Rengoku asked if she was feeling okay and whether she might have amnesia as he reached out toward her cheek. Ḥinso intervened, grabbed Rengoku's wrist and held his movement. YN stared at the ground, confused. Rengoku had used the word Hashira, a term she recognized from her own hero name. Ḥinso glared at Rengoku and warned him not to touch her, questioning whether he could be trusted. Rengoku's expression tightened and then abruptly flattened as Shinso's quirk took effect. YN sighed, bracing herself for questions, knowing it was for the best. Ḥinso used his ability to compel truth and asked whether Rengoku had lied when he spoke to YN. Under the quirk, Rengoku answered honestly that he had not. Ḥinso continued, asking how Rengoku knew YN and what his relationship to her was. Rengoku, still monotone under the quirk, explained that they had met during the final selections and become Hashira together, and that they were co-workers and hoped to be friends. Ḥinso hesitated, then asked what Rengoku had meant when he told YN that he had finally found her. The question drew a heavy answer. Rengoku confessed that it had taken him a very long time to find her and that neither he nor YN were from this world. YN and Ḥinso both reacted with wide eyes. Ḥinso turned to YN as if asking silently whether this could be true. The revelation sounded impossible. They were supposed to be from another world. YN's headache worsened. She groaned and pressed a hand to her temple, insisting she remembered living her whole life here and demanding an explanation. She told Ḥinso to ask Rengoku what his world had been like. Ḥinso repeated the question. Rengoku replied that they were from the Taisho era and that their goal there had been to eliminate demons in order to protect humankind. The mention of demons and a far-off era only deepened the confusion and raised new questions about the strange changes YN experienced when her body shifted and about the darkness she had been seeing. YN muttered that they should leave, and she deliberately brushed past Rengoku, bumping his shoulder to break the control of Shinso's quirk. Ḥinso followed her, still bewildered and unable to get clear answers from YN, who had no better understanding of the situation. Rengoku came out of the quirk and watched them go, equally disoriented about the loss of control he had just experienced. The episode felt like being trapped inside his own head, saying and doing things without understanding why. YN and Ḥinso walked back to UA in uneasy silence. Mystery after mystery surrounded YN. strange memories, sudden familiarity in strangers, and fragments of another life. Ḥinso suspected something else as well. He remembered a faculty meeting about the possibility of a traitor within UA, likely among Class 1A, and he could not ignore how much circumstantial information seemed to point toward YN. What troubled him most was not the idea that she might be a traitor, but the possibility that she had been faking their earlier interactions. When they reached the dorms and prepared to part ways, YN turned to say goodnight to Ḥinso. Without responding, he walked past her and entered his building, closing the door with an unreadable expression. YN stood and stared at the closed doors, stunned. The next day's classes proceeded as normal. With Ḥinso added to the classroom, the back row no longer had a seat only YN occupied. She had expected him to sit nearby as before, but he took a place as far away as possible and avoided looking in her direction throughout the lesson. Aizawa stood at the front of the room and reminded the students that their current objective was to obtain their provisional licenses, warning that the exam was difficult and that historically only about half of candidates succeeded. He explained that from that day forward everyone needed to develop at least 2 ultimate moves that fit their quirks and limits, while also striving to push beyond those limits. At that point 3 pro-heroes entered the classroom: Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Cementos. They encouraged the students, with Midnight emphasizing that ultimate moves were finishers that reflected each hero's identity and urging the class to go all out and show what they could do. Aizawa instructed everyone to change into their costumes and meet in Gym Gamma. The students rose quickly and grabbed their suitcases. Most of them hurried to the locker rooms, energized by the new task. YN quietly took her suitcase and went to the girls' locker room, where the other students glanced at her and then looked away, avoiding eye contact. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, but she thought nothing of it. YN dressed in the quiet locker room, the usual hum of conversation absent. The other girls left together in a hurry, which felt strange even to the emerald and charcoal-eyed girl. After changing into her hero costume, YN walked toward Gym Gamma down hallways that felt emptier than usual. She wondered what was going on. First, a man named Rengoku had spoken oddly about being from another world. Then Ḥinso and her classmates had begun to avoid her. She sighed and decided not to dwell on it, assuming it was another prank. When she arrived at the gym, everyone was already gathered on the concrete pillars. Aizawa called from behind and told her she was late, his tone harsher than usual. Even Aizawa? She thought, alarmed. All Might noticed Midoriya frozen in a trance, gave him a gentle pat on the back, and dismissed him before approaching Aizawa and YN. All Might's expression hardened while keeping a softness, and he told YN that Principal Nizu wanted to speak with her, unable to meet her eyes. YN asked why she had been summoned, growing suspicious as the girl's heartbeats seemed to match her own. The odd behavior all day suggested they knew something she did not. All Might hesitated and said he had not been informed of the reason, an answer she perceived as evasive. He offered to escort her to the principal. She nodded quietly and walked with him. As they passed the open gym doors, her eyes met Shinso's as he entered. He looked sad and apologetic, but with an untrustworthy edge, as if he, too, knew more than he was letting on. The silence between YN and All Might felt heavy. He noticed the glare she leveled at him and chose to ignore it. When they reached the principal's office, All Might announced his arrival and that he had brought YN. Nizu invited them in with his usual chirpy manner. The mouse-like principal sat at his desk and smiled. He welcomed YN and dismissed All Might, who left after a brief exchange. Nizu asked if YN had any idea why she had been called in. YN said she preferred to be called by her first name and remained standing, uneasy. She asked directly whether she had done anything wrong. Nizu paused before explaining that a teacher had reported information about a student exhibiting strange behavior and that the student in question was YN. He mentioned that yesterday she had encountered someone unfamiliar who seemed to know her. YN suspected Ḥinso had reported the incident, remembering that he had been with her during the unexpected meeting and had been ignoring her since. She demanded that Nizu stop beating around the bush and tell her why she had been summoned. Frustration rose in her voice as she emphasized that she had done nothing wrong and wanted to leave. Nizu's smile faded as he told YN that the school suspected her of being the UA traitor. He explained that there was information supporting their suspicion, including conflicting statements about having a quirk and observations of odd behavior from other students. He stressed that they had tried to dismiss the concerns but felt the matter was serious. Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. She insisted she did not have a quirk and that whatever was happening to her was new and confusing. She vehemently denied being the traitor and announced she would leave. As she moved toward the door, Nizu advised her to stay and stood up from his desk without advancing toward her. When she reached for the doorknob, he instructed the heroes nearby to restrain her. As the door opened, several pro-heroes entered and moved into position. Yin instinctively recoiled at their intent to capture her. She heightened her senses, reached for the bakken strapped to her belt, and assumed a defensive stance, ready for any attack. Nizu ordered her not to resist and to remain still. She ignored the command and dashed, using a wall to redirect herself toward the exit to minimize damage to the room. One hero called to the others to pursue her and began charging their quirk. Treating her as a dangerous target, they attempted to capture her by any means necessary, having been briefed on her abilities with and without a quirk. Yin slipped behind one of the heroes and nearly struck with her bakken, but before she could, a non-lethal restraint was applied and her hands were secured behind her back. Her wooden sword clattered to the floor as the bind tightened and the heroes moved to contain the situation in a controlled, professional manner. The girl looked over her shoulder. An unknown hero stood behind her, keeping her wrists bound. Principal Nizu announced that from that point on Yin was considered an enemy to UA and a threat to society, and that she would be turned over to the police to keep others safe. Yin tried to resist, but the restraints tightened a little, clearly the work of someone's quirk. The two-toned-eyed girl gritted her teeth as her escape options narrowed. She still had her legs. Yin spun and kicked one of the pro-heroes in the face, sending him sprawling and startling everyone nearby. She insisted that they did not know anything about her and demanded that they stop making assumptions. She refused to betray the school she had worked so hard to join and argued that there was no concrete evidence against her, accusing them of relying on other people's words. Nizu opened his mouth to respond, but something unexpected happened. Yin's eyes began to flicker, her usual colors shifting to cold blue and white. Her movements grew sharp and erratic. She emitted a low growl and snapped the restraints on her wrists with ease. The principal stared in shock. Around 3 of the 5 heroes staggered and then regained their focus, preparing to attack. Yin fixed her gaze on the floor, expression unreadable, and then invoked Blood Demon Art, Shooting Star. The ground trembled, sending some people stumbling. The heroes who had been about to strike were driven back and slammed against the wall. Objects on desks and shelves toppled, throwing the office into disarray. A loud crash rang out from above and smoke filled the room. Yin glanced at the open, unguarded exit, scoffed, and walked past the stunned heroes to make her escape. As the smoke thinned, a bright, star-shaped blade hovered near Nizu's head and grazed his cheek. He flinched and stepped back, shaken. Those in the room released breaths they had been holding. Yin left UA without being caught. Most students were in class. She glared up at the school she had once admired, her admiration curdling into a mixture of anger and sadness. Yin thought that they should have gathered more information before labeling her a traitor. A voice from nearby agreed that they were foolish. A few key words. Ursa Major was a constellation in the shape of a large bear. Sol meant the sun. Yin spun away from the voice, ready for an attacker. The speaker was a somewhat short male in his early 20s with a mask covering the lower half of his face. He had heterochromatic eyes, one teal and one yellow and raven black hair that stopped just above his shoulders. A white snake coiled around his neck and part of his arm. He wore a familiar uniform with a white and black striped coat. At the sight of her, his expression hardened. He drew his sword and aimed it at the blue-eyed girl, murmuring that it was time to end things. The boy adopted a low stance and executed serpent breathing, second form. Venom fangs of the narrow head, vanishing in a gust of wind and reappearing behind Yin. She ducked and swept a leg, attempting to bring him down. He leapt back to evade and flowed into serpent breathing, third form. Coil choke, circling her at high speed and striking to slow her. A few shallow cuts marked her arms. They stung but began to heal quickly, the smaller ones closing fast while the larger ones took more time. He remarked that for an upper moon 4 he expected greater strength. YN snapped at him to be quiet, already furious at the way events had unfolded. She called upon blood demon art, Ursa Major, and a constellation seemed to appear in the daylight. From behind her, a brown bear manifested and stepped forward on her command. The bear lunged at its target. The man gritted his teeth and used serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash to strike at the bear. The animal cried out and staggered from the blow, clearly hurt, and stepped back. While the man dealt with the summoned animal, he failed to notice YN had moved. Her presence suddenly loomed behind him and he dropped his sword, momentarily disarmed as she lunged for his shoulder, teeth bared. Before she could go further, a tall, heavily adorned man pushed her back, the force sending her against a tree. She coughed and looked up at the new opponent. He wore the same Demon Slayer uniform without a coat or sleeves and was covered in jangling jewelry, though she had not heard him approach despite the noise his ornaments ought to have made. Abanai retrieved his sword from the ground, still shaken. He muttered that it was always a pain having to listen to Tengen's loud voice, and the two men stood side by side, ready for whatever would come next. YN stood up, clenching her fists until her knuckles went white. Fighting one opponent had been tiring enough, now she faced two. She just wanted to go home and sleep. Tengen glared down at her, then wondered aloud to Abanai whether Shinazugua and Rengoku had mentioned that YN was in this world. Abanai paused and snapped his head toward his companion, then glanced back at YN. He dismissed the idea quietly, noting that although there were similarities, this was a demon and her eyes did not match YN's. He added that if it were really YN, she would have recognized them. Tengen pointed out that only Shinazugua and Rengoku had actually seen YN and that it would be worth taking the woman to them to confirm. He set his weapons aside. Before Abanai could respond, Tengen moved behind YN with unnerving silence and took her by surprise. YN panicked and activated her blood demon art called Soul, stretching her hands toward Tengen and sending a wave of heat. Tengen immediately jumped back to create distance, feeling the heat even from several feet away. He glanced behind her and noticed Abanai creeping forward. Abanai warned that they should not be surprised again. When YN turned, her eyes suddenly refused to stay open and she collapsed, unconscious. Purple smoke lingered around her on the floor, and the two demon slayers sensed another presence. They turned and saw a rather pretty girl with a ripped sleeve. The smoke seemed to be coming from her. The girl looked surprised that the effect had not worked on them. Tengen tested whether it was poison and determined it was not easy to subdue him with it. He shrugged, picked YN's limp body up, and threw her over his shoulder. Abanai nodded and glared at the woman. His snake, ꜰᴏᴜ, lay limp on his shoulder but was beginning to stir. Tengen noted that it could be a small problem if the substance turned out to be deadly. A nearby woman demanded that they leave LN alone, stepping back with the protective intensity of someone who had a duty to defend students. Abanai noted aloud that this confirmed LN's identity as they watched YN revert to her human form. He and Tengen exchanged a look and agreed that they should bring her back. At that moment, a group of familiar figures appeared. Aizawa with his scarf ready, Nizu, Present Mike, and even All Might in his thinner form. Aizawa stated that LN was coming with them and declared that she was a criminal. Abanai raised a brow and scoffed at the accusation, insisting that she did not fit the description of a criminal. His snake woke, hissing at the new arrivals, and Abanai drew his sword, warning that if they caused trouble he would not hesitate to take them down. Tengen shook his head at the escalation and ordered Abanai to go. He then vanished with YN over his shoulder. Abanai sighed, sheathed his katana, and also vanished. The heroes reacted with alarm, eyebrows furrowed as the student disappeared with two unknown people. Their initial assumption that the student was a traitor suddenly felt shaky. Aizawa doubted the quick accusations, aware that he had spent the most time with the student and that past odd behavior had never warranted such judgment. Some time later, in a quiet room, voices discussed whether YN would freak out when she woke. One voice expressed concern, another, calmer voice assured them that there was medicine to calm her if she became agitated and added that they were simply relieved she was okay. A gentle hand moved a strand of hair from YN's face. The touch made YN open her eyes. She grabbed the wrist that had reached for her and stripped the hand away, stating firmly that she did not like being touched. She sat up on a small bed and took in her surroundings, a group of people around her, including Rengoku and Shinazugawa among others. The pink and green-haired woman cried out at the sight of YN, threw herself forward, and hugged her tightly while sobbing. YN tried to pry her off, bewildered. She called out names to confirm what she remembered, and Rengoku beamed broadly, delighted that she did remember them, laughing that it was a miracle. Rengoku stood with his hands on his hips and an exaggerated grin. Several faces remained unfamiliar to YN, including the one clinging to her now. She replied bluntly that she did not know who they were or what they wanted. She accused them of making up strange stories, that Shinazugawa had claimed she died and Rengoku had asserted they were from a different universe. She demanded what would come next and suggested a war might be imminent. The group fell silent, averting their gazes or looking at the floor. Even the girl holding onto YN went quiet, unable to say a word. The girl asked if there was going to be a war, just in case their silence meant something worse. When no one answered, her fear was confirmed. Another student reacted with disbelief and anger, asking how 13 strangers could claim to know her and then speak of a war. YN pushed the girl aside and stood up, declaring that they were lunatics and that she was leaving. She moved toward the door until a man stepped in front of her. He had dark hair tied into a loose ponytail and wore a two-toned haori. His blue eyes stared down at YN with an unreadable expression, and he reminded her of herself. The man told YN that he could not let her leave and asked her to let them explain. YN demanded to know what they would explain, accusing them of planning a war and refusing to be involved. She tried to walk past him. Shinazugawa stopped YN and informed her that someone was planning to take over the world. He explained that the enemy had failed to conquer their world in the Taisho era and had somehow transported himself to this era. If they did not stop him now, Shinazugawa warned, there would be no other way to save this world. YN furrowed her brow and processed the impossible information. The purple and black-haired girl with a butterfly-patterned haori added that during the transport they had been caught in a strange fire, a power that must have belonged to a hidden demon. She pleaded for YN's help. YN sighed and looked down at the tiled floor, weighing the enormity of the request and the short time to decide. She told them she needed to know everything first and asked who exactly they were talking about. The black-haired man answered that they were talking about the very first demon, Kibutsuji Musen. The others outlined their final battle with Musen back in their own era. YN learned the names of the group. 9 of them were Hashira, including Abanai, Rengoku, Shinazugawa, Tengen, Shinobu, Tomioka, Kenroji, who preferred to be called Mitsuri, Michiro, and Jyomiai. The other 4 were lower-ranking demon slayers, the rank YN was supposed to hold as well. Inosuke made it clear he wanted to fight YN as soon as they met. Zenitsu, embarrassed, had to pull Inosuke back and apologized with a deep blush. Genya, Sanemi's younger brother, appeared to have a strained but caring relationship with Sanemi. Tanjiro seemed to act as the group's leader and kept a demon contained in a box in the corner of the room, Nezuko his younger sister. With introductions finished, the group returned to the main story. Kenroji insisted they were telling the truth and then apologized for shouting when YN flinched. She explained her recollection of events, adding that before they had been brought to this era, Musen had held YN by the neck. Sanemi scoffed that the demon had been cruel and then cut to the urgency. They had pinpointed Musen's location to this city, where he was likely gathering an army, and they needed to act quickly. The information silenced YN. The city was the place she had grown up and where she had met many people. The classmates she had spent time with and fought alongside might be caught in this conflict. She had been expelled from UA High School, and the thought that she might never cross paths with them again stung more than she was willing to admit. The accusations against her had hurt even if she did not show it. YN's fists clenched in her lap as she met Shinazugawa's gaze and finally agreed to help. A few of the demon slayers breathed relief, pleased that they had convinced her to join them. Though not the strongest or fastest, 괰ᴏ had shown herself to be a valuable asset. She was determined to stop 괰 kibutsuji, even if it risked her life to save the city. The dark-haired girl exhaled, accepting that there was no turning back and realizing she already cared for these people, even if she had known only a few of them. A short time later, in the common room at UA, Bakugo demanded answers from Aizawa about 괰's disappearance, shouting in frustration while Kirishima tried to hold him back. It had been only a few hours since the incident, and although Aizawa had been restricted from sharing details, he had informed the class that she was gone. The announcement shocked everyone. Shinso, who had been the last to report a strange encounter with Rengoku, felt guilty and feared he might have been responsible for the chain of events that led to her expulsion and the accusation of betrayal. His voice was caught in his throat as he wrestled with that possibility. Bakugo insisted that 괰 was no traitor, and a mixture of cries and stunned silence filled the room as the students tried to process what had happened. They had been ignoring 괰 that day because a lottery prank had singled her out to be ignored. They were all now regretting it tremendously, knowing it might be the last time they would see her for who knew how long. Aizawa crossed his arms and told Bakugo to calm down, agreeing with him that 괰 couldn't be the one. He sighed and said there was nothing they could do about the situation, and reminded them that she had been taken unexpectedly. Bakugo scoffed, clenched his fists until his knuckles went white, and insisted that they should look for her themselves, declaring he was leaving to search. Aizawa wrapped his scarf around Bakugo to hold him back and explained that he was stopping him because he could not run into a dangerous situation without a plan. Aizawa suggested they split up into small teams to cover more ground quickly, saying he would go alone if necessary, and muttered that he would probably get fired for it. Yaoyorozu asked why Aizawa was helping. He rubbed the back of his neck, looked down, and explained that as their teacher his job was to keep every one of them safe. He reminded them of the purpose of the dorms and admitted, quietly, that his students had grown on him. He announced they would leave in 2 days to prepare, warning that the people who took 괰 were strong and fast and that everyone needed to stay alert. The students nodded, determination growing through the class at the thought of rescuing their classmate. In a secluded alley in the heart of the city, Daki moved through the shadows. A drunken man followed her, and in an instant she struck, killing him without any graphic detail. She tried a brief, instinctive taste of the man's blood and spat it out, displeased by the bitter flavor. Predators like her hunted the vulnerable to survive. She muttered that she needed something better. A voice then rippled through her mind, belonging to a very powerful figure. Daki was transported instantly before that figure and knelt to show respect, trembling as she asked why she had been summoned. 괰 sat with his right leg crossed over his left and asked for an update, demanding to know where Hoshi was. He had found a great advantage in this modern world with its technology and naivety, and he had also discovered that one of his enemies, a demon slayer, seemed to be living a new life here as someone else. That woman was LNYN, who had been converted into a demon and given the name Hoshi, which meant star, and 괰 had ordered his demons to keep an eye on her while they recruited humans to convert. Daki reported that everything was going according to plan, that she had planted fake evidence and the teachers had believed it, resulting in Hoshi's expulsion from UA. She admitted that before she could capture Hoshi, 2 Hashira had intervened. 괰's reaction was swift and terrifying. He rebuked Daki for failing a simple task, and she panicked and tried not to provoke him further. 괰 told her he had expected better and threatened to kill her and her brother if she did not bring Hoshi to him. After issuing the threat, he dismissed her. Daki fled, clutching her head and crying as she disappeared into a quiet alley. Her brother Jotaro appeared and steadied her, offering gentle comfort and support. He told her they needed to find Hoshi quickly. Back at the house Daki had left, the rooms bore the aftermath of violence without graphic detail: broken objects, signs of struggle, and victims lying motionless. 괰 grabbed a nearby vase and smashed it against the wall, then tore through the room, breaking anything he could find in a furious display. His pale skin strained with the intensity of his anger as he vowed that the demon slayers would not foil his plans again and that he would eliminate them all. For the next several hours, the slayers trained and planned without pause, taking only brief 5-minute breaks every few hours. They had to be prepared for the upcoming battle, no matter the hour. Lower-ranking slayers stretched rest into brief naps and rose again to train. The UA students arranged their talks about the rescue for after school or whenever they could be alone. The only wrinkle in the plan was that their provisional license tests were coming up soon, scheduled for midday, so their choices were limited. Mina slammed her hands on the table in the common room, drawing the attention of nearby classmates. She insisted they could wait until after the test and admitted she was tired of waiting. She wanted to rescue YN already. Tears pricked her eyes as she confessed to having been controlling with YN forcing her, rifling through her things, and making her uncomfortable, and she resolved to change for YN. Determination settled on her face with a faint blush. Kaminari nodded and said he wanted to change as well. He expressed hesitation and then resolved to apologize to the girls for past behavior and to YN in particular, and urged that they save her soon. Some of the other students took on the same determination. Shinso stood apart, hands clenched and staring at the ground, mentally agreeing and resolving that he had many confessions to make and that rescuing YN was his priority. Aizawa entered the common room, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a juice box. He acknowledged their rising resolve and warned that determination alone was not enough. If they wanted to save her, they would have to train until they could no longer continue. Tanjiro, exhausted from repeating the same task tens of thousands of times, reached the final count and collapsed to the ground, lungs burning and chest heaving. He had been throwing a mountain of stones at a distant target, tasked with hitting the bullseye 100,000 times in a row. His effort was driven by YN's earlier threat to intensify training for the lower-ranked slayers. Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Genya were enduring that intensified regimen now. Using the last of his strength, Tanjiro stood and walked toward the training area where the others labored under YN's direction. The three lower-ranking slayers lay on the ground, gasping for breath. YN moved among them, pouring cold water over each in turn to jolt them upright and telling them they were not done yet. They were ordered back to their feet to keep fighting, and despite their aches and tears they obeyed. Tanjiro approached and expressed concern that they looked close to passing out and suggested YN give them a break. YN looked at him and acknowledged that he was finished, agreeing they could take a break and telling him that he could call her YN, no honorifics necessary. Zenitsu wailed that she was dangerous and urged everyone to run, his earlier admiration clashing with his panic. He crawled to Tanjiro and clung to his leg, terrified and tearful. Tanjiro scolded him for being cruel to the woman who was helping them and reminded Zenitsu that she was assisting with their training. Then Tanjiro asked what YN had been doing before coming over here, curiosity bright in his eyes. YN answered that she had been training and had also attended a hero school. She spoke of the school life with some bitterness, admitting that the experience of being expelled left a sour taste, but she described the daily schedule as long and tedious, 8 or 9 hours a day, 5 days a week made bearable only by the people there. She compared her classmates to a much louder, 10 times more chaotic version of Zenitsu. Tanjiro, who had never experienced a school life, asked if he might meet them someday. YN ruffled the top of his head gently in response. Tears pricked at her eyes. The lower-ranked demon slayer Tanjiro noticed and his smile turned into a concerned frown. He told her that maybe someday, when others accepted him and realized their mistakes, things would change. A stray tear made her realize she was getting too emotional. So YN quickly wiped her eyes and continued before Tanjiro could step forward to comfort her, thinking it felt strange to be comforted even when she needed it. She reassured him that they would love him and that he should not worry. Genya asked why she had left the school after managing to pull himself to his feet, his legs wobbling as he tried to steady himself. YN sighed, aware that the pain they felt was partly because of her choices, but she knew they needed training. She wrapped one arm around his waist to support him. Genya flushed at the brief, involuntary contact, awkward because they were around the same age and she was a girl. YN noticed his curiosity about the situation and took a second to remember how unusual it was that they had never attended school together. YN said that the explanation could wait for another time and that for now they should rest because they were going somewhere after this. The others, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Tanjiro, looked confused, even Zenitsu, who had finally stopped crying but remained on the ground. None of them had been told about moving from their original location, so the decision felt sudden. Inosuke launched a loud surprise attack and rushed at YN. He was not quiet, and YN easily dodged him. With a swift movement she drew her sword and used a quick, precise technique on his pressure points, an anime-style maneuver that rendered him briefly unconscious without injury. YN reminded them that she had told them to rest, and that included Inosuke. Tanjiro and Genya looked on with deadpan expressions, expecting this outcome. Zenitsu clung to Tanjiro's legs, trembling and terrified. He sobbed and insisted that she was not human, that she must be a demon, burying his face into Tanjiro's leg and pleading that he did not want to die and that he still needed to get married first. Hours later, when the sun went down and the moon and stars lit the sky, the demon slayers gathered in one spot at YN's request. When YN arrived, the others looked at her in confusion because the meeting had been called so suddenly. YN smiled slightly and explained that she had realized none of them had really gone out to enjoy their lives, so she had suggested they explore the city. She rubbed the back of her neck shyly, and when a heavy silence fell she felt a momentary panic. Mitsuri burst into tears and ran forward to cling to YN, exclaiming that she had grown so much. Rengoku reluctantly held Mitsuri back, smiling as he answered for the group that they would love to go. YN's smile widened. Rengoku ruffled her hair and said it would be good for them to get to know the city better. Michiro snapped out of his daze and asked what they were doing again. Aizawa perched on top of a tall building, watching the streets for his intended target. He had been given another night shift of patrolling, and when he jumped down behind the building he found his students gathered below. He explained that each of them had an earbud that tracked their location and instructed them to press it twice if they found YN or a clue, and 3 times if they were in danger. He ordered them to disperse in their assigned groups. He assigned pairs: Mina and Koda, Kirishima and Bukudu, Jiru and Kaminari, Shoji and Momo, Aoyama and Siro, Midoriya and Shinso, Tokoyami and Todoroki, Hagakure and Ojiro, Uraraka and Tsu, Sato and Ida. Mineta was alone because no one wanted to pair with him. They split up and went in different directions. All of them were determined to find YN and help her, even if some were not particularly close to her. Shoji, panting, fell into step beside Yaoyorozu and asked if she was walking too fast. Yaoyorozu apologized and explained that she wanted to find YN as soon as possible because she was worried about her. Shoji nodded and noticed a soft look in her eyes. He asked what she thought of YN and what YN meant to her. Yaoyorozu blushed deeply and admitted that YN was a wonderful person who showed how much she cared in her own unique ways, and that she had warmed up to them over time. She said YN was amazing and beautiful, then panicked and apologized for what she had just confessed. Shoji smiled behind his mask, understanding that Yaoyorozu had a crush on YN. Someone else nearby laughed loudly at the moment, breaking the tension. It took a second for the realization to register, then everything clicked. The boy chasing the other girl matched the description Aizawa had given them. He was the man who had kidnapped YN. YN called for Mitsuri, reminding her that she did not know the city well yet, and her voice cut through the UA students' attempt to reach the captive. The girl with two-toned hair was walking after them, surrounded by a large, laughing group. They recognized another person who had been involved in YN's abduction, yet she moved among them with a bright smile. The others could not understand why she looked so happy with people who had taken her. A burgundy-haired boy approached YN with a grin and politely asked if they could try some ice cream in this world. He fell into step beside her and mentioned a nearby boba shop that also sold ice cream. YN sighed but kept smiling, and she told him to just call her Y. Yaoyorozu, unable to hide her shock any longer, called out YN's name. The smile vanished from YN's face and her eyes widened as she turned toward her former classmate. The demon slayers who had been accompanying their colleague halted and turned toward this unfamiliar figure. Rengoku stepped forward and placed a hand on the handle of his sword, preparing for the worst. YN saw the movement and gently placed her hand over his, and he relaxed his grip after noticing the expression in her eyes. Yaoyorozu observed that Rengoku's hair resembled fire, and she remembered that someone else had a sword hilt that looked similar. The thought stirred a small, surprised jealousy in her. YN explained that the visitor was an old classmate and asked why they were there. noting that she had expected everyone to avoid her. YN referenced the last day of school when everyone had ignored her. While the two women spoke, Shoji used the opportunity to discreetly alert their other classmates by tapping his earbud twice. Yaoyorozu, voice trembling, insisted that the incident had been a prank that Kaminari had organized and that they had not known YN would be expelled. YN scoffed at the idea that it had been only a prank and reminded them that they had chosen that moment to humiliate her on the day she was kicked out. She accused Shinso of possibly knowing about her expulsion and letting the prank happen anyway. Yaoyorozu protested through tears, insisting it had been a raffle and that they had not expected it to be YN. Seeing Yaoyorozu cry softened YN's anger enough that she did not take it out on her. YN warned them that they were speaking to someone declared a criminal and that they could get into serious trouble for being seen with her. Yaoyorozu, eyes red and puffy, pleaded that she had just found YN and did not want her to leave again. She reached out to take YN's hand to tell her something important. Their conversation was abruptly cut off when a loud explosion sent a cloud of dust and debris into the air, obscuring their vision. Several silhouettes appeared within the dust, and YN urgently told the two students to get out of there. One of the figures emerging from the smoke observed, with a hint of surprise, that it was rare to see so many of the Hashira gathered openly in one place. An unfamiliar voice came from within the smoke. The demon slayers immediately unsheathed their swords, sensing danger ahead. Momo and Ojiro stepped back, confused and wary. Their strongest ex-classmates sounded panicked, which meant this was serious. Before the dirt screen faded, a loud boom came from the right of the UA students. Ojiro glanced over and watched a girl slammed into a building, glass shattering and a trace of blood appearing. A white, long-haired man had her pinned, grinning as he taunted that she looked pretty and wondered how she would taste. YN shoved him and broke free. She hit the ground and landed on the soles of her shoes, rolling to her feet. The Upper Moon 2 demon landed a few feet away and remarked that she resembled someone named Hoshi and that he would be glad to bring her to him. He dodged an attack from behind by the insect Hashira. Shinobu pressed her assault again, unusual anger on her face as she struck the demon repeatedly. The demon taunted that Shinobu looked like someone he had eaten, which only drove the insect Hashira to greater fury, her tension visible across her features. Shinobu declared that she would kill him herself. YN watched the fight from the sidelines with a frown, worry, filling her despite her trust in Shinobu. She knew the purple and black-haired Hashira would not accept help. Reluctantly, YN let Shinobu handle the demon and moved toward her classmates, who watched the battle in stunned fear. She put herself between them and the danger and ordered them to evacuate civilians and get out of the area. More classmates crowded into view, their eyes wide. YN's voice grew sharp as she demanded that they leave immediately. Bakugo stepped forward, grabbed her collar, and demanded to know why she was telling them to go after they had just found her, insisting they be allowed to help. YN's frustration flared. Her whole class had gathered and police sirens wailed in the background. She looked at them, and then thought of the class she had come to love, the classmates who still cared for her, who had learned to work together through hardship. She smiled at them genuinely, and Bakugo let go and stepped back, surprised. YN promised to explain everything after this and told them once more to evacuate civilians. She warned that these demons were not for them to fight. Ida reacted in shock but knew following her would be wrong. He restrained himself despite his feelings. Jiru cupped her hand around her mouth and shouted that they all believed in YN and begged her not to die. YN's eyes widened slightly but she did not turn. A familiar resolve touched her expression as she unsheathed her sword and murmured to herself that she would come back in one piece. Aizawa's students followed his orders as YN moved in. She unleashed star breathing, fourth form, burst of light, and a bright flash filled the area, stinging the demons and leaving them stunned. Using the form's speed, she dashed toward Upper Moon 5 and struck its neck. The blow hit with burning force and the demon staggered, trying to seal the wound with its energy, but the mist Hashira intervened and finished the assault, defeating the Upper Moon without any graphic detail. Michiro acknowledged YN's effort with a small, approving smile before hurrying to help elsewhere. YN glanced down at the fallen foe and stepped past it. A high, ear-piercing screech filled her ears and she looked up to see Nomu appearing in the sky. She groaned at the timing and muttered that the villains could never pick a proper moment to fight, intending to deal with the Nomu only if it interfered. Then she dashed toward where Rengoku was engaged with a lower moon. As expected, the Hashira drew closer to the demon, though he appeared to have his eyes closed. YN noticed Mitsuri lying to the side, motionless. Her own eyes widened as she ran to the fallen woman and crouched, heart racing. Relief washed over her when she realized the love Hashira was still breathing. It must be a blood demon art linked to the demon Rengoku was fighting. YN drifted her attention to the demon and to the eerie eyes on its hands. Before she could react, her vision went dark and her body went limp next to Mitsuri. YN opened her eyes into endless darkness, as if her eyelids were glued shut. Sight offered nothing, and testing her other senses proved equally futile. She could, however, lift an arm, which made her realize movement still worked. She wondered where she was and suspected this was what Mitsuri was experiencing, a trap set by the demon. She reached for her sword only to find her equipment missing and her clothes changed. She was now wearing simple civilian clothing she recognized. A voice called her name and she turned to find Midoriya staring at her with an unfamiliar glare. Other figures appeared around her, classmates and heroes and shadowed silhouettes she could not place. The room filled with accusation and coldness. Kaminari accused her of being selfish for refusing help, pointing a finger that felt more like accusation than concern. The others glared, their expressions harsher than she had ever seen from them. YN realized she was still trapped in the demon's blood demon art, the illusions shaped to get under her skin and throw her off balance. Shinso approached with controlled disdain, telling her to be quiet before shoving her so hard she stumbled back. He made it clear he was glad she had been expelled and that, in his view, she did not belong with them. The taunts kept coming. Mina passed on a vicious rumor about YN's family, and Uraraka echoed the sentiment, praising Shinso for his actions. Their words meant to wound, repeatedly delivered until YN could barely stand. Tanjiro stepped forward and blamed her for bringing demons into their world, saying they were forced into battle because of her. Rengoku and other demon slayers joined in, their accusations piling on. Rengoku grabbed a fistful of her hair and dragged her to the ground. She hit her head and momentarily lost her footing. Monoma followed with a harsh blow to her stomach while others circled and jeered. The attacks felt sharper than they should, as if the illusions amplified every insult and strike. One voice said she should have died, and the words hit harder than any physical blow. YN collapsed again as she was pushed back. If these had been real people she respected, she might have retaliated, but here they were phantoms. She breathed, weary and defiant, telling herself she was tired of this charade. The voices and accusations repeated like a broken record, and the pressure built until she could no longer stand it. YN decided to end the torment. She extended her hand and, eyes flashing from their normal color into an otherworldly white and blue, she activated her blood demon art, Soul. A bright, sun-like radiance formed behind her and swept through the realm, dispelling the illusions and lighting the surroundings. The false figures dissolved under the light, leaving the dreamscape to settle. Outside of that mental space, Rengoku felt a scorching pain that hit him in the chest just as he prepared his strike against Enmu. His attack faltered as he gripped his chest, taken off guard while the demon staggered. The Hashira noticed ash beginning to fall from the creature and spoke sharply about toying with feelings, half joking that it had given him a brief respite. Another presence intervened and struck the demon down, ending its threat. YN looked back toward Rengoku and offered a soft, tired smile. Mitsuri groggily awakened and called for the others to move. Rengoku agreed, and Mitsuri, still disoriented, grabbed her sword and hurried to follow alongside the demon slayers. YN pushed herself up and dashed toward the center of the battlefield, scanning the scene. Shinobu facing Doma, Tanjiro with Zenitsu and Inosuke against Akaza, and Rengoku and Mitsuri moving to assist Genya and Shinazugawa against Kokushibo. It made sense for YN to help the three lower-ranked demon slayers against the upper moon. As Akaza prepared to strike Inosuke, YN countered with her sword. Akaza met her gaze and scoffed that she should get out of his way. YN refused and pushed him back with her blade. Akaza grumbled and redirected his attention toward Tanjiro, catching him slightly off guard, but Tanjiro managed to evade the blow. YN demanded to know why Akaza was not fighting her and then struck his arms with a decisive move that left them disabled. Akaza explained that he did not fight women, and the admission took YN by surprise. At that moment Doma called out, mocking Akaza for holding himself back for a Hashira and announcing that he would take YN on. That shocking claim drew YN's eyes toward where Shinobu should have been. Shinobu was pinned to the wall by her sword and had suffered severe wounds. She lay motionless, the wall behind her stained with blood. The sight stopped YN cold. Nearby, Tsu lay badly injured and unable to move. Both of her arms were gone, and she was in a critical state. Doma taunted that the green-haired girl had tried to save Shinobu and had proven weak, and he boasted about what had happened to her. YN tried to call Tsu's name but could only manage a weak breath. Anger swelled through her until it overtook everything else. She clenched her fists until she drew blood from her palms, then activated her blood demon art, combustion. Blue flames surged from her, and the heat caused small burns to coat the skin of the nearby demons. Akaza stepped back, wary of what her power might do. Tanjiro, standing close by, had his clothes and exposed skin scorched by the sudden inferno and cried out in pain. Inosuke and Zenitsu rushed to his aid, alarmed and trying to put out the flames and help their friend. YN moved forward without hesitation, each step setting the grass alight. Doma recognized her as Hoshi and announced that fact while producing his signature fans. He activated his blood demon art, wintry icicles, sending shards of ice toward YN. The icicles dissolved as they approached her, and Doma continued to launch attack after attack, growing increasingly frustrated when none of them seemed to faze her. YN finally met his gaze with a blank expression that hid a deep, genuine hatred. The fear in Doma's chest replaced his earlier amusement as he realized he faced something dangerous and uncontrolled. His relentless assault forced him backward until his back hit the trees, and he tried to retreat. Before he could escape, a sword flew and struck him, pinning him to the tree. Doma forced himself to look upward and placed his hand on the sword's handle, preparing to pull it free in an attempt to flee. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of blades materialized behind YN. A small grin spread across her face and her chuckle swelled into a manic laugh as several of the swords struck the area around Doma and lodged into the wooden structure behind him. YN laughed and declared that she had indeed inherited a quirk. Heat radiated from YN and pressed against Doma. His attempts to regulate his temperature with his blood demon art faltered, and he struggled as the flames hindered his movements. The white-haired demon writhed and tried to dislodge the blades while the situation slipped toward YN's advantage. Just as she seemed poised to finish it, a sword struck the back of YN's head and she stumbled forward, catching herself a few feet away. Her grin faded as Doma was overwhelmed by the flames and collapsed, crying out before falling silent. YN commented that she had intended to prolong his torment, then reached up, removed the blade from her head, and watched the wound close almost immediately. YN turned to face the two demon slayers who had kept their distance. She noticed tears on Zenitsu's face and a fierce, shaken hatred in his expression as he clenched his fist. Inosuke stood beside him, gripping both swords and hiding his face behind his boar mask, but YN could tell he was glaring as well. YN demanded to know which of them had thrown the blade. Zenitsu reacted with anguished outrage, accusing her of killing Tanjiro and expecting remorse. He insisted that Tanjiro had been her friend. YN scoffed and brushed the sword thrown at her with a single JRK of her arm, dismissing the notion of friendship as meaningless and unreliable. She began to saunter toward the two, paying no heed to Tanjiro's lifeless body nearby. Even Inosuke, brash and boastful, could tell they stood little chance against her. YN addressed Zenitsu again, taunting him and remarking that it would be improper not to return what had been thrown. She suggested he should know better than to fling sharp objects at people. Then she launched the sword back at him. The blade flew past and grazed his hair, causing him to flinch. The fire surrounding YN died down as she closed the distance and struck Zenitsu hard in the stomach. He was propelled backward, collided with a building, and lost consciousness from the impact. 괰ᴏ turned toward Inosuke with a wide grin that sent a chill through him. Instinct took over and Inosuke leaped in to attack. One of his blades found her arm and the other glanced toward her neck. 괰ᴏ caught the second blade in her hand. The metal bit into her palm, leaving a small cut, but she showed no sign of serious pain. She extracted the weapons, tossed Inosuke and his swords away, and stood, unbothered. She glanced at Tanjiro's body and noticed the box still secured on his back. Zenitsu, shaken and desperate, called out to protect Nezuko and warned 괰ᴏ to stay away from her. He retrieved his sword from the wall and took a defensive stance, pledging to stop her with everything he had. Zenitsu's protectiveness for Nezuko, coupled with his feelings for her, left him determined despite the obvious difference in power between him and 괰ᴏ. 괰ᴏ found his defiance entertaining. Toying with people's emotions had become a thrill for her after the encounter with Doma. The sensation energized her and she wanted more. If she could no longer hold feelings, she reasoned, then no one else should either. 괰ᴏ then targeted Zenitsu's emotions directly, suggesting that Nezuko did not reciprocate his affections and that she even despised him. Zenitsu rejected the claim, insisting that she could not possibly know, but the words gnawed at him and forced doubt into his. Thus, he pleaded for 괰ᴏ to return to them, to come back to the person she once was. 괰ᴏ's expression hardened at his plea. She muttered that he was irritating her and clenched her fists as if preparing to unleash another attack. Zenitsu braced himself, uncertain what she might do next, and the standoff held as tensions rose. Not to mention, the demon slayer was already badly hurt. Inosuke stepped back and returned to his companion. After defeating multiple demons, Ju spotted the scene and ran over, conflicted. Ju landed beside the two demon slayers, staying on defense as he demanded a report on how the situation had unfolded, keeping an eye on the upper moon demon in front of him. Zenitsu and Inosuke explained to Ju that Shinobu and Tanjiro were dead and that 괰ᴏ had become a demon. 괰ᴏ yawned at the panicked exchange, finding it tedious. She moved closer and taunted that, since Ju was nearly finished, she might as well end him. 괰ᴏ activated her blood demon art. Nebula, and a cloud of dust and colored gas formed around all four of them. Ju immediately tried to free them from the huge bubble, but the gas and dirt screen remained, impairing their vision. Everyone could still move, but sight was unreliable. Ju warned the others to cover their noses through the haze. The gas and dirt made anticipating an attack nearly impossible, so Ju steadied himself and used water breathing, 11th form, dead calm to clear the air. Water washed away much of the gas, and 괰ᴏ was briefly pushed back by the flow. She appeared a few feet from Zenitsu and struck him, sending him up against the roof of the bubble. Zenitsu fell, weakened, and something splattered onto the girl's clothing. 괰ᴏ reacted with disgust. 괰ᴏ turned her attention to Ju and claimed their breathing styles were incompatible, arguing her branch of sun-style breathing was superior. She launched herself toward him, attempting to grab his sword to weaken him. Ju recognized the threat and countered with whirlpool form. His blade struck with speed, severing 괰ᴏ's hand in a sudden, decisive blow. He followed with water breathing, 7th form, piercing raindrop, aiming for her neck, but 괰ᴏ retaliated by throwing her sword and forcing him to falter. They jumped back and created distance. Ju's eyes widened as swords materialized around 괰ᴏ. She taunted him again, questioning how a person from another world could possess local powers, insisting it made no sense, and sending swords after him one by one. Ju dodged most of the blades but took a few minor wounds. 괰ᴏ still had little control over the newly manifested swords. Her power had only developed during the battle and remained untrained. One of her thrown swords flew past and narrowly missed Inosuke, who had been preparing a surprise attack. He was shoved back a few feet, landing next to Zenitsu, who was slowly trying to gather himself. The girl grinned and revealed that the gas in the bubble had been poisonous, noting that closing the nose did not prevent the toxin from entering through cuts. Zenitsu coughed and weakened further, their condition worsening from the poison and internal effects. Inosuke, despite his rough demeanor, rushed to aid his friend. The battle shifted into a race against time. If they could not subdue or capture 괰ᴏ quickly, Zenitsu might collapse from the toxin. Ju steadied his footing and advanced with water-breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Yin cast a barrage of blades at Ju, who avoided most of them as he closed the distance. Suddenly, an external force disrupted the bubble. A chilling ice formed and then shattered, causing the barrier to collapse. Yin muttered that the main opponents had finally arrived and glanced over at her former classmates, glaring at each of them. The ice had been created by Todoroki, and Kirishima's power appeared to have helped break through. About 45 minutes earlier, Class 1A watched the battle unfold, unaware there were multiple casualties hidden in the smoke and dust. Aizawa returned to his students after evacuating the last nearby family and retracted his scarf. Aizawa asked where Yin was, addressing Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya replied that visibility in the dirt made it impossible to tell. A few students had seen brief glimpses of Yin's snatches of hair or uniform, but nothing definitive. They had not noticed any change in her usual demeanor, so most assumed she was all right, though a few could not shake a growing worry. Aizawa considered it foolish to jump into the cloud without any information. He told the students their options: leave or observe from above and try to find her. The students' determined expressions answered for them, and Aizawa granted them permission to act, admiring the risk they were willing to take to help a classmate. They reminded him of his best friends, present Mike and his deceased friend Oboro. Aizawa nodded toward one of the tallest nearby buildings and instructed everyone to go to that rooftop and wait for him while he did one more scan of the area before joining them. The students followed his orders and left the immediate area. Aizawa took one last look around. His eyes landed on a crimson stain behind a girl wearing a hero uniform similar to Yin's, though their appearances had several differences. His breath caught, and his widened eyes, hidden behind his yellow goggles, took in the sight. The scene told him these attackers were ruthless. One of his students was fighting against these otherworldly creatures. He had to get the others out as soon as possible. He also felt that leaving the body where it lay would be disrespectful, so he resolved to move it aside before beginning the evacuation, though he remained cautious of the battlefield. Stealthily, he moved toward the body, avoiding close contact with the chaos outside. Smoke made visibility poor and the small task more difficult. As the smoke began to thin, he saw more clearly and realized it was ꜰᴏᴍ's lifeless body, beyond help. Shock froze him for a moment. One of his students had died while he had been unable to protect them. Despair washed over him and he blamed himself. He knew there was no time to linger. He offered a quiet thought for the fallen students, then used his scarf to carry the body away and hurried to the rooftop where Class 1A was gathered. On the rooftop, the class was huddled near the edge. Kirishima pointed toward a specific spot in the smoke and said he thought he saw Yin. The others followed his gaze and realized Yin was out near the flames. Mina moved as if to leap forward, but Aizawa used his scarf to hold her back. His stern expression made it clear that something serious had happened, and the students recognized the urgency in his voice when he ordered them to evacuate immediately. They hesitated, torn by loyalty and fear, but Aizawa insisted that they leave now. Midoriya refused to stand by and watch Yin fight alone. He activated One for All in his legs and launched himself toward the center of the battle. Bakugo followed closely behind, responding angrily when Midoriya called him by his childhood nickname and then unleashing his quirk against an advancing enemy. Bakugo reminded them that Yin had said these attackers weren't human and used that as justification to stop holding back. Todoroki landed and urged caution, reminding everyone that there were civilians in the area, including Yin, and that going all out could put innocents at risk. One by one, other students dropped into the fray to help. From the rooftop, Aizawa did his best to hold the others back, but he knew he might not be able to stop them. The situation was larger and more dangerous than any of them had expected, and he was desperate to get them to safety, even if it cost him everything. He called for backup assistance. On the ground, the students struggled to push the creatures back. Bakugo repeatedly blasted one of the foes, growing frustrated that the attackers kept returning. Some of Class 1A felt their limits being tested as the number of enemies and the intensity of the fight increased. A calm voice then announced a breath technique, and a mist filled the area, temporarily robbing the students of clear sight. 괰ᴏᴍ panicked as she tried to find her way through the mist. When it cleared, the enemies were gone and a teenage boy they did not recognize was standing nearby. Several students registered that he had been with YN earlier. Kirishima, ready to fight for his friend, advanced with his quirk activated and accused the newcomer of being one of the villains who had kidnapped YN. The others readied themselves defensively. The boy, Michiro Taketo, identified himself as a Mist Hashira and appeared confused by their accusations. He said he had not kidnapped YN and kept his sword unsheathed in case of a sudden attack. His caution proved valid. His instincts pushed him back just in time as a large bubble-based attack burst into the ground near him. He avoided injury, but the danger remained. That likely meant other demon slayers were trapped inside with a demon and, judging by the power, it was an upper moon. Michiro probed at the bubble repeatedly, but it would not break. He employed mist breathing, first form, low clouds, distant haze, and a variety of other attacks, yet even a blade infused with his breathing style had no effect. He noted the gas inside and judged it deadly. It would be best if those inside escaped as soon as possible. Suddenly, the smoke and gas were swept away, vanishing and revealing who had been trapped. Michiro's eyes widened as he recognized Ju and YN in her demon form. Class 1A gathered around the bubble in shock. YN looked different. Her eyes were not the same. Jair pointed out in alarm that YN was about to kill someone, referring to YN and Zenitsu. Michiro finally snapped out of his stunned state and prepared to attack the bubble again, but he was thrown aside by a powerful demon, an Upper Moon 3. The students were left in the middle of a raging battle. Some tried to make the bubble pop, others stood frozen. Midoriya called to Todoroki and those nearby, instructing Todoroki to freeze the bubble to weaken it and asking Kirishima if he could break through. Todoroki set his jaw and focused, electric energy coating him. Kirishima nodded, determined. Midoriya ordered everyone else to prepare and led the way. Present time. YN taunted the group, clasping her hands together and grinning widely, declaring that she had no time to deal with them. She activated her blood demon art, meteor shower, and combined powers to rain down thousands of swords from the sky, making movement difficult. Ju faced the task of defeating an upper moon demon who had once been an acquaintance while also protecting more than a dozen high school students who did not trust him. YN watched demon slayers and her old classmates desperately avoid the falling blades and scoffed when she noticed a small trickle of blood on the floor. She touched her nose to wipe it away, aware that overusing her quirk without practice affected her, though she had not expected it so soon into the fight. She chose to ignore the irritation. The battle was far more interesting. An overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped her, forcing her powers to cease. Her heart sank and she fell to the ground, bowing instinctively before the presence. A hand ruffled her dark hair. The others shuddered at the aura of the Demon King. YN felt the malicious intent beneath the calm demeanor and froze as he stepped forward, crouched down, and lifted her chin to meet his gaze. Muzan spoke softly and praised her work, then questioned whether she had needed to kill another upper moon. He declared that she should be punished but would let it slide this time because she had eliminated Tanjiro Kamado. He dug his nails into her cheek, leaving a painful scar. YN kept her expression neutral and kept her eyes lowered, too frightened to disobey a king capable of ending her life with ease. She nodded inwardly, aware of how volatile her position was despite her usefulness. Bakugo stepped forward angrily, furious at the disrespect shown to Y. Kirishima grabbed Bakugo's hand and shook his head to keep him from diving straight into a fight he could not win. Muzan turned to the students and glared at them. Todoroki winced, the image of YN being struck repeating in his mind and bringing back bitter memories. Mineta stood up for YN, throwing one of his cramped ball toward the demon lord. In an instant, the demon delivered a swift, devastating counterattack. Mineta's assault was met and he was incapacitated in a single brutal motion, removed from the battle in a way that made clear the danger without dwelling on detail. Mina and 괰ᴏᴍ screamed, their reaction only attracting Muzan's attention further. Muzan complained about the noise and turned toward the box containing Nezuko, saying that at last the reign of the sun would end and he only had to consume that demon. YN's eyes widened and she tried to warn him, But before she could finish, a sudden, lethal strike removed a nearby figure from the battlefield. She could no longer see what had happened, but she recognized who had carried out the attack. Kokushibo's severed head began to knit itself back together, veins and nerves repairing until there were no scars left. YN's classmates stared in stunned confusion, the scene adding to their disbelief. YN glared up at her superior Kokushibo with no respect at all. Even across dimensions, their rivalry had never faded. She grew more agitated as Kokushibo ignored her and kept his attention on the Demon King. Muzan asked Hoshi what was wrong while keeping his back turned as he advanced toward the box that held Nezuko. It looked like Kokushibo could not sense anything, but YN felt it, an incoming attack. She warned them, but she was not fast enough. Nezuko leapt from the box, landed a sharp kick to Kokushibo's head that sent it skidding and activated her blood demon art. Before she could recover, an upper moon clamped onto her and lifted her off the ground by the neck. YN rose to her feet and watched Nezuko struggle desperately to break free. Muzan walked over to the displaced head as it healed from the scorch marks of the demon art, slotting it back onto the neck with a tight-lipped smile that tried to hide his irritation. Everyone nearby felt the urgency of the moment and rushed to act. Zenitsu moved in with a blinding burst of speed and reached Nezuko, pulling her free from Kokushibo's grip. Zenitsu resolved to himself that he would stop Muzan no matter what it took. Ju joined the fray, clashing blades with the upper moon while Muzan, amused, took a step back to observe. He relaxed only until the sky began to brighten in the east. Muzan's face hardened as he looked at the rising light. He knew the sunlight would threaten him. He shouted for Nezuko and suddenly materialized before the demon slayer holding her, reaching for the prisoner. Inosuke lunged forward and drove his swords into Muzan's arms in a wild, desperate attack. The blades bound briefly, but Muzan easily freed himself and shoved Inosuke back. Muzan called out Neikim's name, and the castle shifted. The ground beneath YN buckled and collapsed. In the shock of it, she cried out his name before clamping a hand over her mouth, a reflexive mistake that every demon feared. She braced herself for the curse invoked by uttering the Lord's name, but nothing immediate happened. She tumbled and hit the floor, shaken, and peered up as screams echoed above. Some classmates had fallen, some had managed to steady themselves. Kaminari groaned and rubbed his head where he'd hit the ground. He met YN's eyes and offered a sheepish, friendly greeting, doing his best to put her at ease after the chaos. YN sprang to her feet and summoned 2 daggers into her hands, scanning the endless corridors of the Infinity Castle for any sign of Muzan. Bakugo shoved past others, agitated and demanding answers about the disorder and the strange occurrences. Todoroki stepped forward and agreed that they needed a clear explanation. The tension among the students was raw, some still reeled from recent losses and grief. Mina, shaken and tearful, pleaded with YN to let them return to their peaceful lives at UA, insisting they could make amends and be forgiven. As Mina reached toward her, YN's reaction was sudden and severe. She moved faster than expected, pinning Mina's hand to the floor with 1 dagger and delivering a swift, non-lethal strike that sent Mina stumbling back, stunned and unable to continue pleading. Hagakure's intended intervention froze into a collective gasp. YN looked at the remaining students with cold focus and said that she did not have time for this. Without hesitation, she summoned hundreds of spectral swords and launched them toward her former classmates. Todoroki responded immediately by acting a massive ice wall that halted the blades in mid-flight. Midoriya then used controlled fire to melt the ice and launched a counterattack aimed at stopping YN's assault. However, when the steam cleared, nothing was left of the girl. She had escaped while they were distracted. The green-haired boy was determined to capture her and began to formulate a plan. YN jumped from room to room in search of her king, her worry growing with each minute of separation. As she landed on another floor, a piercing sound threw her footing off. She fell, clutching her head, sensing a familiar group of people nearby. YN cursed under her breath, focusing on her attackers. Kaminari shouted for Jairu to increase her output. Jairu, terrified for her life, followed the instruction despite her fear. The pain in YN's head intensified and her thoughts scrambled, but she could still move. The more frightened Jairu became, the stronger the effect. YN realized the quickest way to stop the interference was to remove the girl causing it. YN summoned a blade, though it was warped from the sound assault. Ģiru reacted in alarm and over-amplified her quirk. The blade was sent flying uncontrollably and a wounded Shoji was struck, knocked off balance and sent tumbling over the edge of the building. Students froze in shock. Midoriya reached out for one of Shoji's arms but could not catch him. Hagakure and Momo collapsed to the ground, stunned and wide-eyed by the sudden chaos. YN felt a piercing ring, then silence. Her hearing had gone. She watched her former classmates mouthing words she could no longer hear. Their expressions alone conveyed fear. The comforting sounds of the world were gone to her, and for a moment she considered whether this would be a disadvantage or a strange kind of peace. Freed from the mental link she had been under, YN realized she no longer felt Musen's commands. She thought she was free and smiled. Ignoring the lingering pain at her ears, adrenaline pushed her up. She planned to use this opportunity to explore the limits of her quirk. Closing her eyes to imagine, she formed 2 large shurikens in her hands. Midoriya's danger sense flared. He urged everyone to duck as YN launched the shurikens and quickly summoned more, throwing them with rapid precision. The students scrambled to dodge the flurry of weapons. Even Kirishima struggled to deflect one. Each star fizzled out as it approached the HC-haired girl, neutralized by her ability, and she grew disappointed at their resistance. YN mocked them, calling them weak and comparing them to crushed insects, then made the rest of the stars vanish. She lightly struck the side of her head, feeling the sting of her injury, and noticed her classmates mouthing words she could not hear but clearly understood through their terrified expressions. YN laughed and proclaimed that now that she was free, she could do anything. A rush of plans and ideas surged through her. Even without hearing, she could sense presences and identify threats. When a demon slayer rushed at her to strike, she grabbed him, immobilized him with metal rods conjured by her quirk, and ended the confrontation in a swift, decisive way. She turned back to her former classmates with a broad smile. Suddenly the danger sense flared more intensely and YN vanished, leaving everyone startled. Tokoyami released Dark Shadow, though the lit surroundings kept its control in check. On another part of the building, Momo sobbed that she wanted it to end and that she was tired, and Hagakure joined her weeping. The students knew there was no time to linger despite their fear. A voice brushed past them and before they could react, a spear struck, connecting the 2 girls and pinning them together. Momo and Hagakure cried out and collapsed from their wounds. YN cackled and remarked that even in death they could remain together. YN leapt back as ⁰ fired his tape in an attempt to capture her, but it failed. The female summoned a human-sized scythe and swung it at the black-haired male. Kaminari shouted an apology and unleashed 1.3 million bolts of electricity, stunning the girl for a few seconds. Todoroki used that moment to encase her in ice, rendering her immobile. Ģiru moved closer, guilt weighing on her. She believed she was the reason YN had lost her hearing permanently. Ģiru, voice trembling, apologized and pleaded for YN to come back, insisting life was too precious to throw away. YN watched Ģiru's lips move without hearing them and then invoked Blood Demon Art, Ursa Major. Aoyama heard a growl behind him, turned, and the bear constellation struck him. He collapsed and lay still. The bear growled and charged at the nearest person, who happened to be Ģiru, frozen with fear. Ida grabbed Ģiru by the collar and pulled her out of the bear's path, urging everyone to retreat. Bakugo shouted that there was nowhere to go in the maze and fired a controlled blast at the constellation, keeping the heat low so it would not melt the ice around YN. He ordered ⁰ to wrap the girl in as much tape as possible to distract the bear. ⁰ approached cautiously and prepared to throw tape. YN scoffed at their efforts. YN then struck, disabling ⁰'s arm and leaving him injured and in shock, unable to continue. Tokoyami rushed to ⁰'s aid, horrified to see ⁰ gravely wounded. He accused YN of trying to erase ⁰'s quirk, and Dark Shadow reacted with fierce frustration, matching Tokoyami's anger. YN addressed Tokoyami and then used Blood Demon Art, Soul. The sudden heat melted the ice and freed her. She explained that she had to build up the heat for this form and could not yet fully unleash it. Dark Shadow recoiled from the light, seeking shelter behind Tokoyami as YN stepped free, reminding them she could not hear. The students stiffened at the display. YN turned to Gyru. The atmosphere went tense as YN approached. Sensing the danger in her, no one moved. YN grabbed Gyru and held her close in a threatening manner. YN accused Gyru of freeing her and blamed her for what had happened, saying Gyru had forced her hand. Though the moment was charged, it ended with YN declaring that she might give Gyru a quick death. Kaminari demanded that YN let Gyru go, and when she did not, he prepared a desperate counterattack, channeling an immense electric charge. He warned that he had no choice but to use an overwhelmingly powerful bolt. YN noticed the light and moved within human speed, placing Gyru directly in the path of the attack. The electricity struck Gyru and coursed through her. She was killed instantly. Kaminari muttered that she had been his favorite. YN looked down at Gyru without visible emotion and commented on the cruelty of being killed by a trusted friend. She smirked and admitted she was growing bored of devising new ways to murder. YN then invoked Blood Demon Art, Nebula, and began to pour power into it as a dense cloud started to engulf the students. YN landed a few feet away, feeling the gas invade their lungs and weaken them. She realized she was not immune to such a strong poison. A sudden, piercing ring shot through her ears, forcing her to cry out in pain. The desperate voices of her classmates reached her. The important thing to YN was that she could hear again. She thought she had used too much power and cursed under her breath. Some students had managed to avoid the poisonous cloud. YN's hand began to move as if controlled by something else, rising to clutch at her throat while she crouched on the ground. She frowned in confusion, then a small, unsettling smile formed. Uraraka, Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima stared in bafflement as it became clear she was struggling against herself. A different voice inside her seemed gleeful and claimed it was having too much fun and was not finished. YN tried to pry her hand loose, a strange and disturbing sight to the others. Her nails dug into her skin, leaving faint marks. Despite the smile, she looked like someone locked in an internal battle. Uraraka suggested that the girl before them might not be the real YN. Midoriya agreed that the odd phrases and strange behavior supported that idea, but he also pointed out that they could not change how the public and officials already saw YN. She had done too much damage to reverse that image. Todoroki placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder and said that she had already killed many and was now viewed as a villain. The most they could do was turn her over to the police. Bakugo, irritated by the discussion, shoved Midoriya aside and glared at YN, struggling to contain his urge to attack. He had long pushed down whatever feelings he once had for her. Midoriya addressed Bakugo by his nickname and urged them to act while YN was distracted. The others nodded and stepped forward, but then the ground collapsed beneath them and they all fell. YN hit the earth hard and let out a grunt. She noted the castle's ruin and that Nekima had been eliminated, and a brief, bitter laugh escaped her before she stood and charged toward the 5 students, aiming directly at Kirishima. She pulled her hand back and hurled an attack at his midsection. He hardened his body with his quirk and deflected it. YN scoffed at the resistance. She calculated her targets, weighing strengths and weaknesses. Bakugo's explosive power was dangerous, Midoriya was fast and strong, Todoroki combined fire and ice, and Uraraka's touch could be exploited in midair. YN decided it made the most sense to go after Uraraka first, then Kirishima, Todoroki, Midoriya, and finally Bakugo if things went according to plan. Bakugo contradicted her, refusing to let her scheme go unchallenged. A familiar, mocking voice echoed in YN's head, and she smiled inwardly at the spectacle. Bakugo fired a blast at her. She dodged and moved while the voice continued its taunting commentary in her mind. When YN demanded her body back and asked who or what it was, the inner presence answered that it lived in her blood. It denied being a demon and instead called itself a disease. Ignoring most of the students, the presence sent a blade of energy toward Uraraka. Todoroki quickly created an ice barrier to protect Uraraka and redirected a torrent of ice at YN, who managed to evade in time. Bakugo taunted her as a scared, Quirkless target and primed his gauntlet before pulling the pin. The ensuing explosion knocked 괰ᴏ back and disrupted her healing, leaving her reeling. Bakugo challenged her to fight. The presence inside 괰ᴏ observed that her friends had been irritating but that killing them had been enjoyable. It announced a devastating technique it called a meteor shower, claiming to have combined it with 괰ᴏ's abilities. Hundreds of swords began to fall toward the group, but Todoroki countered by forming a protective dome of ice. The presence grew frustrated and decided to focus on Todoroki first. Todoroki questioned how the presence could wield 괰ᴏ's so-called blood demon art. The presence explained that it had been granting powers through her blood and that 괰ᴏ was stronger because of it. It had been testing hosts and few had lasted this long. It warned that it would soon overtake her completely, spreading through her bloodstream and overwhelming her heart, ending her life. It insisted that 괰ᴏ's abilities were not truly hers and that without the presence she would be ordinary and powerless. The presence taunted her for speechlessness and then lashed out at Todoroki, striking his shoulder in a swift attack. Todoroki grimaced from the blow and reacted by shaping an icicle to press back against the attacker, forcing the assault to halt. A tense standoff followed as both sides braced for the next move. 괰ᴏ jumped back, easily removing the ice as she watched Todoroki fall to the ground. The disease in her body ordered everyone to stop and declared that it would be easier to finish them once Todoroki was out of the way, laughing as it promised to go all out. A panel to her right displayed her current agility level. The disease dashed, disappearing and reappearing behind Midoriya to kick him into a nearby tree. The impact rang through the air and Midoriya grimaced, clutching his side. Bakugo lunged at the attacker, but the disease slipped away at the last second, feeling the heat of his palm. The possessed body countered, striking Bakugo's torso and summoning a blade that sent him reeling and gasping from the blow. Kirishima hardened his arm and charged, throwing a punch to stop the assault. The possessed 괰ᴏ ducked, then grabbed him and shoved him aside with enough force that he crumpled where he fell. The attacker strolled over to Uraraka with a cruel smile and asked how she should be finished. Midoriya shoved himself between Uraraka and the threat to protect his classmate. He winced from the damage he had already taken, but he stood his ground. Bakugo lay nearby and struggled to move, badly injured and clearly in pain. Midoriya demanded that the entity return 괰ᴏ's body. The disease shook its head and smirked, explaining that it was not 괰ᴏ but a parasite that had taken her body for amusement. It admitted it had already destroyed many targets and that only a few remained. After dealing with them, it intended to finish off 괰ᴏ as well. The assertion was made with a cold certainty that left no doubt it meant what it said. Midoriya clenched his fists and demanded 괰ᴏ be returned at once. The possessed body ignored him and taunted the group with an experiment about how long a human body could endure being upside down. Without warning, the attacker snatched Uraraka and bound her leg to a broken horizontal pole hanging off the edge of the rooftop. Midoriya moved to run to her, but a sudden sharp pain in his feet forced him to stop. Looking down, Midoriya saw blades had pinned his feet in place, holding him fast unless he freed himself. Uraraka tried to use her quirk, but the blood rushing to her head made her vision blur and disoriented her. The disease in 괰ᴏ's body mocked the situation, comparing itself to Aizawa and delighting in the control it wielded. Uraraka noticed the possessed 괰ᴏ's eyes were a disturbing red rather than their usual color and panicked as her vision doubled. She sank into unconsciousness. The disease laughed at the limp figure and then, with a childish taunt, compared Uraraka to a piñata. Midoriya risked everything and tore the blades free from his feet despite the pain, then braced and launched himself with his quirk, snatching the unconscious Uraraka away from danger and pulling her to safety. He urged everyone to retreat and called out to Bakugo to move. Bakugo forced himself to stand, wrenched the weapon free from his torso, and pressed a hand to where he had been struck. He fought through the pain and insisted they get out of there before the situation worsened. Perched on the edge of a rooftop, the possessed 괰ᴏ watched the group flee and showed no concern that they escaped. She turned her attention to the nearby battle against the upper moons, noting that nearly all the demons had fallen except for the strongest. She observed that many of the demon slayers still stood and scoffed at the unexpected endurance of those fighters. Another figure spoke up in defiance, and the possessed YN turned to face them with a wide grin. The original YN stood nearby, trembling but determined, with blood on her hands from earlier struggles. The original YN proclaimed that the demon slayers were tougher than the intruder realized and demanded her body be returned. The disease laughed and stepped closer, declaring itself the strongest being and insisting nothing could overpower it, taunting the original as weak and worthless. The presence of such raw, overwhelming power made the original YN realize this would be a difficult fight, but she refused to back down. She vowed to defeat the invader and free herself from the curse. In an instant, the possessed YN grabbed the original and hoisted her into the air by the throat, taunting her with cruel words about the natural order and telling her to watch from the sidelines. The attacker shoved the original YN aside and returned to the rooftop edge. The original YN insisted she would not be killed and forced herself back to her feet as if nothing had happened. System resetting. The virus interrupted, taunting that it could not be kicked out and grinning widely at the resetting screen. The cancel button was pressed and the mouse moved on its own. You gritted your teeth, grabbing both sides of the computer and shaking it. You cursed under your breath and took the disk out of the compartment, blowing on both sides and wiping it with your shirt. You told yourself the game better not have been a ripoff after paying $30. You slipped the disk back in and wondered what that strange disease had been. You had never seen anything like it before. The screen tried to reboot the game, the little circle spinning before the program crashed again. You muttered that you would need to get it checked. You removed the disk and set it aside. Then a loud noise came from the computer, and a jump scare shot through you. The game you had removed began playing on the screen anyway, and the cursor moved on its own to select Continue Game. It clicked on the first save slot, where the last classmates and you faced each other in battle. The computer spoke in a voice like yours, warning you not to close the game and offering another chance to play. You reached for the power button, since removing the disk clearly had no effect. A bright light blinded you and the program asked if you had not heard it. When you opened your eyes, the room looked darker and tinged with red. You recognized the layout. The earlier battle with Bakugo, Uraraka, Todoroki, Midoriya, and Kirishima. You stood at the edge, watching, and then an unseen force shoved you into the fight. The surprising part was that you could feel the push. In the game you had never felt anything, but now every sensation came through. Bakugo shouted that he would kill you and charged, explosions powering his speed. He expected you to dodge and counter, but his punch slammed into you and you were thrown back. You groaned as your body hit the floor. Your breath was knocked out of you and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of your mouth. Pain spread through your abdomen where Bakugo's fist landed. He glared down, pleased to have landed a solid hit. He warned that if you did not fight back you would die. You told your mind to get out of your head and demanded to know where you were, speaking mentally so you would not seem insane in front of the students. You were sure you were addressing the virus that had entered your game and your computer. You saw Bakugo raise his arm again and rolled out of the way, forcing your legs to push you to your feet and run. You shouted at the absurdity of being trapped in the game. Bakugo shouted for you to get back. Someone else called that Todoroki was hurt and that he needed to go to Recovery Girl, and another voice made a terse noise of agreement. You bolted through the woods, stumbling over roots and obstacles. You panted and stopped when you could no longer hear the voices. You put your hands on your knees, admitting you were not built for running, and collapsed against a tree to calm your breathing. Your stomach ached. A voice snapped you from the momentary quiet and you screamed, opening your eyes to find a demon standing before you. Kokushibo looked far more unsettling in person than any image had shown. The demon asked why you had a human scent. You scrambled to stand and forced a nervous smile, saying you had killed humans and that their scent would naturally be on you. Kokushibo narrowed his many eyes and the gaze made you sweat. Kokushibo dismissed the remark and said they must get to him as soon as possible, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword and telling you to follow. He disappeared shortly after. You told him you would be there and exhaled hard when he left, deciding you needed to get out of the game since it was dangerous and you should avoid others for now. Kokushibo passed by you again and a shout warned you to duck. You dropped down and watched him move on, sword in his right hand and all 6 eyes fixed ahead. You muttered to yourself that you were doomed and then ran as fast as you could. You knew you could not outrun him, But you tried. You cried out as a sudden, searing pain ripped through your right leg. Tears blurred your vision while pain spread through your body. When you looked down, your right leg was badly injured and you could not stand on it. The virus ran through your head, and a headache began to build as the infection's voice reminded you that if you died in the game, you would die in the real world. Your eyes widened at that revelation and your heart dropped. Desperate, you tried to crawl away with your remaining leg while 괠ᴏᴍ watched in a way that felt disturbingly indifferent. The virus said that this had gone on long enough and that it was time for you to die. You turned to look and saw 괠ᴏᴍ advancing toward you with his sword. With each step your fear climbed. The idea that a death here meant death in real life felt impossible and terrifying, but the sensations you were experiencing in the simulation made it feel all too real. They decided it was better to be safe than sorry. They grabbed a nearby stick and tossed it at 괠ᴏᴍ, though it was unlikely to have any effect. 괠ᴏᴍ only seemed more irritated by the small piece of wood. They stammered that since this was a game they could change the storyline and revive themselves. A panel flashed to their left indicating one life remained. When they looked forward again, their breath caught. 괠ᴏᴍ stood directly in front of them. They muttered a curse. Before they knew it, Doma taunted them, surprising YN by announcing that he would take on the Hashira. The demon was supposed to be fighting Shinobu, yet he appeared unscathed and fully energized, which did not bode well. Shinobu moved to confront him and ordered that his fight was with her, stepping close and slamming her sword down at Doma. The demon reacted in time and blocked the strike with his palm, and a brief cut on his hand quickly sealed itself as if it had never been there. Shinobu vowed she would make him pay for everything he had done. Doma laughed, smiling, as if proud of his deeds. His confidence only made Shinobu angrier and unsettled YN. Though YN did not know the full history between Doma and the Kocho sisters, she understood this demon had harmed many humans and deserved to be stopped. Doma pushed Shinobu back, creating distance between the combatants. YN realized Shinobu was breathing hard and watched the usually composed insect Hashira's face harden with fury. Sweat beaded on her skin and her eyes were bloodshot, fixed entirely on the enemy. YN recognized the danger of that intensity. It could drive someone too far. YN approached cautiously and placed a hand on the insect Hashira's shoulder, warning that she was expending too much unnecessary energy. Shinobu met her gaze with a glare and insisted she had the situation under control, tightening her grip on her sword. YN doubted it but failed to change her companion's course. Shinobu charged again, driven by rage, and Doma produced his fans and began to counter. The exchange grew fierce as Shinobu ducked, lunged, and managed to nick his torso before both retreated to measure their next move. YN scanned the battlefield for other threats, worried about Tanjiro and the others who were facing an upper moon. She called out in her mind for Akaza and turned to search, but trees and shadows hid any sign of the missing demon. Aside from Shinobu and Doma, YN felt no other hostile presence nearby. Deciding to focus on the lower-ranked demon slayers, YN warned Shinobu to stay safe and moved on to look for the third upper moon. While running through the trees, she noticed a swirling cloud of dust and heard thunderous movement ahead, which reminded her of Zenitsu. She headed toward the commotion, dispatching several weak demons along the way. As she closed in, she found Zenitsu weaving through the forest and contending with another upper moon who wielded a blade that resembled a Nichiren sword. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Inosuke were locked in a struggle against Akaza that seemed to be progressing. YN weighed whether to assist Zenitsu against the unknown upper moon or to join the fight with Tanjiro and Inosuke against Akaza. Logically, she decided to help Zenitsu deal with the nearby threat first and then join the battle against Akaza, but Zenitsu's aggressive positioning left little opportunity to intervene. YN wondered if the confrontation was another personal matter for him. Would it be best to leave yet another person alone to settle things with a high-ranked demon? Shinobu had already been left behind, but this felt different. YN hesitated. She was a Hashira, one of the highest-ranking demon slayers in the Corps, while Zenitsu held only the Hino rank. It would not be wise to leave the boy alone against an upper moon demon, depending on its rank. Lost in those thoughts, YN noticed something large soaring above the battle and snapped out of her trance. She clicked her tongue, tightened her grip on her sword, and launched herself into the air, narrowly missing Unknowingly. YN landed and immediately drew the attention of nearby LOV creatures, which dashed toward her. 4 Unknowingly closed in, resembling the one she had fought earlier with a few differences. YN called upon star breathing, first form, luminous stars, and managed to slice one of the Unknowingly, but it did not seem to take damage. The failure to injure the creature cost her precious time. Unknowingly punched her and sent her skidding back, raising a cloud of dust that formed a small smoke screen. She coughed, covering her mouth and nose with one hand while keeping hold of her sword with the other. Her senses spread thin, making the situation harder to manage. A large Unknowingly crept up behind her and, before she could react, lifted her off the ground with powerful arms, trapping her torso. YN's sword clattered to the ground and she found herself immobilized. The creature held her in a crushing grip, leaving her struggling for breath and unable to wriggle free. YN shouted for release as panic surged and her breaths grew shallow. This was life or death, and it was tipping toward death. People were dying out here, not only from villains but from demons that had crossed into this world. Everyone was doing their part to help, so why was YN the one being strangled by these creatures? Doubt and fear crept in. She wondered if she was really that weak. Her hero class was fighting the LOV while demon slayers fought demons. Perhaps she did not belong in either world. If she truly belonged with the demon slayers, then why did she possess both a quirk and a breathing style? Time was running out. Her vision blurred and she could no longer draw a breath. Training had bolstered her stamina, but it would not last much longer. Her heart pounded, but without oxygen the end seemed inevitable. She thought this was the end. Finally, no more being bothered by demons, demon slayers, villains, her classmates, and most of all, Mineta. The Unknowingly that had been holding YN released her and she collapsed to the ground, gasping as circulation returned and she slowly regained her senses. After a few coughing breaths her vision cleared, revealing Mineta and other students desperately trying to fend off the Unknowingly in her line of sight. Their distressed expressions told her she needed to help. ꜰᴏᴜ hurried to YN with Shoji and Momo close behind, crouching and patting her back with concern and relief that they had arrived in time. YN took a few more breaths and let her heartbeat steady. YN locked eyes with ꜰᴏᴜ briefly before glancing away. She reassured them that she was fine and pushed herself up using her arms. ꜰᴏᴜ's gaze flicked to YN's toned arms and she felt a sudden blush. YN reminded the group that she had told them to stay back, wrapping a hand around her sword handle as she sheathed it. Midoriya stepped forward and deactivated his quirk, checking YN for injuries from a respectful distance so as not to make her uncomfortable. He explained that they were a class and they could not leave her behind. Mina reacted first, throwing her arms around YN in a tight hug and tearfully admitting she had thought YN was gone. Kaminari joined in, wailing loudly as he tackled them both into a frantic embrace, afraid of losing YN again. Someone called for a group hug and most of the class crowded in, some crying, some laughing. Bakugo and Todoroki hung back awkwardly, unsure whether to join. Mina glared at the two holdouts and demanded they get in, threatening to drag them in if necessary. Bakugo refused in his usual blunt manner, insisting he would not. Get close. Todoroki scanned the scene, tension showing on his face. Aizawa emerged from the shadows, quieting the group and reminding them there was a bigger problem and little time. He said he had already called for backup and paramedics and asked YN what they needed them to do and whether they could rely on her plan. YN explained that she had a few people in mind who needed help and that the students should either focus on healing or on backing them up against the demons. She warned that these demons were very strong and healed quickly, far more dangerous than Unknowingly, and urged everyone not to get caught up in the fight or act recklessly. The students nodded and braced themselves. YN tightened her grip on her sword and moved out to find the Kamaboko squad, with classmates following to provide backup. To ordinary observers she was nothing more than a blur. Soon they came upon 3 demon slayers engaged with an Upper Moon 3. The other slayer who had been fighting alongside them was gone, either having withdrawn or worse. If the latter were true, YN had underestimated him. YN turned to her classmates with a stern expression and instructed them to watch for ambushes, She would handle the main threat herself. She placed a hand on Tanjiro's and Zenitsu's shoulders and urged them to steady their breathing, then set them aside near a tree at a safe distance. With controlled precision she hurled her katana toward Akaza, who reacted with visible shock. She activated star breathing, second form, supernova, but had no time to register what was happening before everything moved too fast. The demon slayer launched herself like a dart, following her flying sword and keeping careful watch on both the katana and Akaza. She caught the handle just before the blade could strike the demon and vaulted into the air, then unleashed star breathing, fifth form, Sirius. One precise slash cut into Akaza's arm and caused heavy bleeding. Without hesitation, YN drove the tip of her custom Nichiren blade into his arm to hold him in place. She ignored Inosuke's loud presence for the moment unless he interfered with her plan. Akaza hesitated to strike her back, reluctant to betray his own code. His options were to dodge, which would be difficult against someone he regarded as a Hashira, or to flee. Fleeing would be easiest, but Muzan counted on the upper moons to capture or kill Tanjiro, who stood only a few feet away. Akaza could not afford to miss that chance. The demon put cautious pressure on her to push her back without causing serious harm. YN stumbled a few steps, adjusted her grip on the sword, and smirked as she said that she had him right where she wanted him. She steadied herself and activated Blood Demon Art, Meteor Shower, summoning a fury of stones that rained down. Some struck Akaza and burned him, others struck the ground and made small craters. When the shower ended, she restrained Inosuke by the shoulder and motioned that it was not yet time to act. Akaza wondered why a demon slayer would possess a blood demon art as he shook off the burning stones. The rocks had slowed his regeneration, creating a serious disadvantage. He looked at YN with narrowed eyes and decided she was someone to report to their lord, though the more he studied her, the more familiar she seemed. Shifting her weight to her toes and reorienting her blade, YN advanced, knuckles white on the hilt. Akaza dodged the attack and muttered that she was getting on his nerves. Zenitsu, now fully awake and panicking, heard the complaint and shuddered. Akaza had been avoiding and blocking attacks but had stood his ground without launching a real offensive. He seemed bound by some promise. YN struck again, propelling herself forward with one hand reaching out and the other holding her sword. In an instant she grappled his wrist and toppled him, pinning him to the ground with the katana pressed against his neck. Blood ran down his neck as he struggled to free himself and to dislodge both her body and the blade, but she held firm. They grappled for control. YN called for Inosuke. Inosuke grinned under his boar mask, eager to join the fight. Without prior coordination, he shifted his footing and launched himself, sprinting into the air with both of his swords aimed at the demon's neck. A collective gasp filled the air. Tanjiro cried out YN's name in alarm as the scene unfolded nearby. In Akaza's last desperate attempt to break free, he acted against his usual restraint. Tanjiro and Inosuke rushed to YN as she dropped to her knees and hissed in pain. Bakugo ran up, swearing and scolding her while using the wrong name by mistake, and crouched beside her. Tanjiro followed. Inosuke wisely backed off for the moment, surprised by the turn of events. YN scoffed and glanced down at her arm, then tied her non-dominant sleeve around it to stem the bleeding from a severe wound. She stated that she would be fine and that the arm would heal later. She acknowledged that she had let her guard down and accepted the consequence, but pointed out that at least the others were not hurt. Bakugo pressed in with frustration and worry. Several other students and Aizawa arrived. Some were already crying or close to it. The teacher was seen making a phone call, and Zenitsu overheard the name of the person being called, Recovery Girl. Everyone was upset and on edge. YN insisted she was fine and urged them not to linger over the incident, saying they needed to move on. She said she was going after Akaza and asked someone to take care of Zenitsu. As she rose to her feet, a sudden sharp pain stabbed through her head. She winced and took a quick breath, the headache likely brought on by blood loss and dehydration. All YN did was brush it off, hoping it would pass, and instead she focused on finding Akaza again. Todoroki reached out and held her remaining wrist, insisting he would not let her leave. His voice was soft yet firm. YN turned to face him, gritting her teeth. Every second she spent talking with the others could mean Akaza killing hundreds, and this was no time to be held back. Todoroki told her she was hurt and needed to rest, and that recovery girl was on her way. His eyes softened as he kept a stable grip on her wrist. YN jerked her hand away and narrowed her eyes. She insisted she was fine and told them recovery girl should focus on the others nearby because she would regenerate. She promised she would return alive and well and urged them to concentrate on rescuing people. YN flashed a small confident smirk and disappeared into